Trent, and you remarked how I think very much it was going to be the test of what would be the racing like. We don't have a real structure as to who the top teams are, who indeed the top drivers are, who are making the most of the Formula E cars. But you described the qualifying session as sort of reminiscent of the best of early 90s Indy cars.
It was that kind of frantic, down to the wire type of, we're running out of time, can someone pip this guy? The only problem with the qualifying format is that the cars went out in two separate groups. And that was sort of made a little bit unfair because obviously the track was developing and it was rubbering up a little bit. So some guys had an advantage over others, but the pressure was there. You could tell people were pushing. Buemi went into the wall at one point and Prost went into the wall as well. And these guys were the favourites. Edamps were the favourites to take out qualifying. I mean, at the end of the day, Prost actually took it out, but Buemi was probably the guy that everyone was expecting to take it all out. But it allowed Lucas di Grassi to get up into second as well, and Daniel Abt, who actually no one really sort of gave much of a chance because it's the son of the owner of the of the team and whatnot, but he was up there too, so it was very, very entertaining.
I was a little bit worried when I saw the news headline saying a Brazilian driver's taken out the inaugural Formula E race, and I went, oh no, it's not Nelson Piquet Jr. No way.
That would be...
Did he take out the first A1 Grand Prix win?
Actually, I think he did.
Because I thought, I have this theory, whenever Nelson Piquet Jr. gets involved and wins on his first go or crashes into the wall at Singapore, collapses straight away. A1GP, the Renault Formula One team.
So we've announced him as a curse. That's our first Formula E story.
He brings Christian Fittipaldi to the event. That's his job. It's a success.
Now, quickly, because we are running out of time, Trent, we've looked at sort of the ways this sport has established itself in this first round. It has opened itself to the idea of being able to be tweaked. The rounds are very far apart. It's a new formula. It knows that. What kind of stuff is it going to be looking to change between now and Malaysia and the rest of the season?
Maybe taking away the doof music. That's what it is.
Yes, I hate it.
Yeah.
Sounds like commercial radio.
Look, they could change it. They could tweak it. They would put in some Rammstein for your V8
Well, that'd be very different, wouldn't it?
It would definitely be unique. Trent Price, editor of E-Racing Magazine. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
Formula E, it started last week. Formula One continues this weekend, 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, right here on ABC Grandstand Digital. Our pre-race program for the 2014 Paul Singing Singapore Grand Prix.
Yes, 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Join us on hashtag ABCF1. Supply us some Formula One jokes, because of course we're going to kickstart Peter McGinley's tour around Australia, around the world. We're going to take it to Edinburgh with Formula One humour. So feel free to join us at Twitter and Facebook at Box of Neutrals.
1 hour of live motorsport comedy. Yes, this is the home of diversity at the ABC. You know you want it. 9 p.m. this Sunday is our preview program. We'll all be there. Until then, I've been Michael.
I've been Rob.
I've been Pete.
This has been Box of Neutrals, the sound of F1 on ABC Grandstand Digital.
ABC News with Candice Marcus. The British Prime Minister David Cameron has called for unity after it became clear that Scotland was staying in the United Kingdom. Around 55% of voters rejected the push for Scotland to become an independent country. It was a more decisive result than the polls had predicted. Mr Cameron says the argument has now been settled.
Now it is time for our United Kingdom to come together and to move forward. A vital part of that will be a balanced settlement, fair to people in Scotland and, importantly, to everyone in England, Wales and Northern Ireland as well.
The president of the World Bank has warned of a frightening human and economic cost if the West African Ebola outbreak can't be contained in the next few months. Jim Yong Kim, who spoke in Sydney this afternoon, has praised recent actions to address the virus, including the UN declaring it a threat to international peace and security. But he says the virus will cost the three affected countries, Sierra Leone, Liberia and Guinea, around $360 million from their economies this year alone. With more than 2,500 people dead so far, Dr. Kim says that cost will rise massively unless it's quickly contained.
We have a very small window to get that done. Our hope is that with all the efforts now that we can do it in the next 4 to 6 months. If we don't do it in the next 4 to 6 months and it spreads to 15 countries and 22 countries, the impact could be absolutely frightening.
3 men arrested in yesterday's early morning raids as part of anti-terrorism action have been released. The men were being held under preventative detention orders. 22-year-old Omarjan Azari remains in custody, charged with conspiracy to prepare for a terrorist attack. All others arrested during the raids have now been released. The New South Wales Premier Mike Baird says he's determined to give police all the resources they need to keep the community safe in the wake of yesterday's counter-terrorism raids. Operation Hammerhead will see extra police patrolling transport hubs, sporting events and tourist attractions. The Police Commissioner Andrew Scipione says the heightened police presence will last as long as needed. Premier Baird says authorities will need to stay vigilant for some time.
This is not going to be solved overnight. This is something we are prepared for the long term. As long as it's required, whatever is required to ensure our community is safe, it will be done. And certainly the Commissioner has made it very clear that we have the resources, the capability and the determination to ensure exactly that.
The Australian National Imams Council says racial profiling must not be used to detain people at airports. The Grand Mufti of Australia, Dr Ibrahim Abu Muhammad, says an imam was taken off a plane yesterday at Sydney Airport and held for 2.5 hours for a routine baggage search. He says the imam missed his flight with a group of pilgrims who were on their way to perform the Hajj and had to rebook on another plane. Council spokesman Samir Benigadi says they are now considering their options, including legal action.
The authorities should be talking to each other, and if there is anything against anyone, the airport authorities should know and interview this person or take the appropriate action, but not use the racial profiling, which is a big issue that the Muslim community is facing right now at this stage.
The Sports Anti-Doping Authority, ASADA, says 34 past and current Essendon players still have a case to answer after the club lost its legal challenge to the shown cause notices. Stephanie Ferrier reports.
Essendon coach James Hird was among 100 people in the federal court to hear Justice John Middleton throw out his and the club's case. The judge rejected their argument that ASADA had acted unlawfully by conducting a joint investigation with the AFL into the supplements program so it could use the league's powers to compel players to answer questions. He found Hird and the players had answered investigators without complaint.
It can hardly be said that Mr Hird and Essendon players did not knowingly consent to any information being disclosed then and there to all in the interview room.
Hird and Essendon were ordered to pay legal costs estimated up to $1 million.
And now to the weather for the capital cities tomorrow. Brisbane, a shower or two, 25 degrees. Mostly sunny in Sydney with a top of 20 degrees. For Canberra, some early frost and a sunny day, 18 degrees. Melbourne, a morning shower or two, 17. Partly cloudy in Hobart tomorrow with 16 degrees. Adelaide, sunny and 22 degrees. Perth, sunny and 32. And for Darwin, a sunny day, 35 degrees. ABC News.
On 774 ABC Melbourne.
If there is something that is about to threaten life as we know it, we want to be first with that news.
Weekdays from 5:30.
There's an asteroid in our vicinity.
There is indeed.
It would pretty much end life as we know it.
It would make a mess. Do you remember the Russian asteroid? You had all of these dash cams on cars.
Yes.
Went viral on YouTube.
With the greatest of respect, there's a lot of difference between ending life as we know it and gone viral on YouTube.
Red Simons.
Grandstand AFL.
100% pure footy.
Pure footy. Pure footy.
You're with Grandstand.
Live and commercial free.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
Waits the hand pass to Petrie. Footy again. My word, he can! Monfries goes on the left boot. The shot on goal. It bounces and bounces through.
On to McVeigh. Sweeps a hand pass over the top. McGlynn kicks the goal for the Swans. It's a big moment in a terrific game of football.
Hand pass to Lewis. He'll compose himself 35 out and drive through the last of the day.
This is the AFL Final Series.
AFL.
If it can't, Margaret brings it to Green. Goods is there. Oh. Left foot snap. Adam Goods turns back the clock. Ibsen kept running. Got it back. Snapped Captain goal, and North have got 5 in a row.
Play on at all costs. Do not stop.
Takes the mark, hits the ground running. There's nobody in front of him. He gets to the goal square and kicks the goal.
This is a cutthroat game. This is sudden death.
100% pure footy.
On the wing guard, he'll snap around the body. What a goal! Took it off the back. He's right against the boundary. He had a look at the big sticks and he snapped it through.
This is the AFL Final Series on ABC Local Radio and on ABC Grandstand Digital.
Thrilling weekend in Prospect, and so often it not only lives up to but exceeds the billing. Preliminary finals are unique and peculiar, given that there is so much at stake. The Swans have looked the goods for months, ever since, in fact, they were humbled by North Melbourne back in round 4. That won't count for much unless they actually progress to the grand final with the star-studded lineup they have amassed. And again, it's North Melbourne who stands before them. The unlikely run through this final series in 2 thrillers delivers the 6th place team into the final 4. On Grandstand AFL from the Olympic Stadium in Sydney, it's the Swans and the Kangaroos. Gerard Waitley with you, and Adam White is with me. Hello, Whitey.
G'day, Jared. It's amazing to think it's almost like it was 3 years ago that Sydney lost to North Melbourne in that wet game on a Sunday at the SCG. And since that match, Sydney have only lost twice. And one of those was when they really didn't try that hard against Richmond, when they rested a number of key players. So they're almost like a completely different side from that day, even though it was in 2014. But the Kangaroos have got all the momentum. They've been talking the talk all week. So we'll see what happens.
David Parkins made the trip up. Parko, hello.
Hello, Jared, and I'm pleased I've made the trip up.
Preliminary finals. Tell me about preliminary finals and all your experience.
Yeah, I think this is a tough week, and history says that often, although we've had great grand finals over the last few years, these are the toughest ones. And turn-ups, I know we had 2 last week. Actually picked 2. I can't believe I did, that the 2 outsiders got up. I'm not sure that the theory of top 4 with a healthy list at the end of the season can't be the truth again this week. So North, who've come from outside that to win well, I thought, against Geelong last week. And the advantage they've had is a thing called water and wet grounds. That, looking at the sky, it doesn't appear to be one of the elements that we consider this week. So I think Sydney should go in with significant confidence.
They're for surviving preliminary finals. If I've learned anything from my time watching footy, they are just for surviving.
And they are, and you get yourself in a frame of mind, particularly, say, Sydney tonight, that if they get 2 or 3 up on the scoreboard, players will be looking for good reasons, not to say they wouldn't commit, but to do things just a little easier, not taking quite the severe risks that they may, and that allows the opposition to stay alive for longer. And you wouldn't want to keep North Melbourne ticking over, because they had the capacity, as shown in the last month, to be able to come hard and strong at the finish. So I'm hoping we'll get a good game, that is a good contest that's relatively close. I'm not sure that we can guarantee that.
Some of my favourite nights of the footy in recent years have been up here with you and Ty Kennelly together. So your old sparring partner's coming up. He's about to join us. But let's start inside the Sydney camp, because one of their recently retired stars is with us in the Grandstand AFL box. 2-time premiership defender, Lewis Roberts-Thompson. Lewis, welcome to Grandstand AFL.
It's really good to be here, guys.
It's been a few weeks now since your retirement, but tell me, when you arrive here tonight, preliminary final in the offing, are you still emotionally engaged by it all?
Oh, you certainly are. Look, driving to the ground tonight, I was thinking of playing all the memories over and over again, listening to the music I listened to before the game, and just really thinking about some of the great moments in my career.
Is this one of the nights where it really does hit home to you that it's over?
Yeah, look, it honestly really does, especially a home final up in Sydney where you get your home crowd in front of you. You play in front of a big audience. I mean, these are the games you really play footy for.
Have you stayed connected to the club in recent weeks?
Yeah, look, I've had a few media commitments, so that's kept me pretty busy. And look, you go to every game, you support the guys, you get around the guys. And look, I've spent 13 years at the Swans now, so the majority of the guys there I call on a regular basis. So I'm relatively up to date with what's going on.
Do you miss playing?
You do miss playing. I can't say that I miss training. I can't say that I miss time trials, things like that. But certainly, once you run out in the ground, I mean, I really do miss that. I miss the camaraderie after a big win, and I really miss sort of when you go into battle and you play alongside your mates and you see your mates put those tackles on, those inspiring sort of acts of courage and things like that, that's what you really do miss.
You played in 2 premierships. You played in umpteen finals across a sequence of years. They look especially well set for a premiership tilt here. Have you got enough of an insight or even an objective eye to think how well they are set?
Yeah, look, I think if you look at the team across the board, there's a great mix of youth and experience. And you look at some of those younger guys, the amount of responsibility that they've taken on this year, Lukey Parker, the young Jakey Lloyd, Louis Jetta, a few of these guys, they've played, a handful of games, sort of 10, 20, 30 games, but they are phenomenal players now. And then you throw that in with Buddy and Tippo and Goodsy and just absolute stars of the game. There's a pretty good recipe for a side there.
Lewis, we took there's negative and positives about the stage you've reached, but the positive is the best part of it, actually getting to the big day in September and being a part of a winning side. If you look back on all the things you've been part of, and those I feel very sorry. I think of a Nick Riewoldt who's got to play a career, it looks like, without getting to the gate and not being able to put the key in and open it. Is that really, or is it, as you've just suggested, this ongoing bond and friendship that you have with these players who've gone to battle with so often? Where do you rate the actual winning of flags?
Yeah, look, I think that's why you initially play footy. It's for team success and for the enjoyment of the game. And look, to win a grand final, it's the ultimate. You go through a full season, you go through the highs and lows that come with playing in the season. You do all the hard training together. So that's the sort of stuff that galvanises or bonds the team together. But then when you sort of win those big games, you play the games that you might be the underdog or what have you. You play in front of a big crowd. Yeah, they're the memories that last forever. They're the ultimate. And yeah, you do feel for those players that unfortunately don't taste that success because they go through as much hard work as what you put in. I look back on my career and I've looked at some of the great players that I've played with. I've been fortunate enough to play with players like Brett Kirk, Barry Hall, all these sort of guys. And I can still call those guys friends. But because I've been able to play in a premiership with those guys, it just makes that bond a little bit stronger, yeah.
Well, can I go to the other extreme then? That in making the transition, as we've said, and I've gone through it myself and with hundreds of players, of going from the point that you're enjoying this, it's a part almost every day of your life, and you're having to make the transition to being a non-footballer. Is it possible, I know it's early, is it possible at this stage to talk about the mental aspects of that and dealing with it? How do you fill that hole? How do you go forward with the same expectation of excitement and joy? Is that too difficult a question?
Look, I mean, how much time do I have, really? It's a pretty in-depth question, but I suppose, the hardest part initially is making the decision to retire. With me, I had injuries and things like that, and it was sort of a carryover from last year where I had a knee injury, and then this year it was just soft tissue injury. So I was chasing my tail a little bit, and then it sort of came to the point where you just need to be realistic, and you think to yourself, look, I can't be fit enough to play to get to that level that's required. You know what? I don't have anything to prove to anyone now. But then you sort of to prepare yourself for that next stage. I mean, then you need to sort of go again, and the decision's so emotional that once you make that, it's another big decision moving forward.
And what is the plan? What is the roadway? What is the vision for you now, right now? Not just immediately now, not next week, next month, but the long-term vision for you. Yeah,
look, long-term, I think, fortunately, being part of the Sydney Swans, they've looked at life after footy and they've really made that a priority for players. So at the Swans, they put young guys through different qualifications like diplomas and things like that. And fortunately, throughout my time, I've been lucky enough to put a few qualifications together that hopefully will hold me in good stead moving forward. Look, ideally, I'm not really sure where I'd like to sort of move into, but
as a part of footy, if you could, using the qualifications and experience and know-how in the footy family somewhere, in the footy organisation?
Yeah, definitely. And I think one of the issues is footy's a big part of your life, so you don't want to completely remove yourself away from it. And so I'd love to stay in touch in a small way with the Swans or with the AFL in general. I mean, you see a lot of players that go into sports administration, football administration. They go into coaching, things like that. I don't necessarily think that I want to sort of move straight into a coaching role or something like that, but it'd be good to get some experience away from footy and then potentially move back into football.
Lewis, can I ask you about tonight here at this venue? Now you're not playing anymore. Do the players actually like playing out here, and do they think that they can play as well here as they can at the SCG?
Yeah, well, I think the SCG is sort of the spiritual home. But, in saying that, if you get sort of 50, 60,000 people out here, it is pretty amazing. But I don't think you can go past the fact that we have our locker room at the SCG. We do all our training at the SCG, so there is that small advantage of us calling that our home ground. Coming out to ANZ, the players all have to travel out here, and it doesn't have that intimate feeling like it does at the SCG. So, look, but a footy ground's a footy ground, and there's two teams on either side, mate.
Yeah, the reason I ask you, it is a different size, and you're used to playing on that smaller size ground, and I don't think you've ever played as well here as you have at the SCG, but do the players sort of worry about that, or is that they feel that they're going as well as they are, that's not really a factor going into tonight?
It's look, players these days, they're such professionals, they adjust to most conditions pretty quickly. Being in Sydney, we play away every second week, so we play on a different ground anyway. So it's not exactly sort of one of the main things we focus going into the following week. And with footy these days, you put so much time and effort into analysing the opposition, things like that. When the only time you think of the ground really is the surface, whether you're going to wear moulds or screw-in boots, really.
On this ground, it's screw-in boots.
Yeah, well, definitely if it rains, it's a pretty wet track, that's for sure.
Look, Ty Kennelly's just a fraction late, so it actually gives us open slather. Give us something we can work with throughout the night. What could we use against Ty from your experiences with him?
Oh, the Irishman. Well, I suppose having played,
we were just about to speak ill of him, and here he is having walked in. Timing is everything. You've just saved yourself a berating, I suspect. Ty, welcome, guys. It's great to be here. And Louis, my old teammate. How you doing, Louis?
How are you, mate?
Still answer the question. Still answer the question.
The question, Tig, is give us something we can use against you as the night unfolds.
Come on, I'm an angel, mate.
No, exactly. You wouldn't believe it, but he was one of my role models coming into the Swans. He was a guy that sort of, against the odds, came across from Gaelic footy, worked so hard, and forged a fantastic career, premiership player at the Swans.
We're on air, that's great, Louis. Thank you very much. You go off air, you can tell him a small bit more.
What about something about Lewis, Tig?
Yeah, Louis one of those players that you loved playing football with, because you knew exactly what you were going to get, and he always had your back, and as a fellow defender, I'd often like to take a risk and take a chance, and I knew a bloke like Louis was there to cover my back, really, and the majority of the time that you had that much belief in the bloke that was around you, and a bloke like Lewis Roberts-Thompson, that no matter what position on the ground he was, and Louis is not dissimilar to myself in the fact that he didn't play a whole lot of football growing up and came from a rugby background and was able to make the transition, and obviously winning 2 premierships, but yeah, it's certainly a bloke that I admired playing football with and loved going out basically having a battle with.
Were there moments where you thought of Tig, where the hell has he gone here?
One moment just hit me right now. We were playing the 2005 grand final, and Louis was on fire in the first half, and you were playing on Hansen, and I'll never forget you going to me, I am cooked, you got to take him. And it was about 2 or 3 minutes, and I actually ended up kicking a goal because Hansen had spent the first half basically following Louis, and I ended up swapping on him, and Hansen couldn't go with me, and I ended up going forward and kicking a goal. So because of you, I actually ended up kicking a goal in the grand final.
That's good teamwork.
Exactly right. But like I said, those little moments in the game, and people thinking that everything's in control. You're looking at players on the ground, and they're all in control of everything, but you get teammates going, man, I've had it, I'm cooked. Quick, can you go and actually cover me? There was no rotations really. There was very limited rotations back to 2005, 6 and 7. But like I said, we covered each other as much as we could.
What are you expecting to see tonight, Lewis, from your Swans?
Well, from the Swannies, look, just a fierce contest. I think with the Swans these days, it doesn't matter who they're playing. They're just the ultimate professionals, and they approach every game with the determination, and they go in hoping to sort of make a fierce contest. And look, we talk about contested footy and we talk about tackles and things like that. They are they are our key indicators. And look, each week it's the same thing, but if we don't hit our marks, often we do struggle in games.
I've got a question. I mean, I'll probably put you in the spot a small bit, but probably for the first time going into the final series, the Swans have been red hot favourites. We've always been an underdog. We've always been going in under the radar. Sometimes it can get you playing in a preliminary final, getting too far ahead, thinking, well, can I get through this game without actually getting injured? Can I get through this game without the least amount of effort that I can possibly have? And I don't think that's going to happen, but how do you think the boys and where they're at mentally probably is the question for me.
Well, I think the other thing we probably need to factor in is it's Goodsy's 350th. And when it's a quality player like Goodsy and it's a milestone game, players tend to lift. So it's probably come at a really good time too. So rather than think about the following week or what have you and getting ahead of yourself, you can sort of bring it back and say, all right, we're playing this for our mate. We want to give it a real hot go and play for him, play to win.
Do you expect them to make the grand final?
Well, I'm a Swans fan, so...
You're a Swans legend, mate.
Yeah,
of course you are.
No, look, I'm a bit biased, but I'd like them to win, yes.
Two-time premiership player Lewis Roberts-Thompson. Enjoy the night and thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
We'll let Lewis and Ty catch up for just a moment. We'll nick downstairs because North Melbourne is out doing the warm-up. The Swans just finishing there. And David Mark is downstairs with North Melbourne assistant coach Josh Drummond.
Well, Josh Drummond, North Melbourne assistant coach. Might just start with the ground. There's been so much talk about it, but it actually looks in pretty good nick. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks terrific. Lovely night here in Sydney, and the ground's come up a treat. So, bring it on.
So there was a lot of talk about the fact that you might have wanted wet weather, but that's not going to be an option tonight.
No, we certainly didn't want wet weather. Obviously, we look earlier in the year and we had a good result against Sydney on a wet day, but they're a quality team. Rain, hail or shine. So we played some pretty good footy, and we played most of our footy at Etihad, which there's no rain there. So, we're looking forward to the night.
Preliminary final, so much at stake, a spot in the grand final, but you're playing arguably the best team in the competition. How do you beat the Swans?
Just playing our way for 120 minutes. And it's been a challenge all year for us, and luckily at the right time of the year we've started to put it together. So Sydney, more so than any other team, they make it hard for you to play the game on your terms. But that's a challenge for us. We're certainly not going to sit back and hope they hand it to us on a platter, because we know they won't. We're going to go up and we're going to attack them, take the game up to the Swans, and try and play 120 minutes.
So what's the key? Is it your run?
There's no one. I think it starts inside. The ability, the Swans have been a contested ball giant for the best part of a decade, and they're terrific at that. So, if we're not winning the footy inside, we're doing a lot of running, but it'll be chasing. So we need to be winning the footy and making them chase us. So first and foremost, we've got to be good in the contest, and then from there, it's the ability to run and try and challenge the Swans on the outside.
The fact that you've won 6 games in a row, you've won a couple of finals now, and so you're in good form. How much confidence does that give you?
It gives you a lot of confidence. I think at the start of the year we were a team, looking to try and bridge the gap on the Swans and these teams that have been up there for a number of years. And I think we hoped we were a good side, and we felt we were on the right track. But until you get the results on field against the quality sides, and throughout the year, I think beating Sydney and Sydney, Freo over there, Port Adelaide, Hawthorn, the boys just get a lot of confidence just bit by bit, and that builds. And then standing up in 2 big finals builds again. So we come here with great confidence, and certainly know it's a big task, but not afraid of the challenge.
So that's really interesting. You said at the beginning of the year you were hoping you're a good side, but is it the case that you now believe you are?
No doubt. It's impossible if you haven't got the runs on the board. It's a false fact if you just think you're going to be a good side. You've got to go out and do it. And until you are, it's one good thing. It's one thing to believe it, but until you actually go out against the good sides and walk off and sing the team song, it's pretty hard to build that belief. And we've done that this year. And as I mentioned, a number of challenges that we've been able to rise on top of, and that's how you build belief. So we certainly come here full of confidence, and just looking forward to the challenge.
Talk about the key matchups, Buddy, Kurt Tippett. Who are you going to play on those guys?
Yeah, we'll have obviously our key defensive unit for the most part of the year. In the last few weeks, with obviously Nathan Grimer, Spud Ferrido and Scotty Thompson. So depending on how they play, we're really keen to play our way and play our method, not get pulled apart by what Sydney want to try and do. Scotty Thompson's played on Buddy a few times and did well earlier in the year. So matchups are important, but I think even more critical is just our ability to stifle their ball movement and restrict the amount coming in, but also the quality of the ball coming in, because
I think it matters if you've got 4 guys playing on those guys. If the ball's coming in unpressured, then it's they're pretty tough to stop.
Well, just briefly, last week, Buddy went into the centre and kicked a couple of goals and won the game for the Swans. So what are you going to do when he does that?
We just got to be aware of it. We know he's been doing that his whole career. That's why he is, who he is. He's not a one-trick pony. He can play deep and he's very good there. But if they want to change it up, he can get upfield and play like another on-baller, and he's got that great run and obviously long penetrating kick. So we've got a plan in place for that and make sure that we won't be taken or put off guard if that does happen. The boys just out there have got to be able to execute and be ready for it if they do try and not let them get goal side.
What are your advantages? What's North got over the Swans?
I think we've got a lot of depth through our midfield, and you look at from an opposition point of view, who do you put your time into? I think we've got a good mix this year now with the addition of Del Sano. Daniel Wells back and in form. Andrew Swallow back from his injury, and he's built and got better every year as the year's gone on. So I think we've got a lot of options, and we don't rely on one player through there. So I think you look at the All-Australian, we had one guy, Boomer, who made the squad but didn't get in, and it probably shows, for a preliminary final team that we are playing as a team and having 22 contributors. So I think our strengths and what we need tonight is 22 guys playing their role, nothing more, nothing less.
And Goldstein in great form, though.
He obviously helps, yeah. So been a terrific player for us all year, and like the Swallows and Wells, I think he's really built as the year's gone on, and he's played his best footy when it's meant the most. So,
Josh Drummond, is there any danger that North might be playing their grand final tonight, that you've made it this far and you've exceeded expectations?
No, I don't think so. I think you could argue, if that was your argument, that we had the grand final 2 weeks ago, we had an elimination final, so it's all or nothing. There's no tomorrow, and then last week as well. Elimination final, all or nothing. So tonight's no different for us. We're just pumped. We haven't played this deep in the finals for a number of years, and ever since Brad's been here, this is what we've been building towards. So we certainly don't play it like it's our grand final. It's a huge game, and if we play the way we have been and we play 120 minutes, we can worry about a grand final hopefully next week.
Good luck.
Thanks a lot.
David Mark with Josh Drummond from the North Melbourne camp. And in a way, having touched base with both, it's the expectations of the Swans against the hopes of North Melbourne. The Kangas heavy underdogs coming here. All the advantages sit in Sydney's favour, given the way they've set themselves up with the week off and the home preliminary final. But North, they've defied things over the past couple of weeks, and they'll be out to do that again. The team news, they're as selected, so no surprises there. The subs have come up. Craig Bird for the Swans, and for North Melbourne, Ryan Bastanak, who started in the bid the last couple of weeks and done a good job when he's come on to impact the game. So Bird and Bastanak, the subs. That gives you the landscape as we look towards this preliminary final. Crowd on the build. They've opened the top deck. They were selling tickets at $50 a pop to get a few extra in, and the size of the crowd will be one of the features of the night out here at the Olympic Stadium. Full preview next.
Hi there, it's Raf. This month on Book Club, we're reading Julian Barnes' The Sense of an Ending. It's about the effects of time on four friends. As Julian Barnes writes, we live in time. It holds us and moulds us, but I've never felt I understood it very well. It takes only the smallest pleasure or pain, he writes, to teach us time's malleability. To find out more or to register for the club, put Read with Raf into your search engine. The Book Club on Drive with me on 774 ABC Melbourne.
Grandstand. ABC Grandstand. On radio, online, and on digital radio.
This is the AFL Final Series.
The opportunity to do what we do, go to the well every week with your mates, that's what we find enjoyable. And, that holy grail, that cup at the end, that's what it's all about.
Grandstand AFL.
I just want to feel this moment.
We've prepared well. Now it's just about actually putting it into actions on game day, and that's what we're looking forward to.
We're certainly not satisfied with what we've achieved so far, and we've got supreme confidence that if we bring our best, we can prevail.
I just want to feel this moment.
Down Franklin from the left forward pocket. That's remarkable. Something very, very special from Buddy Franklin. Harvey got there first. He sprints away. 2 bounces. Make it 3. 35 out. Hooks the kick around the corner to Ben Brown, who feeds it to Petrie, who snaps the goal. You can't tackle what you can't catch. Players race to it. Howard set for Pike. It's done perfectly. Thomas got it. He snaps and he goes!
Dan Hanbury from 30 out. He makes sure Sydney are heading to a preliminary final.
Live from the Olympic Stadium, this is the AFL Final Series.
North Melbourne fans, get a ticket to Sydney! You're off to the preliminary final!
Sydney versus North Melbourne in the first preliminary final.
We're in good form, they're in good form. It's going to be a cracking preliminary final. There's no reason why we shouldn't come out all guns blaring.
A long range shot at goal, that's a beauty! And it's a finish with a flourish.
I just wanna feel this moment.
Grandstand AFL.
The Sydney Swans and North Melbourne meet in this first preliminary final at the Olympic Stadium. You'll hear it all on Grandstand AFL. Gerard Whateley and Adam White to call it for you. Ty Kennelly and David Parkin in place. The white-hot Swans with their star-studded lineup against the blue-collar Kangaroos, who are looking to cause yet another upset in this final series of 2014. We'll go through it all shortly with a national audience assembled, but just a few moments here to deal with the news of the day, which was always going to revolve around Essendon. Perhaps the most recent item first. And Adam White, you've been adamant for a number of days that Patrick Ryder would be leaving the Bombers, not because of circumstances with his partner or his child, but flatly because he didn't want to play for Essendon anymore. And now that has come to fruition.
That's exactly right, Gerard. So up until yesterday, the Bombers were still hopeful that they might have been able to talk him around, even though he was speaking to other clubs in the last week or so. But unfortunately, from an Essendon point of view, Patrick Ryder has officially now told Essendon that he wants to be traded. Now, importantly, at least at this stage, he hasn't specified a club. My understanding is that he's spoken to a few already, and there are others that would like to speak to him. So the feeling from maybe a week ago that it was going to be definitely going to Brisbane, I just don't see that happening, because the Lions aren't prepared to give up their first round pick for him, and there are other clubs that have already spoken to Essendon and suggested that first round draft picks would be involved in any trade. So ultimately, it's sort of up to Ryder, because if Ryder isn't happy where Essendon's prepared to trade him to, he could potentially go to a tribunal situation. And make no mistake about it, Ryder's prepared to do that if things don't work out the way he would like them to, and his management. But at least at this stage, it's very much a situation of negotiation.
So Port Adelaide's been fitted up as the favourite right now, having jumped the queue, but you've got a sense that the team we're about to see tonight, who gets everybody, might pick up Ryder.
Absolutely. I know that the chairman, Andrew Pridham, has come out and said that we don't intend to trade for Patrick Ryder, but I've got a feeling that at the moment Sydney have got more important things to be worrying about rather than 2015. I think they're very much in the frame. I think the Giants are in the frame. I think Port Adelaide's in the frame. Brisbane's definitely in the pack, but I'm just not sure they're going to be able to facilitate a trade that Essendon is happy with. But I think at least the fact is now Essendon knows they ain't keeping him, so it's a question of what they can get for him that best suits their needs. I think it'll be a three-way trade, Gerard. I think it'll be a situation that possibly a club will come in and offer a situation where draft picks are involved that Essendon can then on trade to try and get a senior player into the place of similar age to Ryder, because the Bombers are of the belief that they're in the premiership window for next year and possibly the year after.
It was the second major loss of the day for Essendon after they got a quilting in federal court, as that case was dismissed in the most emphatic manner. It leaves the club back where it was 3 months ago. There are 34 players facing show cause notices, and frankly it's time to answer those. They played a poor hand when those show cause notices were issued. The players should have set their minds on answering those. Their legal representation is now aware what the case is against them, so they've had a couple of months to prepare. They should be ready to submit those documents at a moment's notice. And on the club side of things, the court case was a folly. It was an indulgence. It's time for resignations at Essendon. It's time to accept responsibility, and there's no ducking it anymore. The persecution complex that they developed, the conspiracy theories that they came up with, they were outright dismissed by the law of the land today. So they can't duck from it anymore.
Now, we were on a plane when it was handed down, so we're a little bit removed from it up here in Sydney, Jerry, but from what you've been able to ascertain this afternoon, what do you think Essendon will do next? And what should they do next?
Well, they shouldn't be appealing They said at the start that they wouldn't. They would go through, they would make their best case, they would do so on behalf of the players, which I think is disingenuous. They've been thrashed, frankly. There's no point on what I read appealing that they'll get beaten again. It will cost them more money. Costs were awarded against them. It's time to accept responsibility. The right people need to resign. If they won't resign, they need to be sacked. And then the club needs to start to look after its players, which is answering the show cause notices, and then figure out how to go forward from there.
Okay, we'll talk about it more tomorrow on the Saturday agenda, but just on James Hird and Mark Thompson now, because the Suns, my understanding is Marcus Ashcroft is coming down to Melbourne on the weekend. Not sure why, but it's part of this review. Where does Mark Thompson and James Hird sit in all of this
You probably
now?
need a little bit more time, and maybe we'll be in a better position to address that tomorrow, but it's difficult to imagine James Hird coaching that team next year. So North Melbourne and the Sydney Swans, the North is out first. The Swans about to emerge. It's a beautiful banner. Adam Goodes, 350 sensational games. He's one of the ornaments of his era, not only in the game but in the country. The reigning Australian of the year. He might be coming towards the end. He might only have 8 quarters of football left. He conceded that this week. He wants it to be 8 and not 4. David Parkin and Ty Kennelly. And Tiger, I might start with you. If the Swans don't win tonight and make the grand final, is this a fail?
Yeah, no doubt about it for me. Look, the season that they've had, they've obviously finished in the top. They've been the top 2 team in the competition, and not making a grand final would be a disappointment for this group. Now, how you handle that pressure is very different to Sydney and very different what the Swans have been used to. But certainly, it would be a fail if they don't win tonight.
David?
Oh, I'm in agreement with that. Absolutely. Now they've got to this point, finished on top with a healthy list. There are half a dozen, maybe more players that I can think of now who it would be in most teams. Derek, Jack, Laidler, Towers, Membry, Mitchell, O'Keefe. They're all not anywhere, well, some of them are close, but not in this bracket. It shows that they have a lip for great depth, and they're all there. They haven't had to rely on any of those. So it's very hard to mount a case for North Melbourne. Not because North aren't any good, and I think their last month or so has shown them a very creditable top 4 team now, worked their way into that. Great win, just a bit lucky at the finish last week against Geelong. But when you look at both the structure and the method of North Melbourne as compared with Sydney, who have set the standard, there's not a weakness that I can find in the Sydney structure. They have a forward line that's probably the most formidable that I've seen set up in AFL football history, and that's not denigrating, even Hawthorn's current one. They have a midfield that goes deeper and stronger, and the number of players, 7, who are what I call combined inside and outside players, whereas you look at the A-graders in North, probably 4 of them, 3 of them, Del Santo, Gibson probably, and Harvey are all outside players in the true sense of the word. And you've got Cunnington, probably the one that is the inside and is the A-grade. They've got 4 A. So wherever the midfield looks talented, but Sydney's look better. And then I go down back and I think, well, maybe the Petrie Brown unit doubling up down there is causing some problems. Black has run into a bit of form in the finish. They've got 3 capable forwards. But when you look at the unit, which works as the Swans' defensive team, there's nothing of weakness there too. They can cover the tours. Whereas you go down back for North, they look a good little unit, don't worry, but little is the word in terms of the people they're going to line up on. And, it would be a horrifying experience. I wouldn't have slept too well if I was one of the back North 6 for this week leading into the game. So it's hard to mount a significantly and plausible case to get North over the line. I hope I'm wrong, but I think that it will be a comfortable win to Sydney and get them into a grand final, deservedly so.
I couldn't agree more with you, David. Look, it's for me, it's Sydney's to lose, and it's probably mentally is where they're going to lose it. They're cherry ripe, really. They're the fittest team in the competition at the moment. They got the healthiest list, and they've probably got the most talented list in the competition. So they're ticking 3 boxes already. It's probably mentally where they're at. Are they already thinking about next week? Are they trying to think about, well, how do I get through this game without so I suppose using so much energy where you can actually save yourself a small bit? Or are they primed to say, well, we're in a preliminary final? Yes, this is the third preliminary final in a row, so they've played them. They've got a bit of experience there on how to actually deal with it. A lot of players certainly playing a preliminary final. It's that occasion where you don't really want to miss the big dance, and it enters your head in the game. And sometimes you might be thinking, well, halfway through the game you could be leading or you could be under pressure. You can lose focus thinking about exactly what's going on next week, and that happens, teams. And that's probably the only concern I'd have is mentally where they're at, and that's probably something that John Longmire and the coaching staff has no control over, where every one of them individually, that's where it goes down to the leaders on the ground. And on the flip side, North Melbourne has probably been the most inconsistent team in the finals throughout the year. Now, their form in the last 6 weeks has been incredible, but if you look at their last 2 games, they've been inconsistent. You know, they were incredible finish against Essendon to get up over the line. They flew out of the blocks last week against the Cats, but again, they were inconsistent, and they had that up and down game, and they can't afford to do that tonight, where Sydney will really put them under pressure for 4 quarters, and when that down comes in the game, Sydney is certainly going to take advantage of it.
Well, Ty, that inconsistency, I guess the difference between Sydney's best and worst is insignificant. The difference between North is significant. Can you nail the factor or factors which have produced so much inconsistency particularly within and sometimes between games, far as North are concerned?
It probably stems back to last year when you look at the games that they lost with the momentum changes, and they weren't able to change, and how many games they actually lost by less than a goal. Now, they spent a whole pre-season working on changing momentum and trying to deal with actually how do you stop losing a game by such an amount, or when they've been so far ahead. That's probably still there to a certain degree, that inconsistency in their ability to probably a concentration level. How do you actually stop the game and how do you deal with it? That takes your leaders to actually grab hold of the game with the experience to understand the game state and where the actual game is. Okay, it's going away from us here in this quarter. It's going away. A couple of minutes, Sydney are on top. How do we stem the flow? Generally, what you want to do is get your hands on the ball when that happens. A lot of clubs actually try and lock down on opponents. But the way to stop momentum is actually get your hands on the ball. So if you can get your hands on the ball more than actually trying to lock down someone, because you're locking down on someone, you're like a car in a caravan, you're just following him around and he's still going to get first crack at the football. So if you can get your hands on the ball, and that's what they've got better at, and that's what Nick Del Santos came into the club to do, is try and get his hands on the ball, and he has made a difference.
Well, there's a suggestion there, an implication from you, that maybe the leadership, the number and the quality, and this is not denigrating any player, but the real leadership in being able to take control of the situation, read the momentum change, and you as an individual do something about it. And I think in this particularly last 2 or 3 seasons, when I got to understand and know this North Melbourne team, who I respect enormously, I think there's a major deficiency in the number and quality of the in-game leadership that's required.
And that's why Harvey's such a crucial in for me as well. He's the spiritual leader, yes, but he does have that area where he can actually identify a problem in the game and a momentum swing. Now, having said that, and I agree with you 100%, Parker, probably the biggest game that they've won for me was the Essendon game. The pressure they were going into in that game is that if they don't perform, it's their time. They've had a couple of years when they've missed out in the finals. They've had this group together for nearly 100 games, plus that group. If they don't win, well, there's going to be changes to the list. So they're under that much pressure. So to get up over the line in that game itself was a big leadership group growing moment for some of those players. But I certainly think it's an area that they have struggled with in the past, and it's still an area that they need to work on and improve on.
Well, talk to me about Pike's role in this team as compared with Goldstein. Here we have 2 ruckmen who are going to probably work head-to-head for about 90% of the game. Now, I have a bit of difficulty understanding why, in Pike's case, that both Reid, who I think's just
he's a centre forward, he's a key player. He's not a ruckman.
And Tippett, who I've seen ruck in his earlier days, who's an extremely, probably the best forward pocket ruckman in the game at the moment. I'm not sure, and maybe you can give us an understanding why Pike does and will do tonight, I would imagine, 90% maybe, 80 or 90%. Why is it the other 2 are not? Is it Pike so good at it and can do it, or is it the others are not willing or able?
I think it's probably willing with Kurt. I think he generally thinks he's an out-and-out forward and wants to stay there, and I think also obviously the concern when he's got his chronic knee injury and he's concerned about going into the centre bounds. You will see him actually as a forward half where Mike Pike actually won't go inside the 50 and will stay outside. At times you'll see 2 ruckmen inside there with Tippett and Pike, but certainly Goldstein's been incredible. He's had a fantastic final series for me, and he's been one that's lifted the club. But the one thing with Mike Pike, I will say, when you give that bloke a challenge, he just loves it, absolutely loves it. And I can guarantee you John Loma would have looked him in the eyes and said, Mike, it's on you. And I remember seeing a game they played Hawthorn about 6-8 weeks ago, and he got absolutely smashed for 3 quarters, and John Loma berated him at 3/4 time, and he actually came out and was incredible in that last quarter. So that's what Mike can do with all these deficiencies in the game.
Let's share in the formalities ahead of this preliminary final.
Tonight at ANZ Stadium, would you now please join with the players, coaches and umpires and be upstanding for the national anthem.
It's a new experience for many in the North Melbourne lineup. For the Swans, they know bigger days than this still. Sydney and North Melbourne through the last of the warm-ups now. David Mark is our man on the boundary tonight. David, good evening.
Good evening, Jared. And yes, the conditions here look absolutely fantastic. The ground was very ordinary about 3 weeks ago for the last round of the home and away season, but it's gradually improved over the last couple of weeks as it's rained less and less in Sydney, and it's looking quite firm and very well grassed. There's an area just in front of us here on the broadcast boundary that's been relaid in the last couple of weeks. It's still a little bit soft, but that's probably the only problem area. Jared, there's virtually no wind. There's the odd skerrick, which is coming from the south at about sort of 6-7 kilometres an hour. I don't think it's going to have any impact on the match. And the crowd is building up nicely. I'm told there were about 46,000 tickets that were sold from 1 o'clock. And as you mentioned earlier, the top tier is open. So hopefully we can get a crowd of up to around 50,000. It's basically red and white now, but there's a scattering of blue and white throughout the crowd as well.
Yep, some have made the trip, but plenty will be listening at home and watching as well, as the hopes of Brad Scott's team have been sent soaring over the past couple of weeks, and they've given themselves a crack at things, and that's all you can ask when you're in the Final Four. What do you think, Tig? What do you expect to happen?
Yeah, I think it's going to be closer than a lot of people are thinking. I think the way North Melbourne have won the last 2 weeks, it can do two things for me as a team. One, you can come into the mindset we've got nothing to lose and you can just go for it. Or two, you can say as a team, well, no one would expect us to get this far. Let's put the cue in the rack. I think they're going to go with the first one and say, well, we've got nothing to lose. Let's go for it. But the first week, the pressure was on them against Essendon. Last week, they held on for a super win against the Cats. I think they'll put up to it. For me, it's just the rest and the break that Sydney have had. They are primed with the fittest and healthiest list in the competition at the moment, and they're set for it. And I think Sydney will win, and I think Buddy will have a fairly good night.
David Parkin?
Oh, I'm absolutely convinced that the methodical, consistent effort of Sydney will be a 2 or 3 goal break by quarter. That's a terrible thing. I think it'll be somewhere between 6 and 8 goals by the end of the game, with a team that's committed to the method, have the talent, are hungry to go the next step. I don't think there's but I love North. I love North to come out and do what you throw there to the wind and just let themselves go. They have a chance to run them hard.
I'm really interested in see how Sydney handle the pressure if they don't start well. It's an unfamiliar territory for Sydney to be saying it's disappointing year if you don't make the grand final, and that pressure is coming from outside. I'm sure John and coach staff are trying to keep it off the team, but it's going to be interesting to see if they don't start well.
The opening siren for the first preliminary final. The expectations of the Sydney Swans pitted against the hopes of North Melbourne. On Grandstand AFL, you're with Adam White.
It's simple. The winner plays in the last Saturday in September. Up it goes and down it comes. Parker tried to kick it off the ground for the Swans. It's messy inside the centre square. Big bumper there, and it comes out to Kennedy. Handball's out to Goods, and the Swans are away. Reece Shaw now has it on the wing. Kicks up to Franklin, who marks in front of Thompson. So a lot of the big guns getting into the action early. Franklin kicks down on another one of those guns. Tippett couldn't take it on the bounce. Fights on hard for it at ground level. Spits out towards McGlynn, who takes it over the line, and it will be thrown in at the 50, left half forward for the Swans.
And the question, I suppose, a lot of people wanted answered was Thompson, is he going to go to Franklin? And we've got it, and Dreimer going to Tippett, so he's in for a tough night, I think.
Swans first into attack. Goldstein, though, with a tap. Zeeble onto the footy. He's down in the tackle of Kennedy. They're 50 out from the Swans goal. The pack moved for a moment, but the ball never emerged. Grundy has Brown at the other end. Richards on Petrie. Thrown up. Comes out the Swans' way. Kennedy gets hold of it, puts it through Gibbs. Goods, he gives it off to Smith, who kicks inside the 50, and Reid out to take the mark.
Well, even that is convincing, isn't it? I mean, the ferociousness, the support, the decision-making, and finally the execution to Reid was all at A+ level.
And clean, wasn't it? Just very, very clean and effective.
Sam Reid, 50 metres out from goal. Drop punt on its way. Hits the left-hand post. It looked good for most of the way. About the opening score as the Swans behind.
Well, that would be a sigh of relief. I reckon North would have seen what we've seen, and that had been put away. You couldn't have got a better start to a game. Now that's just hesitated them a bit.
Del Santo goes short on the kicking to Grimer. He's short in the back pocket. He goes short as well. So the Kangaroos just trying to kick it around in defence at the moment. Attlee has it. He'll go back to Grimer in the goal square. He's played on. So now he's in the right back pocket and he kicks long. He's wanting Zeeble in a one-on-one, and he marks very strongly against McGlynn on his chest. Good use of the body. So Jack Zeeble has it at right half back. He looks up. There's a fair bit of movement. And he kicks down towards Lindsay Thomas. A terrific kick from Zeeble, and a good mark from Thomas on his chest. Centre wing in front of the interchange gates. He looks up, so not a lot of fluency with the movement at the moment. As he kicks long towards Goldstein, Petrie comes late into the contest and takes the mark. Right half forward, he kicks into the man on the mark. Ricochets out towards Reece Shaw, who grabs it. Petrie with the tackle, dispossessed, but Kennedy mops up for the Swans, gives the handball to Rampy, who kicks to the wing, and Reid marks.
Reid wants to play on, not the greatest of hand passes. Tipped over, though, by Franklin. Got it to Kennedy, off to McGlynn, inside the 50. Tippett came out, spoil made across the front. Unflinchingly by Wright, who got hurt in the process. Turner puts it through Del Santo, out the back to Grimer, and North clear the area. Cunnington takes the mark at half-back. Hand pass to Wills, came unstuck. Attlee wins it back. His hand pass is battered down by Shaw. They're in the middle of the ground and they're scrapping desperately for it. McVeigh with a hand pass. McGlynn was fearless. No free kick. Goods dispossessed. Greenwood out the back. Gibson and Attlee, and he works it around to Jacobs. North around the wing.
And it's a good kick into the path of Greenwood. If it sits for him, it does, and then he gets absolutely swallowed by Hanbury, but the tackle was too high, and he'll take it. Greenwood 80 metres out from goal. Wants to go quickly. It's an open forward line. Petrie gets a break. Richards with the spoil. Gets to the back. Ben Brown forced to spoil there. 30 metres out from their goal. He then flies in with a tackle, and it will now be thrown up. 30 metres out from the Kangaroos' goal.
They'd be pleased with that, North. Actually, some good decision-making under real heat. Have got the ball forward with a bit of a... terrific.
Goldstein wins the tap down. Thomas hit the contest at a great rate of knots. It was immediately tackled, and it will now be thrown up.
And I saw your interview during the week with Josh Kenny. We were wondering about his rustiness. You know, he's had one game in 5 weeks. He's already got 4 touches in the game.
Just chisel off the rust as he goes. Deep forward for North. Cut off, though, by Shaw. Winkles out some sort of kick. It'll be cut off by Petrie. He's run down as soon as he got it. Kieran Jack was all over him, and he wins holding the ball. I'm sure Petrie was terribly culpable. The circumstances just didn't quite pan out for him.
Just a big bloke who's slow from head to foot, that's all.
And those things are hard to overcome. Jack kicks long down the line. Kennedy is spoiled by Cunnington, and it's out of play.
He thought he was going to have a cup of tea and a sandwich. They were there.
So it'll be thrown in front of the North Melbourne interchange gates. It's a good throw in. One down by Goldstein, shark by McGlynn, who fell over, but he got tripped. That's why he fell over. So he'll take the free kick on the AFL logo, Ben McGlynn. Melcheski runs past, gets the handball, fires a kick towards half forward. It was a poor kick. Reid was behind, but it was nowhere near him. And Wright takes the mark for the Kangaroos at right half-back, who's really had a good final series, Sam Wright. He kicks down the line back towards the wing. Black and Petrie there for the Kangaroos. Richards with the spoil for the Swans. Crumbs though to Thomas. Gives the handball to Gibson. To Black on his left. Kicks the half forward over the top of Goldstein. And the Swans come up with the football with Rampy getting the handball to Pike.
Pike gives it off to Rowan, running across half-back. The kick needs to be weighted well, and it is. Smith takes the mark, plays on around the far side. Well-weighted ball for Hanbury. They want to move it quickly. Jetter's short. The longer target is Reid and Tippett. Reid to the front. Tippett hands to it. Neither marked. Reid is after it against the boundary. Tippett's in a two-man tackle when he took possession, and he's dumped over the boundary by Grimer. 40 out from the Sydney goal.
So the forwards are looking dangerous, but we haven't really seen a lot of Buddy early. It's been Tippett and Reid particularly. There's still plenty of time for Franklin and Goods. Ball gets thrown in 40 metres out from the Swans' goal. Goldstein wins the tap. Taken there by Wells, who gets a kick out of the congestion. Black had a fumble for the Kangaroos. It's now on the turf. Greenwood got out a handball to Del Santo. Kick around the body into the path of Swallow. But Ben Brown coming in the other direction took the footy. Kicks up towards half forward. Big crash of bodies. Swallow with the crumbs. Left foot kick around the body. Fancy Rampy here. Takes it well on the bounce, but it's coming back. It was out of play as Swallow took the kick, so it'll be thrown in.
And Rampy's the one on Thomas. I thought it might have been the other way around. Might have been Smith.
Yeah, look, it's a big... I think probably they're worried about his jumping ability and whatnot, but I think they'll change a bit. They've done that a few times this year with Nick Smith and Dane Rampy swapping opponents.
One Sydney behind in 7 minutes of play. Hanbury's down at the stoppage and he lost the footy. Wills worked it around. McDonald inside the 50 and Ben Brown with the strong hands in front of Grundy. He takes the mark. Close to goal.
Well, that's terrific because he actually read it quicker than Grundy. He read it off the boot quicker, and he's such a good athlete that once he got in front and jumped, Grundy couldn't defend it. Too big. Terrific effort for a young kid to read it so well, accelerate so quickly, and clunk it in his hands. Just has to go back, do the side, an enormous confidence boost.
Brown has made himself a cult hero in this final series. In game number 11 for the first goal of the preliminary final. With a surety beyond his years, North Melbourne gets the first major. One straight to one behind after 8 minutes of play.
Isn't it interesting that Reid had the shot at this end and the build-up to that was first class. He happened to hit the post. Brown's gone back with a run that probably from Goulburn somewhere up to here. It was the longest run you've ever seen, and you're thinking all the way, this is a terrible style or actional technique, and it goes straight through the middle. And who's on the mark first? North Melbourne.
Ben Brown kicking to the heavily populated North Melbourne end. The cheer squad behind the goals. As we go back to the middle. North Melbourne 6, Sydney no score. Goldstein wins the tap down, wanted Zeeble, but it bounced away from him. Picked up by Jack for the Swans. Handball to McGlynn, who lost it. Kennedy goes in hard for the Swans, gets a handball back to McGlynn. Oh, almost lost his head from Andrew Swallow's tackle. And McGlynn will get another free kick. Inside the centre square, but defensive side of centre. He kicks towards Reid, who will mark on the wing.
He's the type of bloke, Benny, you want, to start in finals. He just cracks into the footy, so it's good to see.
Shaw kicks up to Franklin. Thompson was right there, had the spoil. Kennedy, though, wins a handball to Franklin, to Hanbury. Kicks to Tippett. Oh, he dropped it! If it was a Pavlova, it would have got him all in the face. It's gone out of bounds for a throw in 40 metres around from Sydney's goal.
And I love the quiet word that Grimer had to him when he put it down. Oh, where were you, sonny boy?
Waiting to see the next ball coming. Kurt will be keeping his eye on it, and if he drops it, it's going to make for an interesting night, isn't it?
It's going to make for an interesting night.
35 from the Sydney goal. Kennedy runs onto it in the stoppage. Hand pass ineffective. Oh, they left it there for Franklin. and they presented him with a gift in the goal square, which he wasn't able to convert. Oh, it's a rushed behind. It's a severe let-off for North Melbourne, who just somehow left the ball loose in the goal square.
The Kangaroos dicing with death here again in the back pocket. They're under pressure. Sam Wright has a second go on his left foot, kicks outside the 50, not a great kick towards McVeigh, got front on contact, no free kick. North Melbourne come up with it, Swallow to Ferrito, now to Del Sano, all handballs. Del Sano took a bounce, then gave a handball to Harvey, he's in trouble, no, he shrugged the tackle from Sam Reid well and then kicked brilliantly. And Turner now marks for the Kangaroos, almost to half forward, pokes it up towards the 50, Gibson up, couldn't take the mark against McVeigh, comes out towards Sydney and Smith, who got a handball to Shaw, who gives the handball to McGlynn, now to Parker, and the Swans are through midfield.
He's bursting down the wing, Parker, he gives off the hand pass to Reid and he kept on going, he's got it 60 out, he kicked for Tippett, on the sprawl, he didn't take that mark either. Grimer works it away to Zeeble, he's dragged down but gets it off to McDonald, who's slung in a tackle by McDonald, he didn't get rid of it, the umpire waved play on. It's 25 out from the Sydney goal, it's been balled up.
And how did you interpret that, umpire? How did you interpret that?
Oh, it's a clear drop of the football.
Oh, shit.
Even if they umpire differently in September, that has to be holding the ball. Gibson works it away to right. Grimer hasn't done a great deal with the clearing kick. It's out against the boundary and seen over the boundary. 35 out from the Swans goal. 2 behinds to North Melbourne's 1 goal.
A bit of giving up your own responsibility. The ball, Blake's chucking it away to other people who are in worse condition. I don't want this.
It's a hot potato. I don't want it.
It is.
Thrown in the right forward pocket for the Swans. Tippett wins it down. Swallow got it for a second and then lost it in the tackle. Josh Kennedy gets out the handball. Grundy puts it back inside 50 to full forward, but Grimer going back with one arm. A very good mark under pressure. Kicks it out wide to Gibson, who's away and running. They can work it well here, the Kangaroos. Up to McDonald now with the kick. He's almost at the wing. He kicks to half forward and coming out and marking on his chest is Brown. 75 metres out from goal. He looks up. Thomas goes to the pocket, jumps up high, couldn't quite complete the mark, and the ball goes out of play. He used Richards as a step ladder, but couldn't quite hold the mark.
You know how many times we've seen in finals when you've had the week off, you do actually start a bit slower because it takes you a bit longer to get up to the speed of the game, and that's what it looks like at the minute for me, just the speed of the game, and Sydney actually looked a bit tired.
Swans have had it inside 50 twice as much. North have the only goal. Cunnington couldn't do anything with it at the stoppage. Smith got downed, ball disappears underneath. Umpire back in to restart.
And Jared, on that point, it was a problem Sydney had in the first half against Fremantle as well. Their inside 50s, their strength can be their Achilles heels at times.
Goldstein down to Harvey in the tackle of Jetta. The ball spills clear. Parker with some heavy work, got it to Hanbury, feeds it out wide to McVeigh, keeps it in the field of play, goes down the line. Franklin against Thompson. Thompson superior. Planted the body, worked Franklin underneath, took the mark, and Franklin with the afters gives away a 50-metre penalty.
I find a bit of difficulty interpreting that way. But it was the play on action. He didn't know he'd taken the mark. It was back on the ball, took his body at the same time. I think that's a bit harsh, but very helpful to the North Melbourne Footy Club.
Very harsh.
That's the best and easiest entry you can have in the 50, isn't it?
Exactly right. And a very short 50 too.
Scott Thompson has kicked 6 goals in 135 games coming here tonight. He's 45 metres out, negligible angle. Thompson kicked it like a man who kicked 6 goals in 135 games. He yanked that out to the left and he didn't score.
A couple of years ago, he actually kicked 3 against Sydney when he was playing on Goodsey. I remember playing in that game, so he's got 50% of his goals against the Swans, which is not a good omen.
You always thought it was a fluke and he's just proved it.
Thrown in deep in North Melbourne's left forward pocket. Pike won the tap down for the Swans. They all dive in, and I reckon McGlynn might be in trouble here. He's not getting it out. Oh, the umpire will call for it. Parker was there as well, but gee, they just jumped on the Swans.
Your call was correct.
Yeah, thrown up. One down by Pike. Comes out to Jetta of the Swans. Into traffic, out of traffic, handball to Lloyd. Lloyd kicks it out towards half-back. Ferrito had the best chance for the Kangaroos, but it's bounced away and it's gone out of play for a throw-in out on the wing.
Well, when it passed him, he was the last player between there and Sydney's goal, and he was playing almost at the front end or the back end of his square. That's amazing, isn't it? No one in that part of the ground.
Thrown in. Pike wins it down decisively, but Swallow grabs the football. Handball missed Atley. Parker went in strongly. Got a handball to Pike, about a 10-metre kick in the Jack direction. Shrugs the tackle. Handballs to Kennedy, to Pike from a standing start. Little lucky, but it's been marked by Sam Reid. Just forward of the wing now for the Swans.
The fans wanted the corresponding 50-metre penalty after Reid was held up. He kicks for Franklin, who rises, can't take the mark. Goods underfoot. He gathers, he opens the angle, he screws it around the corner, and he kicks the goal of a master. Maybe 8 great quarters left, maybe just 8 great moments. Mark that down as one of them. Adam Goods with the Swans' first goal halfway through the opening term. 1-2-8 Sydney, North Melbourne 1 straight.
How often does he do it? You know, when the team needs a goal, he just has an ability to kick a goal when the team needs it. You know, and I know it's still early in the game, but they needed a goal to settle him, and he just finds a way, and he's got an ability to put himself in a position to understand, well, we need a goal. He's read this incredibly, so he's come in for the crump, and he's just looking busy. He looks like a bloke that's 21 years of age, and he's running around kicking a snap from 30 on his left.
Back in the middle, Pike this time against Ben Brown, who jumps early, but Pike wins the tap down. Kieran Jack takes it. Left foot kick was a little rushed to half forward, and Ferrito zoning off, taking the mark for the Kangaroos. He goes out towards Brown on a wing, and he takes a very good mark on the stretch. And he's just forward of the wing on the far side of the ground. So he's sort of pushed out there from the centre square from the ruck contest. He kicks up towards Petrie, who marks strongly in front of Grundy. He's too far out to score. He'll just pop it up towards full forward. Zeeble there, Black there. Didn't quite get that far. Rampy comes in, gets tackled well by Zeeble. He was able to get the handball to Melcheski.
The clearing kick doesn't quite come off. It does clear the area, though, and bounces out of play at half forward for North.
And Gerard, this is such a great game of football. It goes without saying, but the pressure and the intensity is absolutely fantastic. But still those moments of free-flowing football. It's a joy to watch.
David Mark down on the boundary for us tonight. At the throw-in, Pike wins the tap. Cunnington, though, won the footy for North. Up to Turner. Gets some sort of kick inside the 50, but Grundy stole a march on Black on that occasion. And he intercepts. Gives it off to Shaw. Beyond the defensive 50, Goods the target. Telling spoil put on by Ferrito. They clattered in and the ball goes out of play.
So I love the way they're setting up Sydney. They're rotating those 4. Goods, Tippett, Franklin, Reid. They're rotating around up and back, and they're working really well as a unit.
Trying to keep a bit of separation is the key with the 4 as well.
Cunnington out of the stoppage, an inventive kick. Well spoiled by the defence and put back out of play.
Well, you know, Franklin's been the furthest back forward, and he's come up and he's taken 2 marks on the wing.
Just he's the deepest forward.
Oh, he's deeper forward now, and he's such an athlete.
40 around from North Melbourne's goal in their left forward pocket. Van Drumpo takes a while and then throws it into play. Pike wins it. Kennedy sharks it. Handballs to Reece Shaw from a standing start. He kicks the ball right into the middle of Stadium Australia, and Franklin marks it and plays on and bounces off 2 tackles. Kicks it well, just forward of centre. The handball comes out now to Hanbury on the left. He's missed to the left-hand side and through for a behind. Lloyd involved as well, but Hanbury on the fly took all the attention. You just thought he was going to kick it from there. He didn't. It's Sydney by 3 points.
Right on the kick in. He goes out to the left. Ferrito marks, flips it up over the top to Jacobs, who stumbles, drops the footy and leaves it in the field of play. Parker to Franklin to Kennedy. Oh, he wasted the kick inside. And Wright is able to claim it back for North. Across the face of goal for Grimer. Beyond the defensive 50, Brown up on the long lead. Pike against him. It reaches the back. Greenwood. North got a free kick and the advantage. He feeds it up forward to McDonald, to Del Santo, back to McDonald, almost had his head ripped off by Jetta. He gets a free kick and then he gets dumped by Jack.
That's more of a 50 than actually before on Buddy
agree.
Franklin. He's actually thrown him into if there was a fence there was no fence. It's actually a walkway in. So he's very, very lucky, Kieran Jack.
He actually dumped the player into some of the officials who were just off the ground.
McDonald kicks towards half forward. A big pack in the middle of it was Petrie. Couldn't quite complete the mark. Kennedy up to his 12th disposal as he kicks towards the wing. It was a tumbling football. Lloyd made it okay and gave a handball to Cunningham, who's away and running. He kicks towards Franklin at centre half forward. Thompson playing from in front did well. Putting the spoil, gets the football back, breaks the Franklin tackle, gives a handball to Ferreira, who had his handball knocked down. Sydney come up with it. Franklin from 70. Franklin from 70. Tip it in the square. He's marked it this time on his chest.
So disappointing for Ferreira. He won the ball well.
And Tippett has kicked the goal. And Sydney out by 9 points. 2-3-15. North Melbourne a goal. Franklin to Tippett.
Well, just a wayward hand pass.
You just can't turn the football over.
Just had to get it up over the top. He's hit it to the worst bloke in the business, who took one step and drilled it in and gave no chance at all to Tippett's opponent, none whatsoever.
And Tippett now is actually going in for the centre bounce. So it's something that we haven't seen a whole lot of this year, and he's gone back to playing. Sam has really played the traditional centre half forward for me in this first quarter, which is a change of a tactic in the question we were looking for throughout the preview.
Body better, I think, Tom.
And
body a lot better.
And finals football, the bigger body, obviously, like you said.
2-3 to a goal. Early danger signs for North Melbourne. Tippett wins the tap, wide of the circle. Swallow is onto it, Jack is onto him. The ball spills out. Del Santo to Zeeble, broke 2 tackles. He ran the gauntlet, he creates the play and he turns it over. Melcheski grabs it in the Swans' defence. He spreads it out to Jack around the wing. Inside the 50, Franklin. Perfectly weighted ball. Franklin had a step on Thompson. And it was safely in Sydney hands.
Just again a turnover. Super hands by Del Santo in the middle off the ground to give to Zeeble, who's actually charging past. Not a great ball use inside 50. Turnover. Turned over. Balls inside in your defensive 50 just like that. And when you've got space one-on-one, Thompson, it doesn't matter who you're playing on with that space as a forward. It's going to be very, very difficult to handle with quick ball movement.
First Goods, then Tippett, now Franklin. Sydney rolls out the heavy artillery. 3-3 to 1 straight after 22 minutes.
Can I also make the point on that? Zeebel's clear and going, and his teammates anticipate that the kick will be retained. And not only does it turn it over about 2/3 of the way where it was going, he turns it over to 5 forwards and they're just not able to be manned up, who have been left behind in the charge forward, and their teammates have gone to support that, and bang, back it comes. You can't do anything about it.
It's a decision making too. When you're going in this pressure in the finals, that you want to get that ball deep. Even if it goes out of bounds, you got a forward stop. So get it in the deep entry into your side 50.
3 in a row to the Swans, and Jack pushes it forward again with a low ball, bouncing football. McGlynn made it okay inside the centre square. Now they're running again. Hanbury, handball to Tippett, breaks a tackle. He's gone to Franklin again. He's got Thompson out of the way and he's marked it. Just too strong. He was out of position, buddy, and he got himself in a good position.
Oh, it's terrifying. Terrifying for the Bakers on him, and it's almost before the ball's come, he's been removed. The ball's, hardly within 5 metres. The technicality, the umpire could blow the whistle and say...
It's probably a free kick.
I would have thought it was a free kick the other way, but,
He's already had 4 marks, buddy. And this kick is missing to the left. He was only 25-30 max out from goal, but he's missed to the left, and a let-off there for North Melbourne. So Sydney 3-4-22, North Melbourne 1 straight 6 after 23 minutes.
Well, the footy gods agree with me. And you too, Carl.
Del Santo on the kick-in. North Melbourne needs a couple of calm and experienced heads at the moment. This is not his greatest effort. He's picked out McGlynn, who marks 55 from the Sydney goal. Goods is on a lead. The kick's going longer. Franklin and Reid close. It bounced off Reid's head. Franklin trying to play Crummer. Atlee burrows through in a tackle. Ball still in dispute. It got shovelled toward the goal by Jack, but it's run over the line by Grimer. This is the Swans by 17.
Sorry, John. This is the composure that Nick Del Santo's brought into the team for. Let's hold it up. Let's go. Right, boys. Come on. We're going long to this side, 2 of the numbers, and let's hold the ball up.
Del Santo goes long again, wanting Cunnington, who marks this time in front of McGlynn. Immediately goes. Handball wasn't great there, so he has to go back and get it again. He gets tackled. He's turned it over. Melcheski pokes it back inside the 50. Franklin's there, overruns the football. Wright comes in for North Melbourne. He's tackled by Goods. Wright goes again, and he's tackled by Goods again. Goods goes a third time, tries to shuffle out some sort of handball once and then twice, so 4 efforts from Goods. Finally, he's overwhelmed by North Melbourne jumpers. Ferreiro clears a kick outside defensive 50, but it's knocked out of play before any chance for North Melbourne to build from half-back. 60 out from Sydney's goal.
David, that's a moment there. Cunnington took a mark from a kick-out, slow down, go back, and he's played on with a handball. The ball's back inside the defensive 50, and they're under pressure again. That's a bit of a leadership that they're looking for, and the club has struggled with. They certainly need it at the moment.
8 scoring shots to 1, 17 points the margin. Cunnington wins it at the stoppage at half-back, gives it to Gibson. He kicks blindly around the wing and it rolls away from the pursuers and out of play.
And that's when you know the leadership says that we just can't run and gun here. We have to control the ball and slow it down, and it didn't happen, and they got burnt.
15 inside 50s to 9. It's been played on the Swans' terms at the moment. Tippett puts it down underneath the pack. It didn't emerge once it hit Hanbury. So Goldstein and Tippett doing the ruck work. Wills and Hanbury side by side. It's knocked down to Parker. Released the hand pass near Jack. Didn't take it. Jetta did. Got it to Hanbury. Hand pass over his head to open up the play to McVeigh. He kicked it into Jack and it takes a North Melbourne ricochet. McDonald feeds it forward. Wills is onto it. Gets through heavy traffic. He gives ground to Cunnington. Kick inside the 50. Petrie's on the lead. Got a big piece of it. Couldn't hang on. Richards has been knocked off for interference. It's Petrie's ball.
Well, if a team ever needed a goal in any game I've seen so far this year, this has to go through.
I'm not sure the free kick was there, so it's a lucky one for Drew Petrie. He was so steady around goal last week after being so influential at the end the week before. Drew Petrie from 48. It's at the right-hand post. It hits the woodwork. And he grimaces as he misses out. 1-1 North, 3-5 Sydney.
And Sydney goes quickly and gets it already up towards the wing, and it will continue on with a terrific mark taken by Parker into Hanbury. He squares it up to Lloyd, so they're inside the centre square, defensive centre. Gives the handball to Shaw, who goes long towards centre half forward. No mark taken. North Melbourne again, plenty of numbers. Sydney players down and hurt from that marking contest. Cunnington takes it for the Kangaroos. He kicks up towards midfield, and now North Melbourne just settle things down with Ferreiro. Ferreiro now goes long towards centre half forward. No mark taken off the pack. The Kangaroos still come up with it through Greenwood. He's at the 50. He kicks it wide. Maybe a chance for McDonald. He has marked it. Going back with the flight 40 metres from goal, but he is close to the boundary. Sam Reid is that player that seemed to come up a little short from that marking contest. The trainer's out with him, but he seems to be okay. And all eyes at the moment on Luke McDonald. He is a defender. Let's see how he goes at goal. From deep in the pocket, it's close. It starts to go across the face late. And it is a behind. So North Melbourne with the last 2 scoring shots. They're 1-2-8. Sydney 3-5. And again, the Swans go quick.
So North Melbourne's attack at goal has come from Thompson, who's kicked 1 goal every 2 years, and McDonald, who hasn't kicked a goal yet in his career.
And Jared Sam Reid's just come off for a bit of a break.
So they're not quite getting it into the hands they would like. The Swans coming out of 50 didn't quite work as Reece Shaw's kick was battered out of play. Pike takes it cleanly out of the ruck and kicks from half back to half forward. Tippett brings it to ground. He was trying to bring a crummer into it. He then follows up by laying the tackle, wrenching it clear, spinning out of a tackle, feeding it to Lloyd, who gives it to Jetta, and North won't see it again. Jetta takes a bounce, cruises in and rams it home. Kurt Tippett did all the muscle work. And Jetta with the finishing touch. 4-5-29 Sydney. North Melbourne 1-2-8 after 29 minutes.
Now they're getting outworked as well. There was a stoppage at half back for Sydney, and the two half forwards for Sydney, Lewis Jetta and Lloyd, were up at the stoppage, turned their defenders around and just beat them back and worked hard out back, and they were at the crown of Tippett at his feet, and they were nowhere to be seen, the North Melbourne defenders. There was two of them running forward at the stoppage here in Lloyd and Lewis Jetta, and that's just a work rate thing for me. It's not an ability thing, it's a pure and simple work rate.
And Tippett round his feet.
Yeah.
Mobility, agility to get that out. Fantastic.
Sydney 4 in a row in 14 minutes. From the centre bounce, it comes out to Zeeble. His handball, though, wasn't good, and Sydney comes up with it again. Jack, although his handball was poor, to Wells. Wells gives the handball to Watley for the Kangaroos. A wide kick towards half forward. It bounces in the field of play and goes out as the siren sounds to end the first term. Sydney leads at 4-5-29. North Melbourne 1-2-8. The Kangaroos kicking the first goal of the game through Ben Brown, and then Sydney kicking the next four. The goal kickers for the Swans: Tippett, Franklin, Jetta and Goods. Four of their X-Factor men all working in tandem in the first term. And for the Kangaroos, the goal kicker, as I mentioned, was Ben Brown.
This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio, News Radio and Grandstand Digital.
Hi, this is Josh Pike and I'm an ambassador for Garage Sale Trail. Each year, one big day of garage sales is held right across the country. It's Garage Sale Trail, and it's a great way to declutter, make money and discover treasures in your neighbourhood. This year's event will be on Saturday, October the 25th, and it's for households, community groups, schools, charities, makers and creators. So if you have a story to tell or something to sell, come and join in the fun. To register, go to garagesaletrail.com.au. Proudly supported by the ABC.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
The preliminary finals.
Wells worked it around. McDonald inside the 50 and Ben Brown with the strong hands in front of Grundy. Brown has made himself a cult hero in this final series. In game number 11 for the first goal of the preliminary final. With a surety beyond his years. North Melbourne gets the first major. Reid was held up. He kicks for Franklin, who rises, can't take the mark. Goods underfoot. He gathers, he opens the angle, he screws it around the corner, and he kicks the goal of a master. Maybe 8 great quarters left. Maybe just 8 great moments. Mark that down as one of them.
Gives a handball to Ferreira, who had his handball knocked down. Sydney come up with it. Franklin from 70. Franklin from 70. Tippett in the square. He's marked it this time on his chest. And Tippett has kicked the goal. And Sydney out by 9 points.
He spreads it out to Jack around the wing. Inside the 50, Franklin. Perfectly weighted ball. First Goods, then Tippett, now Franklin. Sydney rolls out the heavy artillery. Tippett brings it to ground. He was trying to bring a crummer into it. He then follows up by laying the tackle, wrenching it clear, spinning out of a tackle, feeding it to Lloyd, who gives it to Jetta, and North won't see it again. Jetta takes the bounce, cruises in and rams it home.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Local Radio, online and on ABC Grandstand Digital.
It's the Swans by 21 points at quarter time. In the NRL tonight, it's the Roosters 10, leading the Cowboys 0. Ty Kennelly and David Parkin.
Yeah, look, it was a good start from North. You know, obviously kicking the first goal of the game, and Sydney looked a bit slow early, and then they just blew them apart. You know, they just the key forwards for Sydney, but I just felt that they were getting outworked from halfway through that quarter to the end of the quarter. That Sydney's midfielders and forwards just outworked. Super isolation from the key forwards in Sydney, and a good tactical move again by John Longmire. I think we asked the question what was going to happen with Tippett, but he played a bit in the ruck, and he really kept Reedy as a key forward inside, because Sam's got a great understanding of structurally when you're playing as a key forward, and keeps the forwards away from the Tippett and away from the Franklin and the Goods. But North had their opportunities there. They had the ball in their hand, they had opportunities. There was no composure and a lack of leadership from me, but they had opportunities with the ball in the hand, actually try and slow the game down, take the momentum away from Sydney. And something we talked about before the game is, where's that leadership going to come from? You know, and you look at some of the numbers. You know, Harvey's had 1, Goldstein has only had 1, and you look at the flip side, and Josh Kennedy's had 12 possessions. You know, and Zeebel's had opportunities because he's had his hands on the ball and he just hasn't used it, and that hurts you when you're leaders, especially early in the game when a team's coming at you in a final. You want to try and stand up and say, stop the momentum, and how do we actually change this and get the game back on our terms?
You made the point partway through where two of the Sydney half forwards, they came up to the contest, not only contributed in taking the ball away from it, but in fact passed both their opponents on their way in a strong run into the front half. And that to me is just work rate. That's somebody spectating, somebody doing their absolute best to get involved as much as we can. And that happened a couple of times. And when it stands out like that, you think, look,
nothing to do with ability.
No, nothing to.
And that's the problem that I'm sure North would have and Scotty would have, wouldn't he, at quarter time?
And you can't. I mean, this is the game which demands it.
Yeah.
And if you're not getting it now, you talk about the leadership. That comes from people demanding that of their teammates. I got pretty upset at that time, about 2/3 of the way through the quarter, when an intensity which they brought initially was super. You know, no doubt about what North's mindset was, but that did dissipate to the point there was no leadership in the decision making to slow it down, and there was a lack of work rate up to the ball and through the contested situation. I've been disappointed. You know, Harvey Cunningham is a better player than I thought he was. I mean, he's done well. I think he's probably had the ball 4 or 5 times as well, and he's quite a good user of the ball. So some players, and there are two, a Harvey and a Goldstein, who have been so crucial in the way that they played, have got to get better.
Well, some of the stats to back that up, Parker. Harvey's only had the one disposal, which was a kick, and Lindsay Thomas only 2, Andrew Swallow only 3, Zeeble 4, whereas at the other end, from a Sydney point of view, the prime movers are getting the footy. Kennedy 12 disposals, Hanbury 9, Shaw 8, Buddy, McGlynn, Parker, Jack all 7. So it's a complete difference when it comes to the key midfielders for Sydney versus for North Melbourne.
From a tactical point of view, Sydney have actually changed in the last part of this season, where traditionally most teams have brought the 2 half forwards up to the stoppage. Sydney have kept them at home and back inside their own half at the feet of the key forwards.
It's the Swans by 21 into the second term. Pike wins the tap, but Goldstein comes up with the footy. Tried to feed it to Harvey, didn't get it there. Swallow wins it back for North. Hand passes wide to Greenwood, drops it onto the left boot inside the 50. Richards is in front of Petrie, and he takes the mark in defence.
Got to do better than that, Drew.
Hand pass to Shaw, who scoots around the back. Ran into a dead end with Petrie corralling him. Hand pass to Smith. He kicks beyond the defensive 50. Pike up in front. Good mark in front of Goldstein. Hand pass to Kennedy. Kicks it into the middle. Perfectly weighted for Melcheski, who marks and plays on and kicks for Tippett. Low down. He propelled himself at it. Couldn't take the mark. Fights for it at ground level against Grimer. Tippett's got it. He can't quite feed the hand pass out. He's brought down by a couple. Oh, he's knocked off holding the ball. I can't have that.
No, I can't
have that at all.
No.
So Ferrito has it for North Melbourne. Got confronted a couple of times. In the end, he just kicks as long as he can. Forward of centre towards Petrie. Richards with the spoil. Off the ground by Harvey for the Kangaroos to centre half forward. Zeebel's there. He was tackled. Thomas comes in. Wonderful handball to Goldstein. And Goldstein kicks the goal from 20 out. Well, terrific work there from Lindsay Thomas to get out the handball, and North get the first goal of the second term. North Melbourne 2-2-14, still trailing Sydney 4-5-29 after 90 seconds.
The lucky free kick, and it was. I mean, there's no doubt about Jarrett's call was correct, incorrect free kick. But once they were away, their effort, it wasn't all that clean, but I tell you, it was very, very purposeful. And for Goldstein to work that hard, be the clear, tall player running through the corridor to receive it, that's enormous work rate.
That's the minimum standard, Noda. That's the problem they've got as a club and as a team. It's up and down so much. That's the way they started the first quarter. Now they just got to keep that standard up, or else stop the momentum when Sydney do come at them and try and control it.
Swans by 15. Pike wins the tap in the middle, but he knocked it straight down to Greenwood. North with the clearance. Good kick too. It landed on the chest of Turner inside the 50. He's given Petrie every chance. And he comes sliding out to take the mark.
Well, that's a terrific decision by the kid. It looked a terrible kick. But what's he pushing it into the air and sitting it up there? But he actually put it exactly where Petrie had to run to. And Petrie dived to take a very good one. He's the kid still at school, isn't he?
Yep, he sure is. He's looking dangerous, isn't he, Drew? You know, just attacking the ball at every opportunity, and he's providing opportunities when the ball does get in there.
It's North's chance to work its way into the game. Petrie from 52, no. Just hooked at a fraction and misses out to the left. They're down by 14.
It's Petrie's second behind. Malcheski kicks to himself. and runs on. Got in a little bit of trouble, so forced a handball to Reece Shaw, who gives the handball to Richards. His kick is not good, although Zeeble dropped the mark he probably should have taken for the Kangaroos. North still come up with a football. Zeeble, it comes back to him. He's immediately tackled by Smith. The ball's held to him. No, it's not. It's holding the ball against Zeeble. The ball was able to be disposed according to the umpire, and it wasn't. So Nick Smith, the All-Australian defender, to have it for the Swans at left half back.
Again, a harsh call for me, wasn't it?
Oh, gee. Tell the umpire to take one of those at training and try and get out of it.
He kicks towards the wing. Goldstein almost marked it, but it got to the back in the end. Kieran Jack darted away the football, bounced it, didn't come back to him, still retrieved it, sent it up to Lloyd. Lloyd looks up, he's going to go long. He wants Jared McVeigh against Jacobs. McVeigh slides! No, not quite. Juggled it but didn't hold it. It's on the scoreline, and as a result the umpire's going to have to throw it up because it's jammed under a pack, a metre short.
Well, he said he didn't mark it. He's not trying to get it out. He's on the bound holding the ball, not making an attempt. Holding the ball! Goodness me.
It is. Technically it's right now.
So it's a bit of a scramble against the line. It couldn't be a goal. No, it was kicked the other side of the line.
It was a Daniel Wells moment. Luke Parker's jumped in, third man up, and tried to kick it out of the air.
You've got better eyesight than me. I called it.
No, there was simply no room in which to move. I refuse to believe that could happen, David. Even if it had happened, I would have refused. So North at the restart. Del Santo with the long kick. They'll get a free kick with Gibson dealt with unfairly. Left half back. Short pass for Wells. Wells just pats the air. They are looking for a little bit of calm and possession in the way they've come out in this second term. Dinks it down the line. Black had to mark. Rowan made the spoil and the steal, and he ran away from Wells. He has a bounce. He feeds it into Goods, who couldn't miss. It's 2 for the old champ. And the Swans make North pay on the turnover. 21 points again. 5-6 to 2-3.
I'm not sure. I thought it stopped in Black's ears. I'm trying to look for reasons to help North along, but I think that was a clear mark. It's only got to stop in the hands before it was punched away. Umpire didn't see it that way. They didn't see the ball again, North Melbourne. Terrific finish by Goods.
And again, it's 2 turnover goals. It's something you just cannot do in finals. A bit stiff, yes, but you just cannot afford to have two turnover goals.
There was a suggestion before the game that a former AFL coach did speak to the umpires and may have spooked them just on the concourse. I'm not sure whether anyone in here could confirm that. As North Melbourne come up with a football from the clearance, Del Santo got a handball, Greenwood's handball not great towards Swallow, and Sydney comes up with it. Parker, handballs to McGlean. McGlean low down towards Franklin, couldn't quite get there on the full, tries to go off the ground, almost kicked Kurt Tippett's head off. North Melbourne come up with a football anyway, just with numbers. The clearing ball comes out wide by Luke McDonald, and it's not too bad. Lindsay Thomas made it good, squeezes a kick around the body on the bounce to Greenwood, and he kicks well to Petrie, who marks 4 to the wing. He also wants to play on. He goes to Zeeble inside the 50, and he'll get a free kick for a push out. Rampy almost tripped and crashed straight into Zeeble before the ball got to their area, and Zeeble will definitely get the free kick.
And I hope they remember, if it goes through, Thompson's terrific effort, one-on-one against Franklin, a push and shove and athleticism and footy ability, and he won out.
They look good, North Melbourne, when it's free-flowing, it's open, and they're causing Sydney a bit of trouble when they've got great isolation in the forward line. When the ball is broken quick and fast, they're causing a bit of trouble to Sydney.
Jack Zeeble will have to kick at about 48 metres, 45-degree angle. In fact, he gives himself a little bit more room and kicks from the 50. It's not bad, but it's just to the left. And it is a behind. So North Melbourne are missing some chances here. 2-4-16, 20 points down on Sydney. 5-6-36, 7 played in quarter number 2. Malcheski careful with the kick in for Lloyds. Doesn't have a lot to look at. So he'll work it up over the top with Grundy running. It bounced straight into his path. So he's able to use it through the middle for McVeigh. He had a couple of steps on Del Santo. He'll kick for Franklin one-on-one. He's on a good lead. That's a well-placed kick. Now the mark will be set maybe 49 from goal. Franklin just wants the extra couple of metres.
He wants the umpire to shepherd here. He wants the umpire to shepherd.
So Franklin has had his way as to where the turf is scratched.
And he's probably made a few metres there, Jared.
Fair income.
He's got the Steve Johnsons about him. He's not only playing the game, he's umpiring it as well.
He spooked the umpire.
Who spooked the umpire, David?
Called Franklin.
Franklin from outside the boundary initially. He runs to the 50. It's not his best kick. It's out across the face. They fly in and off hands. It's through for a rushed behind. Sydney by 21.
Brent Harvey has the ball in the defensive goal square. He's going to get a stat because he kicks to himself and then kicks towards Scott Thompson, but it's in the Franklin direction, who knocks it away from Thompson, and Sydney comes up with a football, and it comes from Lloyd to McGlenn, and inside 50. Terrific kick, and the Swans will have a shot at goal through Cunningham.
Did Harvey not see that he was kicking straight to Franklin?
That's why he doesn't kick in, David. That would be the no-no. I'll bet you anything you like, the no-no on the kick-in is to kick it to Franklin versus Thompson, but he needed to get himself into the game. He made that choice. He selfishly played onto himself, and that's what he did.
Was on the whiteboard for a week.
Harry Cunningham from 45 metres. It's close. It's not good enough. It just fades to the right, similar to the Zeeble kick at the other end.
That's the irony of the story, isn't it? Cunningham's playing on him, and Harvey's taking a kick out again, so he's come back in again for a second time round, trying to get himself in the game.
He didn't kick it to Franklin this time. Short to Del Santo, and Harvey on the follow-up receives and works it out to Greenwood. They're 22 points the wrong side of it, North. 10 minutes into the second term. Del Santo received it, hand passed it away to Thompson, who goes backward now to Greenwood. They're trying to find the way out. It's laborious, but it's okay. Ferrito marks, gives it to Atley, the runner out of halfback. He kicks for Black. He's got to take a mark. He can't. Rowan did just enough. And off hands, it spills away out of play.
They look best when they're moving it quickly. But there are times when you've got to read the game and the momentum has to be stopped, and I just don't think they understand that.
And that's the hardest thing to coach, isn't it? Because you're saying, let's go, let's take the game on, because that's what we're best at. But there's times, like you said, we need to stop this game and stop the momentum from the opposition.
From the boundary throw in, Cunnington gets a kick towards half forward for the Kangaroos, but that's where it breaks down. Rowan mark, spread it wide. It wasn't great towards Nick Smith, but he made it okay and ran away from Lindsay Thomas towards Goods in the pack. Couldn't mark. Ball spits out towards Atley of the Kangaroos. Handball to Scott Thompson to Gibson, who's well tackled by Jetta. North have got numbers at this contest, though. They come up with the football. Wright kicks towards Brown, who stretches and can't mark. Grundy with the spoil. Brown worked hard at ground level, knocked it on, but Reece Shaw got there first for the Swans. Handballs to Cunningham. Over the top, back to Shaw. Shaw will kick quickly. Not sure on the kick. It's to a 2-on-1. North Melbourne with the advantage numbers-wise. Although Goldstein's tap was terrible. Straight to the Swans. Malcheski inside 50. And it is a mark 40 metres out from goal by Parker, who was all alone in the corridor. And Goldstein would have loved that moment back. The silence in the box just proves a point.
You know, you're looking at him, does he do the right thing? Yes, he's good at tapping, but you take the ball in finals football for me. You take it because the pressure you're under.
And Parker makes Goldstein pay. He's got the goal and Sydney out to a game-high 28-point lead at the 11-minute mark of the second term. So just to explain again, it was out on the wing, just almost inside the centre square. Goldstein had it. Rather than take possession, he tried to knock it to Greenwood. It was a 2-on-1. But the tap did not go to Greenwood.
And I think he got a small bit spooked with the bloke that was around when Nick Malcheski, small running back. If he actually took that ball, he's a lot stronger and bigger, and he could manhandle Nick Malcheski and get the ball off. And not Melbourne are back inside their forward 50 and having an opportunity to kick goal. But they're the fine lines, I suppose, the difference between the two teams at the moment.
Sydney by 28 points, 12 minutes into the second term on Grandstand AFL. At the bounce, Goldstein the tap. He knocked it straight to McVeigh. Works it to Hanbury, hand pass to Rowan, gives it to Tippett, back through Hanbury, out now to Cunningham, spreads it to Rampy inside the 50. Yes, Jack, he was monstered, he still got himself free, and he takes the juggling mark, 25 from goal.
Look, Boomer Harvey came in off the wing here and just left his opponent Cunningham outside the stoppage. So generally as a winger you want to keep your man between you and the ball. He's charged straight in, the ball's popped outside to Cunningham. He's given it the running half back in ramp. He's got the ball long and deep to Kieran Jack. He's got the opportunity 30 out, should kick the goal.
Kieran Jack, the left foot drop punt. It's a decisive margin now. The Swans by 34 points. And we're not yet at the halfway mark of the second term. 7-8 to 2-4.
Well, on that call, Taj, the fact is if you can't impact on the contest in there, if you're not going to, and he got a third of the way in, Cunningham read it beautifully, said, well, one more in there isn't going to help, but I could be the first used on the outside, and was. Didn't see it again, North Melbourne, after that.
It smells small, but you know he's trying to do the right thing, I think, Harvey, and a bit of desperation. He's thinking, I need to get in there, He's thinking, I need to get into the game. I reckon he's probably overthinking it at the moment. You're nearly better off to get him off for a couple of minutes, let him calm down. He's got enough experience, but at the moment he's just overthinking his football.
3 unanswered goals in 8 minutes to the Swans. Brown in the ruck now for the Kangaroos. Gets a handball. There is Harvey, who picks it up and spirals it to full forward. Petrie and Richards marks it on his chest in a one-on-one battle in the defensive goal square. Oh, he's got himself in a bit of trouble here. He's handballed to Grundy, who had to go back to Richards under pressure, and the ball's gone out of play.
Well, at least the chase down, first of all, by Petrie, a big bloke, and little fella. Yes. Thomas, was it? Thomas, yeah.
Yep, sorry.
I mean, at least the pressure on the way back out there got the turnover.
25 out from North Melbourne's goal. Left forward pocket. Pike wins it down into the corridor, scooped up by Malcheski, handballs to Kennedy, back into the traffic. Lloyd did extremely well. Oh no, he handballed it straight to Zeeble, under pressure, got the handball. Greenwood from the pack, Greenwood with the goal. So the Kangaroos get their second of the term. It was all a little messy, but they've got the desired result. North Melbourne 3-4-22, Sydney 7-8-50, 15 minutes played second quarter.
It goes back to that chase. Make it difficult and keep the ball inside your forward 50. And guess what? Anything can happen when the ball is in that area, and that desperation is what they need, because you feel a bit nervous when the ball is that close to your goal. So that's just a referred pressure automatically from a defensive throw. And then when you put the pressure that's there, it creates the opportunity that they need to try and keep the ball inside their 50 and, like we said, kick the goal.
And Tig, that's about the first time North have done that all game, because up to now the Swans have found it so easy to get the ball out of their back line.
At the bounce, Pike rises, knocks it down to McGlynn. Just tapped by Zeeble to jar it free, but Jack's onto the spillage. He kicks in the goods direction. He did everything but mark it. Gibson ghosts through in defence for North, puts it onto the right boot, kicks around the wing. Turner against Malcheski. Malcheski's got too many years' experience to be outfoxed there. He removes Turner from the contest, takes the mark, kicks it up for Goods, got it on the bounce, hand pass for Cunningham, didn't find him. Ferrito gets through to tidy up for North. Oh, that's an optimistic hand pass. He went forward, but he knocked it straight to Rowan, whose hand pass is battered down by Thomas. Goldstein false in possession again. Pike works it forward for the Swans. Through Jack. Long kick. Reid in the pack. Outmarked. Thompson. Free kick. Sydney free kick in the pack. Going to Reid or Franklin. Reid's ball. Gee whiz. Yeah, grabbed hold of Sam Reid's arm, kept him back from the contest, and something that North Melbourne had decisively won is taken away. It's returned to the grasp of Sam Reid, who from 35 misses. His second miss of the night.
Well, a real let-off. I mean, it was a handball by, I think, Ferrito, just to try to lob into the open. I mean, that just wasn't. I think another one by Goldstein was knocked off halfway through. They were in charge of the ball, having an opportunity to get in. Neither, both failed.
And they've had their hands on the ball. That's the thing with North. So they're getting a few opportunities, but they're just wasting them and a bit panicky because, like we said before, they look good when they go and attack the game and take it on. But sometimes you need to slow it down. By slowing the game down, you can still actually move it forward and go forward with it.
Well, they've done it okay here. A couple of short 20-metre kicks, and Jacobs kicks up to Gibson, who marks on the wing. Shapes the handball back to Jacobs. Instead cuts inboard. Now he's in trouble. He's turned it over. Handball straight to Jeddah. They'll be dangerous here, the Swans, on the rebound, because Franklin has it. Kicks long into the pocket. Goods against Atley. Through his hands. maybe a late chance for Reid. No, he couldn't keep it in play, and it's out of bounds for a throw-in. Just thought they were absolute certainties to goal from there, because all their dangerous forwards were in space and on their own on the turnover. But instead it'll be thrown in. Only 20 metres around, if that, from Sydney's goal in their left forward pocket. Parker's going to try and grab it out of the ruck. No, he taps it down instead to Kennedy. His kick was smothered. It was a set play. Jack's still a chance for the Swans. Handballs it out. McGlynn darting around in the pocket, centering ball. It's a scrubbing ball. It still could be okay. Hanbury got it out to Jack. He was tackled. Handball to Kennedy. His kick was smothered. Second time his kick was smothered in about 60 seconds. And then Franklin comes in and gives a high tackle away. Free kick, North Melbourne.
Grim defending from North. Jacobs kicks it backward to Del Santo from the defensive goal square. His kick has to be good. It bounces, but it reaches for Rito, who's able to bang it up to half forward. Petrie in front. Richards made the spoil. Thomas was coming through, but the Swans have the footy. Richards received it from Smith. He works it out to Lloyd. He kicks around the broadcast wing for Parker. Slips the hand pass to Rampy. Puts it onto the left boot. Deep inside the 50. Franklin set himself, had the run, didn't complete the mark. Umpires waving play on. It'll be balled up 20 out from the Swans' goal.
Oh, it hit the ground.
Good call, good call.
Hit the ground. Thought there for a moment he may have held it from behind, but instead it'll be thrown up 25 metres out from Sydney's goal. Goldstein wins the tap. Or Cunningham out of the pack on the left. It's too much to the right. And it is a behind. So Sydney now really peppering away. They're up by 30 points. 7-10, 17 scoring shots to North Melbourne 3-4 at the 19-minute mark of the second.
Again from Del Santo. Finds Turner. Turner was looking at short options. Didn't quite materialise for him. Longer. Black's been the target a few times. Hasn't been able to mark it. Rowan is onto the spill. Gives the hand pass to McVeigh. Couldn't create the play initially. Goes back and wins it back and then drops the footy. Gibson for North. Out the back to Harvey. Kick smothered by McVeigh, who stayed in the play. Paddles it back over his head. Black overrun it for North. Zeeble wins the footy, but he's in a tackle as soon as he did. He's dumped 55 from the defensive goal where it'll be balled up.
Left half forward as we tick into time on in the second term with Sydney out by 30 points. Umpire throws it up. One down decisively by Pike, but didn't quite get it to Hanbury, and as a result the ball gets locked up at least initially. Goldstein goes in, wins a handball for the Kangaroos, doesn't break the congestion. Kennedy went hard as well, so did Parker. One out of handball, back to Kennedy, back inside the 50. Franklin's there. No, it beats him away in the end. And out of play for a throw-in again, deep in the left forward pocket for the Swans.
Just about against the behind post. It'll be Pike against Goldstein. Goldstein put it right down on his laces, then gave it to McDonald, slung in the tackle. His kick goes beyond the defensive 50. It's about where it spills from here, though. Reid worked off it by Black. Melcheski just goes and wins the footy, sidesteps a couple, kicks back to the teeth of goal. It slips away to the opposite side of goal, where it'll be thrown in against the behind post.
Just can't get it out, North, and this is the pressure building, and Sydney be happy with this, just keeping it in there, repeat inside 50s, and just keeps the opposition under pressure. Maybe get a free kick, or maybe snap a goal before half time.
This time in the right forward pocket, the ball gets thrown in. So many players around the contest. It's kicked out of there by Gibson, who just keeps it in the field of play. Yeah, it will now be thrown in 45 metres out, maybe 55 metres out from Sydney's goal. So that inside 50 count, 32 to Sydney. It's a huge number to this point in the game. North Melbourne sitting at 17. Ball gets thrown in, Pike. Goldstein reached over the top, probably won it down. Again into the congestion, although McDonald comes out with it, got tackled to the ground, didn't get a disposal away. No free kick. Goldstein goes again, he gets tackled high. So Goldstein, as he was trying to get a handball away, will take the free kick at left half back for the Kangaroos.
The question is, what does he do now to get it out?
Well, he goes backwards. He does to Wright, who's at fullback. And now they're hemmed in. Wright will have to go across. It's a dangerous kick to Gibson. Goods with the late spoil for the Swans. To Reid, who taps it to Franklin from 40 on the left. That goes across the face. And again, out of bounds, deep in the right forward pocket.
crazy decision there. You're deep in your pocket, across goals, a 40 kick, you've got 3v1. Just poor decision making with ball in hand and understanding the situation, the game state that you're in. Very poor from North.
16 inside 50s to 5 in this term, but only 3 goals to 2 Sydney's way. This one won't result immediately in a score as it's tapped back out of play.
And Sydney won't mind that number, you know. They're just keeping the ball in there. It's okay. They'll be happy to have 36 inside 50s. They're going in at half time, 30 points up.
At the throw in, looking to increase that margin. Harvey comes through the pack for North. Hand passed a bit indiscriminate. Tipped away by McGlynn and out of play. 40 away from goal. So perhaps a little bit more room in which to create.
And this is probably, David, what they needed to do halfway through the first quarter, was actually try and create stoppage after stoppage and slow City's momentum down, and they were unable to do it.
Pike wins the tap, but he knocked it down to Cunnington. Quick kick out near Greenwood. Didn't mark, but he was impeded by Rampy. He claims the advantage, and Goods runs him down, holding the ball. Richards claims the advantage. Back inside the 50. Franklin on the lead. Thompson played him close. The umpire said he played him legally too. And Wright is clever enough to walk it out of bounds.
Franklin did as much as he could to try and accentuate the contact. That was a Jimmy Bartell sort of performance from Buddy. As the ball gets thrown in. Again in the right forward pocket. Gets to the back. Del Santo weaves through traffic. Got tackled but was able to get a kick away. But it's coming back because Cunningham's taken the mark for the Swans. 60 metres out from goal. It is very crowded, so he's going to go long and deep to the top of the square. Oh! Massive fly! That is a massive fly, Luke Parker. They've got all the tall timber in the world down there, and one of the smallest men of all jumped over the top of them. That is sensational. At the top of the goal square, and he can come in and kick his second. Sensational from Luke Parker. He jumped early. He was able to get a bit of a hook on the shoulder of an opponent and stay in the air and take the mark. He wasn't really even in the frame there for a time being, and it was Mike Pike and Kurt Tippett that he's jumped on top of to take the mark.
He had his knee on Mike Pike's shoulder.
Those who didn't see the great Royce Hart play, who was about 3 foot taller than this bloke, used to do that on a weekly basis. That is, in the circumstances, in the pack that was there, the timing and ability to get there and clunk it. So glad he kicked a goal to finish off what was a marvellous individual input for the night.
8-10 to 3-4, Sydney by 36. Cunnington out of the middle for North. It didn't go far. Swallow toes it to Gibson, who gathers and pumps North inside 50. Zeeble and Brown. Good stuff. Planted himself and tumbling back, he takes the mark.
Again, it's simple football. You get the ball in a clearance and you kick it along to the target where you got the isolation and giving your forwards the opportunity, where Ben Brown is looking very dangerous at the moment.
That's a very good one for the kid, isn't it? He actually judged that pretty well. He did push his opponent in the back, but that's beside the point.
Ben Brown comes around the back straight at the Olympic Stadium. He finally gets to deliver and he kicks the goal. His second, and he continues to grow in stature in this September campaign. North needed it devilishly too. They're down by 30 points. 4-4 to Sydney's 8-10.
Well, the significant factors is, and the disposal count isn't dramatically different, but the efficiency is, I think, 10%. 66 versus 70. I mean, that's people don't understand. That is an incredible input in comparison one team to another. That just doesn't happen.
Plus 16 Sydney on disposals.
Well,
as you said, that's not.
No, it's not. Well, it is in a sense, but it's not. And the disposal efficiency, unbelievable.
Yeah, 76 to 65.
When you're playing finals football, that pressure is lifted when you've got the ball in hand. So you've got to have an ability to kick the ball long and deep to release that pressure.
From the centre square, it's going to be a North Melbourne ball. Zeeble got a handball out to Cunnington, who tumbles the ball towards half forward, but Rampy for the Swans just cruises onto the football and then kicks it well back to midfield to Jeddah, who again plays on. He goes long. Tippett and Franklin there. Franklin crashes the pack. Front and centre was Goods. He picks it up eventually. He gets onto his right. Terrific smother there from Cunnington. Ball at the 50. It's still a Sydney ball. McGlynn pokes it back to the square, but that's where North Melbourne have the numerical advantage, and it's Wright taking the mark for the Kangaroos in the goal square.
Wright works the option into the back pocket for Grimer. Zeebel's available to him on the 45, but he hesitates over that option and kicks long down the line instead. Petrie and Black are their best chances. Black across the front. He just can't mark it. Shaw with a releasing hand pass. Richards couldn't quite grab it. It's out of bounds.
And Black's been a bit of a... And I'm not hard on him, but he's been disappointed. He's been round the ball within his hands. Hasn't been able to take control.
Yeah.
Right half forward for the Swans. Leading by 30 late in the half. Goldstein with the tap. Underneath, Parker, a hand pass smothered. Goldstein gets himself off the turf, feeds it to Swallow. Swallow might wish he hadn't have. He got mugged. And underneath it skittles around for a moment or two, but it'll have to be balled up.
It's a very good call. He absolutely got mugged.
Tossed up. Goldstein tapped it defensively. Cunnington hand pass in that direction as well. Can't quite get out. Greenwood had a go. He had to turn tackler to keep it in dispute. McDonald and Cunnington and Wright, and now Thomas. He's got a step of space. He kicks daintily down the line. It's not going to work. Rowan made the spoil. Wills threatened at the back, but he's worked out of bounds by Smith.
Jared, the play's been around this wing for a while, and the pressure on the North players when they get close to the ball by the Swans is absolutely incredible. They've got no time whatsoever to do anything with the ball.
29 played second term. Throw in front of the Sydney interchange gates. Goldstein wins the tap defensively. Del Santo handballs to Gibson, gives the handball to Greenwood. Greenwood got a bit of space. He kicks towards Wells, who marks strongly in front of Nick Smith at left half forward. Plays on immediately once he got to his feet, but the kick is a little aimless and not really good at all. And the mark has been taken uncontested in the end by Rowan, who gives the handball to Melcheski from the defensive goal square. Kicks out wide to half-back to Goods. Goods will sweep a handball in the Lloyd direction. Goes back to Goods. Goods playing like a 22-year-old. Kicks up towards Jack, who takes on the half volley. Goods has got it again, and he's running like a 400-metre runner. Gives the handball to Franklin, who's 60 metres out from goal. Now 55. Now onto the chest of Tippett. Adam Goods, Lance Franklin, Kurt Tippett. And Adam Goods times 4.
And he has been looking very sharp and dangerous. Look, that he's had opportunities. He's just been very close. Now he's kicked 2, but he's had other opportunities. He's been there on the ball. He is looking 20 years of age.
Wouldn't this just be the exclamation mark on this half? If Tippett could kick this goal after the brilliant play from Goods, it would be a game high margin as they go into the rooms at half time. All eyes on Kurt Tippett. 35 out, straight through the middle, and Sydney might just have 1 foot into a grand final. They're 36 points up at halftime. Sydney 9-10-64, North Melbourne 4-4-28. The goal kickers, they're spread. Tippett's got 2, also Parker and Goods, and then singles to Jack, Franklin, and also Jeddah. And for North Melbourne, the 4 goals have been kicked by 2 from Brown and singles to Goldstein and Greenwood. So it was the Swans by 21 at quarter time. They're now out by 36 at the half.
It's all unfolding here on Grandstand AFL on ABC, local radio, news radio and Grandstand Digital. Ty Kennelly and David Parker.
Yeah, look, the basics for me, it was the big difference in that quarter. Sydney got their hands in the ball and just were more efficient and effective with using the long ball and direct, and hence they had so many more inside 50s. But when they're in the finals pressure and the ball carriers are under pressure, now they've got the luxury of kicking it into some long and tall timber inside, but they still do it. They've got an opportunity, simple football, get it in under pressure, nice and long. That's what North Melbourne didn't do. I think they overpossessed the football and they weren't as effective with it, and that was the major difference for me in that quarter.
Can I make the point, following up David's comment, and we were talking about a 10% difference in disposal level. And it's not that the North Melbourne players can't use the ball, both hand and foot. Probably we put them on a test of some kind, they come out very similar. But David made the point from down there, the pressure which has been applied in all instances, not some instances as North choose to do, but in every instant, every player, and the 10% disposal effectiveness is really based on an improved or better level of defensive work. Tackles are up significantly in terms of Sydney, the pressure on them. So the end product of your disposal is really measured against the pressure that you're placed under. And Sydney have been at it from the first moment till the half-time siren in terms of not giving them time and space to do what we know North can do.
And when you strip the game back a small bit and strip it back from North Melbourne's point of view and actually strip it to a basic level where you've got two blokes inside your forward line who are looking dangerous in Brown and Petrie. So strip it back and let's get the ball in deep and long and as quick and as quickly as we can. Now, they're looking great when they've got free-flowing opportunities, but they haven't had that much opportunities to do it. Every time they've done it, they've nearly had a scoring shot or a score. The problem is going to be, can they actually get those opportunities to get the ball in free-flowing and not overuse the ball and actually get it in direct and quickly.
And Good's effort. I mean, from half-back when he took possession, got it and gave it and carried it and used it, and via Franklin and then tipped it to finish, the goal was given. And that they've been, as we thought, the most effective, haven't they? They've carried Black at one end. Think Petrie and Brown, with the opportunities provided, have been very, very good. But there's two of them versus four of the other.
And also, I think you look at the levels of the two players at the veteran level of Harvey and Goods. And Goods has got the I suppose, the luxury of having two or three other forwards where he is getting a lesser like, and he hasn't got a player running with him when he's 380 years of age like Harvey and himself are. That's the difference between the two, where Goodsy's got the luxury of such a versatile player that this bloke played at centre half back, he played as a ruckman, he played as a winger, and now he's obviously a resting forward. That's the difference between the two, I suppose, in the level of the games, and I suppose the standard in how your bottom in talent is not as good as the other team's bottom in talent.
I don't want to underpin it, but I think the comment was about 3 goals per quarter. I think I read the scoreboard, it's a 6-goal difference at half time.
They do have control of it, the Swans. We'll take a breath here at the Olympic Stadium. Half-time of the first preliminary final. The Sydney Swans 9-10-64 to North Melbourne 4-4-28. More from David Parkin and Ty Kennelly after the latest from the ABC newsroom.
Good evening, Jim Graham with ABC News. The British Prime Minister, David Cameron, has called for unity after it became clear Scotland was staying in the United Kingdom. Around 55% of voters rejected the push for Scotland to become an independent country. It was a more decisive result than the polls had predicted. Mr Cameron says the argument has now been settled.
Now it is time for our United Kingdom to come together and to move forward. A vital part of that will be a balanced settlement, fair to people in Scotland and, importantly, to everyone in England, Wales and Northern Ireland as well.
Scotland's First Minister, Alex Salmond, who led the independence campaign, has accepted the verdict. He pledged to work constructively, but has warned that promises of improved power sharing must be delivered.
The Unionist parties made vows late in the campaign to devolve more powers to Scotland. Scotland will expect these to be honoured in rapid course.
The armed security presence at Parliament House in Canberra has become more visible after authorities reveal the building could be the target of a terrorist attack. Nick Pedley reports.
More armed police as well as dog squads are now patrolling Parliament's perimeter. The increased security comes as federal police continue to question people detained during yesterday's counter-terrorism raids in Sydney. AFP Acting Commissioner Andrew Colvin says Parliament's tighter security follows increased chatter from Australians linked to Islamic State.
We've become increasingly concerned over the last weeks and months, again, about government installations, government buildings and Parliament House in particular.
The Prime Minister is not concerned for his own safety and says the process to send more armed police to Parliament House has begun.
Well, numbers are ramping up already.
The Defence Department has also raised security alert levels at all bases and buildings.
The Australian National Imams Council says racial profiling must not be used to detain people at airports. The Grand Mufti of Australia, Dr Ibrahim Abu Muhammad, says an imam was taken off a plane yesterday at Sydney Airport and held for 2.5 hours for a routine baggage search. He says the imam missed his flight with a group of pilgrims who were on their way to perform the Hajj. and had to rebook on another flight. Council spokesman Samir Benigadi says they're now considering their options, including legal action.
The authorities should be talking to each other, and if there is anything against anyone, the airport authorities should know and interview this person or take the appropriate action, but not use the racial profiling, which is a big issue that the Muslim community is facing right now at this stage.
A team of health workers trying to spread awareness of the Ebola virus has been found dead in Guinea. Africa correspondent Martin Cudahy.
The team was working in a remote part of Guinea when they were attacked on Tuesday. It's believed local villagers may have stoned them to death. Authorities in Guinea say 8 bodies have been recovered, including those of 3 journalists. Villagers in that part of the country are usually poorly educated, and there is a huge distrust of foreigners and government workers. In neighbouring Sierra Leone, a 3-day curfew is underway to try and prevent the disease spreading. Volunteers and health workers will go door to door to try and find suspected cases of the disease. Martin Cudahy, ABC News.
The Sports Anti-Doping Authority could soon proceed with formal charges against 34 past and present Essendon players, after the club and James Hird lost their legal battle in the federal court. Stephanie Ferrier reports.
As he delivered his judgment to a packed courtroom, Justice John Middleton uttered the words the Bombers didn't want to hear. He rejected the coach and club's argument that Asada had acted unlawfully by using the AFL's powers to compel players to answer questions during a joint investigation into Essendon's 2012 supplements program.
The applications of Mr Hird and Essendon are dismissed.
Hird won't say if it'll affect his coaching future.
Well, I'm very disappointed for the players.
Club chairman Paul Little says he'll consider an appeal.
Our priority has always been to protect and vindicate the legal rights of our players.
But Asada says the judgment vindicates its partnership with sports bodies to uphold clean competition, and the 34 Essendon players still have a case to answer.
Australian tennis player Ashley Barty says she's taking an indefinite break from the sport. The 18-year-old won the 2011 Junior Wimbledon title and reached 3 Grand Slam doubles titles last year with fellow Australian Casey Delacroix. Barty lost in the opening round of last month's US Open. This is ABC News.
A famous Englishman is visiting Melbourne. He's passing himself off as an Italian cardinal, but he's best known as an eccentric Belgian super sleuth. It's the actor David Suchet. He's currently on stage in The Last Confession, but everyone knows him as the star of Agatha Christie's Poirot on ABC TV. You can meet the man behind the waxed moustache. Poirot, he will be signing the books and DVDs at the new ABC shop in Emporium, Melbourne, from 4 p.m. precisely Wednesday. Please, my friend, do not be late.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
The preliminary finals.
Off the ground by Harvey for the Kangaroos to centre half forward. Zeebel's there. He was tackled. Thomas comes in. Wonderful handball to Goldstein. And Goldstein kicks the goal from 20 out.
Black had to mark. Rowan made the spoil and the steal, and he ran away from Wills. He has a bounce. He feeds it into Goods, who couldn't miss. It's 2 for the old champ.
There are times when you've got to read the game and the momentum has to be stopped, and I just don't think they understand that.
Rampy inside the 50. Yes, Jack, he was monstered. He still got himself free, and he takes the juggling mark, 25 from goal. Kieran Jack, the left foot drop punt. It's a decisive margin now.
Back into the traffic. Lloyd did extremely well. Oh, no, he handballed it straight to Zeeble. Under pressure. Got the handball. Greenwood from the pack. Greenwood with the goal. 60 metres out from goal. It is very crowded, so he's going to go long and deep to the top of the square. Oh! Massive fly! That is a massive fly, Luke Parker. They've got all the tall timber in the world down there, and one of the smallest men of all jumped over the top of them. And he can come in and kick his second. Kicks up towards Jack, who takes on the half volley. Goods has got it again, and he's running like a 400-metre runner. Gives the handball to Franklin, who's 60 metres out from goal. Now 55, now onto the chest of Tippett. Adam Goods, Lance Franklin, Kurt Tippett. Wouldn't this just be the exclamation mark on this half if Tippett could kick this goal? 35 out, straight through the middle. And Sydney might just have 1 foot into a grand final.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Local Radio, online and on ABC Grandstand Digital.
Since the Swans have done more than half the work at the halfway marker of the night. The Swans by 36 points, 9-10-64 to North Melbourne, 4-4-28. 21 points at quarter time, 36 at the half. Now, the NRL finals are taking place. Well, the other two haven't got their headsets on and have no right of reply. I'll share a secret with you, Adam.
Yes.
It's the Roosters 30 to the Cowboys 12. Don't spread this any further than the box. Last week, in the lead up to the first week of the NRL finals, the Melbourne Storm, trying to G themselves up for a heroic run through the finals, they called on the great one. They called on David Parkin for the ultimate motivation. And David revved them up and sent them out onto the park, and they were 24-0 down. The Roosters, having faced defeat in the first week of the finals and condemned to the hard road, facing straight sets, staring it down, they called on the great one,
David Parkin,
Ty Kennelly. And Ty Kennelly has sent them out to lead the Cowboys 30 points to 12. The master coach, Ty Kennelly, and the Hall of Famer in the corner can hang his head in shame.
They probably had no idea what I was saying, so that's probably why I've got them up.
Half-time, the Roosters 30, the Cowboys 12.
Oh,
we'll keep close tabs on that throughout the night, David.
Let's be fair. When Craig rang me, I told him that I had a 5-0 response over the last 3 or 4 years, and I wasn't the right person. I did my absolute best, but you can't carry the Storm when they're playing as badly as that, seriously.
So we won't let that go to air, of course, and once we resume, we'll be on to the stats. Adam.
And welcome back to the coverage here at halftime. Sydney 9-10-64, North Melbourne 4-4-28. The stats to the main break. Overall disposals 186 to North Melbourne 171. Contested possessions, Sydney 73 and North Melbourne 73. Inside 50s, very much in the favour of the Swans. 38.5. It's 38-20. And the marks to half-time, North Melbourne 42, Sydney 39. Tackles 37-34 Sydney's way. Free kicks 11-6 North Melbourne's way. Individually for the Sydney Swans, Josh Kennedy, 17 disposals made up of 5 kicks and 12 handballs, 10 contested possessions and 5 clearances. Kieran Jacks had 14 disposals, Reece Shaw's had 13, Dan Hanbury has had 12 and also has had 2 clearances and 3 inside 50s. Luke Parker, who has taken one of the marks of the year in that second term, has had 12 disposals, but also 7 contested possessions, 2 clearances, 6 tackles and 2 goals. He really is that complete player. Lloyd's had 12, McGlynn, Melcheski and Franklin 11, but he's only kicked the 1 goal, but 11 disposals and 5 marks, playing a little bit further up the ground. And we've got to mention Adam Goodes as well. He's only had the 8 disposals, but he really has had a big impact on the game. He's kicked 2 goals and he's set up a couple of others as well. And he's playing really well for the Swans in his 350th game. Kurt Tippett's kicked 2 goals. As I said, Goodes has kicked 2 and Parker 2. For North Melbourne, Cunnington has had 15 disposals and 4 clearances. Nick Del Santo continuing his good form, 14 disposals and 4 clearances. Gibson and Greenwood 13, Wright 11, McDonald and Ferrito 10 each, and then down to 9 for Atley, 8 for Zeeble and 8 for Wells. Brent Harvey's only had the 6 disposals. Swallow has only had the 5, so a couple of their key players really not getting their hands on the footy in the first half. As Jared said, it was a 21-point lead to Sydney at quarter time. That's now been extended to 36 at the half, courtesy of that goal after the siren from Kurt Tippett.
Sacrificial acts time. Who's going to put their ice creams down to talk?
Well, I've already put my ice cream down
right down my throat.
I tell you what, I don't mind coming up here. Hamburgers, spring rolls, and now ice cream.
Well, we didn't see any of those.
We
only saw the ice cream, so you must have consumed the others, because I didn't see any of those.
Oh, no doubt about that.
Only the best up here. 3 ice creams I had. They were very, very nice.
You're buzzing.
I just getting back to why we're here. I don't think this
it's not
been,
eating ice cream.
Well, it's not. Yeah, it's not an application, and in a sense, a method or a coaching problem with North. I think they came to play with the artillery that they had. And if you're a North sport, even if you made the effort to come up here, and quite a few have, not the numbers that we saw when Richmond came here a few weeks ago, you couldn't be pointing the bone at your players and saying, well, you just haven't had a go. You know, the typical saying, they haven't had a go often enough. They've made some poor decisions. A lot of those have been made under intense pressure, which the opposition have applied. But this is a team, Sydney, which has size, talent, maturity, method, and an application both to and winning the ball, and when the opposition have it, second to none. That's why they're sitting number one on the ladder, having won 11 out of the last 13 games. They've been the dominant side, and it was easy to sit back and predict that they'd be 2 or 3, maybe a 4-goal better side per quarter for the day, and it's evolving that way. And it's just a bit sad that, who knows? You know, maybe Geelong, if they'd been able to get over North last week, might have been with the maturity and talent and size, produced an opposition that was going to test Sydney a bit more. And Sydney will clearly go ahead. I think they've doubled, haven't they? 38, I think it's like 32-17 inside 50 or something it was near the end of the quarter. They've doubled their entries, and the team, obviously, if they'd converted a lot better, they could have been 6 or 7 or 8 goals in front at this stage. So I hope North don't toss it in the sense that the job's become too big. I hope they can win the third quarter and put some pressure back on Sydney. So Sydney have got to fight this game out in a true manner.
And it is in simple terms. It just, they're too good, and it just looks like that. They don't have one area on the ground that they've got a deficiency at the moment, Sydney. And like we said beforehand, they've got such a healthy list and an extremely talented list, and they're probably the fittest and healthiest list at the moment. And that looks like the difference between the two teams. It looks like it's 1v6, and North, different times in the game, again, a bit of inconsistency in the way they've gone about their football. And now, what do you do from a coaching perspective for North Melbourne?
Well, do they run a sub now? They take the risk early, and Sydney have got to make the decision too about young Bird. Do they get him into the game in case they do need him next week and not have him played for 2 weeks now? So there's a couple of there's small decisions which have massive impact.
And how much of a concern will Sydney and John Lommar have to keep his players focused and not keep their eye off the ball and focus on, well, we've got a grand final next week, and drop their intensity off, because it is relatively a dress rehearsal from here on in for Sydney to get to the final, and the players certainly don't want to take their eye off the ball.
I've never seen a human eat an ice cream as quickly as what Jared Waitley's just done. He's done a very good job in a very short space of time and didn't waste any of it.
He ate the stick too.
They were very nice.
They were very nice. It is Sydney by 36 points. And we're just about ready to go for the second half here at the Olympic Stadium in Sydney.
Football's all about taking your window of opportunity.
And the indigestion will follow as we go for the second half here.
Pay the price, Whitey.
As it's Greenwood getting the first possession for the Kangaroos as he kicks it towards centre half forward. Off the pack though, Rampy for the Swans. Clears it away back towards the wing. Kieran Jack first there with his orange boots. Gets it just inside the field of play. Kicks towards Franklin in a wrestle there with Thompson. No marks taken. Oh, Rowan came up with a footy. Broke a tackle. Kicks to full forward. Grimer there with Tippett. Grimer gets the spoil in and knocks it through for a rush behind. It's the first score of the second half.
It's a long kick in, clear of the defensive 50. Swallow against Jetta, no mark taken. And Wright's gamble doesn't quite add up. So right half forward for the Swans. We've got Tippett and Franklin both back near the goal square. Pike against Goldstein. Flip down underneath. Parker left it behind. Kennedy didn't. Puts it through Goods. Out now to Jetta. He'll load it up where the timber is assembled. Reed cleared the way and Franklin outmarked him, if you don't mind. Reed did all the heavy lifting. But you've got to know your place around the showman.
Take your pick with that one. There was Sudan really set for it, and Buddy is the form forward of the competition, kicking 70 goals, obviously.
Reed misjudged it terribly.
Lance Franklin kicks his second. And he gives the Swans the start to the second half that they would have so craved. They'll want to put this away as quickly as possible and then cruise toward the grand final. The Swans by 43, 10-11 to 4-4.
Probably interesting enough for Scotty and the coaching staff what they'd said at half-time. Let's go and take the game on and let's take risks. It does open you up and on the other half for turnovers and mistakes, and it could get worse before it gets better. But like you said, Gerald, I think they'll try and put the game away as quick as they can here, Sydney.
Well, I mean, they came back from a big deficit against Essendon. It was 33 points early in the third term. I'm sure that was the message, we can do it again. But they can't let Sydney get too far in front. Goldstein, lovely tap down to Swallow, who kicks quickly, but straight onto the chest of Harvey, front part of the square. He kicks high to full forward. Nearly a mark taken off the pack. It's Petrie down there who just kicks it through for a behind.
Oh, classical ruck play. That's as good a hit
there
from a centre bounce.
Yeah, from Petrie, but it was a behind.
He's kicked 3 behinds, Petrie. Now Chessie gets hold of the kick in, clears the defensive 50 for Lloyd, who has a fumble. And it's out of play. Reed dashing off the field. McVeigh about to check back in. At the throw-in, Pike against Goldstein. Pike wins it down to Jetta. He's in the tackle of Harvey. Releases to Cunningham. Cunnington ran down Hanbury. And then pinches the footy from Smith. Gets it up near goal. It floats away and it floats out of bounds on the floor.
So 3 minutes played in the third term. That goal from Franklin, the only goal for the term so far. As Rampy clears, as goes as long as he can towards half-back. Tippett takes it off the pack. He gets tackled. Got some sort of handball away. It's at his feet. He still tries to knock it out in the Kennedy direction, who breaks the tackle. About 3 tackles, in fact. Handball to Jack, to Tippett. Now Jetta for the Swans. Kicks towards the 50. In front, Franklin couldn't mark. McVeigh front and centre. It went off his foot out towards the boundary. McDonald mops up for the Kangaroos. Can't beat the tackle from McVeigh. That was outstanding from McVeigh. Franklin picks it up in the field of play, centres it up, and McLean takes the mark. 40 from goal. How they were able to keep that in play, that was just so impressive from the Swans to be able to win the ball back thanks to the tackle initially from McVeigh and then keep the ball in play, and now a shot at goal.
Great leadership. We talked about the leadership difference between the two teams, just to get the ability. It looked like it was going to be a missed tackle, but that desperation from McVeigh.
And McLean likes it from the 50. The little man's got the distance, and Sydney goes further in front. 48 points the margin, 4 minutes played, third term.
Oh, the strength. Look, Franklin's become a even more capable player in the air, but people forget how good he is around his feet. And to control that ball and then under pressure, just draw the kick back a bit so it hit his teammate in the corridor. I mean, he's a marvellous talent. We know about his athleticism, but his ability to play the game is incredibly high as well.
11-11 to 4-5. And the Swans' stronghold here at the Olympic Stadium can sense it. Pike and Goldstein go at it in the middle. Pike wins the tap, but Swallows straight onto it. Kicks North Melbourne to the 50. Richards was well placed to make the spoil, off to Rowan. Worked it around. Richards left it behind, and it gave Harvey a fresh look. He got it to Wells, hitting a 2-man tackle, gives it to Swallow, now to Petrie. There's no space. Petrie pops it onto the left boot, bumbles it up near full forward. It got past a couple, but not quite enough. Nick Smith onto it, gives it to Hanbury, kicks into the back pocket for Jetta, and the calm heads of the Swans prevail.
Jetta's going to take his time and then kick a 50-metre ball out wide towards Sam Reid, who takes the mark comfortably in a one-on-one with Wright. He's just too big, too strong, too tall for Wright in that situation. Handball's back to Jetta, who came up from the back pocket. He goes as long as he can towards Franklin. Can't mark, gets to the back. Scott Thompson gets tackled, threw it out, holding the football. So even though North Melbourne came up with the ball, Scott Thompson clearly threw it out, and it'll be a free kick to the Swans. And Franklin has got it. Now I can tell you now, he's not too far out if he was to have a shot at goal. He'll have to kick from 70. No, he doesn't want to go for goal. He just wants to poke it into the pocket, and Jared McVeigh takes the mark about 35 from goal.
A lot of people don't know the stat with Buddy Franklin, that he's leading the Swans and leading them in forward pressures, and that's the thing that John Lorimer and the coaching staff will be extremely happy with, that his ability to try and keep the ball in there, his ability to help his teammates out, just like they did with there. Obviously he had all right. He's kicked 70 plus goals already this year. He's every right to actually have a shot from goal here, and he's given it off to a player in a better position.
Jared McVeigh has been pretty quiet, just the 5 disposals to this point in the match. Kicks from 45 metres, 10 metres in from the boundary. It gets away from him a little bit towards the end across the face, and it's bashed through for a minor score.
And so Adam, while that's been happening, Ryan Bastanak has come into the game, the North Melbourne sub, and Aaron Black, after 2 possessions, is off.
Sydney 11-12, North Melbourne 4-5, and I reckon that last attempted mark that went through his hands in front of his eyes probably was the killing blow.
Del Santo kicks into right, out to half-back for Swallow. A real run to be seen. He had really only Harvey to his side where he might have put it. Instead he kicks long down the line. Thomas came into the pack to make the spoil. Bastanak straight into the play. He works out a kick to half forward which comes off. Wells takes the mark. He couldn't quite get clear. He steadied at the 50 and he kicked it out of bounds on the full. With Cunningham bearing down, just was never quite sufficiently clear, Wells, for what he was trying to create.
It just looks like the bubble has burst after 2 terrific, dramatic finals wins for the Kangaroos up against the professionals. As McVeigh goes short, and it's now with Grundy. One of a number of Swans players wearing the bright orange boots. He kicks long towards the wing. He wanted Pike. Over the top was Goldstein with the spoil. McDonald was there for the Kangaroos, but it went out of play and will be thrown in again. This time between wing and half forward left for the Kangaroos. Out on the far side here at Stadium Australia. Ball gets thrown in. Tippett now in the ruck. Wins it, but Swallow tried to shark it once and then twice, got tackled both times, and coming up with a football was Gary Rowan, who was almost knocked over by McGlynn, kept his feet, got the handball out to Cunningham. He kicks as long as he can to the 50. Franklin's got 2 to beat. Ferrito with a spoil. It gets to the back. Scott Thompson there. Is there, but he's in trouble. He's been tackled by Franklin, who sits on top of him. The umpire says, I'll call for it, and I'll throw it up 30 metres from Sydney's goal.
Well, they're under pressure all the time, and Ferrito got into good position there, and like so many of his mates, just hasn't been able to collect the ball as he normally would. And that's all pressure, psychological pressure that's there, physical pressure that comes. You can't beat that.
Umpire decided a free kick for Scott Thompson was in order against Lance Franklin. Thompson short for Bastanak. Patton's a run ahead, but they're pretty well all covered. Oh, Bastanak's run out across the face of goal. He had to balk and give the hand pass to Harvey, who feeds it now to right. Couldn't get the loose man over the top, so he kicks long. That's not going to quite work. Wells won't get there. Rowan beats him to it. Rowan turns a steady circle at defensive 50. Hand pass to the laces of McVeigh. He had no trouble gathering. Kicks the Swans through the middle for Tippett. Shaw is getting loose at half forward. Tippett has kicked in that direction. Ferrito's got to make the play late. He does. He gets over the top and he makes the kill and gets it out of play.
Well, there's another incident. When he got there in time on a very small bloke, if he'd been in good form and confidence, he would have just taken the mark and settled it down. Panic kick, panic hit, out of bounds.
We've crossed 10 minutes in the third term. Sydney up by 49 points in the first of the AFL preliminary finals. From the throw-in, it's knocked straight back out of play. So it'll be thrown in again, this time only 55 metres around from Sydney's goal.
I don't know how to tell you this, Tig, but the Roosters were 30-0 up on the Cowboys. It's now 30-all.
No.
Your words have worn off.
Well, he was only asked for them to have a fast start, and he's done what he was told to. From the throw-in, Goldstein for the Kangaroos. Handballs out to Zeeble, who handballs to Gibson. Around the body on his left, kicks back to the wing. Wanted Brown, but he was... no chance of marking that one as the spoils came and the ball goes out of play again. Still on the far wing. The Swans by 49.
At what point does Sydney now start concentrating as a coaching staff to next week and management of players going forward for a grand final?
Very shortly.
It's probably 5 minutes, I presume.
Very shortly.
It's fancy they would have set themselves for the first quarter hour of the term. And then see where it left them. It's got them 49 points up. Nothing from the first stoppage. At the second, some sort of kick was worked out by North Melbourne up to half forward off the boot of Greenwood. The Swans, though, have it covered, and they've had plenty covered tonight. Rampy, hand pass fiercely to full back. Shaw had to make sure that he reeled it in, and his kick coming out is not his best effort. Gibson gets there for North. He works it around with Ferrito. Hand pass to Thomas. Gives it in to Jacobs. His kick to centre half forward is not a bad one. It slips into the grasp of Cunnington, who goes to full forward. His kick wasn't up to scratch, though. And barging his way through is Gary Rowan. He has a bounce and two, and he's into the open spaces. He's had three. He crosses halfway. He kicks long for Tippett. He put it to the back. Tippett rushes at it. Grimer beat him there, and he shoveled it through for a rush behind.
He should have kept going. He had another one in him.
He's the big plus for me, this bloke Gary Rowan in this game. He's the big plus for Sydney in the way he attacks the football. But that drive to break the line in the finals when the game opens up, and obviously next week in the grand final, he's the one.
He's played really well tonight as the Kangaroos work it towards the wing. Ferrito with the handball to Del Santo, now forward the wing, kicks up towards half forward. No mark taken by Bastanak because Rowan was there again to spoil. Shaw was pushed in the back, he'll get the free kick. And the Swans won't take the advantage. No, they will take the advantage with Grundy, who is ambling along with the football, taking a bounce, running in the wrong direction. Handball back to Rowan, who goes short to Richards. Richards gives the handball to Melcheski. Back part of the square. Kicks forward of centre on the bounce to Jack. Quick handball to Goods. Goods is running on his left. Kicks to Tippett, who marks low down on his chest. Straight through the middle went the Swans. Cut North Melbourne to ribbons.
What about his decision-making then, Goods? Oh, how good was that? I mean, he looked, tried to straighten up. Can I get to the goal? No, the forward's coming at me now. And I put on his left foot and couldn't put it more perfectly into his path.
Everything he does, and he doesn't have to get a whole lot of the football, and that's why it's just polished with his decision-making, and his execution is so good. And that's why when he does get, 10 positions, but highly effective.
Tippett from 45. It's the post. 2/3 of the way up. It was a good kick on contact, and Tippett did like it. He was starting to clap it home, but it missed to the left, and Sydney's lead 51 points at the 14-minute mark.
Gary Rowan's just come off for a well-earned break. He's onto the phone, no doubt, to get some praise.
Long kick in, right. Set a bit of a challenge for Cunnington. He was able to gather and feed it off to Wills, who kicks around the wing. Well waited for Swallow. Hand pass to Greenwood. Puts it out in front of Turner. This is North Melbourne's run, which has been missing for good portions. Turner slips out of the tackle of McGlynn, regains his footing and puts it out in front of Petrie on the lead.
Terrific for the kid. I mean, he was done in the turned into trouble, got himself free, was a very good, stood up and then delivered extremely well to the lead on the forward from Petrie. That's
quite exciting, isn't it?
Oh, from a kid, he looks like he should be home with his mum.
He's kicked three behinds, Drew Petrie. Slight angle to the left, 51 metres out. He kicked full-bloodedly through it, and that's his first goal. And North Melbourne's first after half-time. It took a quarter of an hour. They're down by 45 points, 5-5 to 11-14.
He went and gave the kid the only one who... They're a bit flat now, aren't they? The only one that... No energy to that. He was looking for Blakes to do a high five. He went and chased the kid and ruffled up his hair to say, well done, son.
Often, when you see this late or in finals, when you think the game is gone, it can kind of blow out a small bit when you're thinking yourself as a player. But that's the concern they'll have, and to try and get them to actually play the game out, and because they're obviously thinking, well, we've lost our opportunity and whatnot. This is the moment when you want to see something from North Melbourne, just like we just saw from young Turner.
Well, there is no tomorrow.
No.
You're going to rest up from this time on. Show your mettle.
Yep.
In the middle we go again. Good bounce in the middle. Pike wins it down for the Swans. Crashing in hard there was Parker, but it comes up North Melbourne's way with the run of Atley, who on his left kicks inside the 50, and Harvey comes out and marks it 40 metres from goal, just left of centre.
Well done, Daniel Wills. He went extremely hard at that ball and created opportunity, just exactly what you're doing. Cunnington super off the ground and allows the opportunity inside 50 for North Melbourne.
So Boomer's only had the 9 disposals. John Longmire wasn't too happy about that. Almost ate the phone in the box. As Brent Harvey comes in, will kick from right on 40. And the contact is good. It's there. So 2 goals in a minute to the Kangaroos. And Sydney's lead is now 39 points at the 16-minute mark of the third quarter. They'll need a few more of them, and quickly, but 2 in a row is encouraging.
He's a star, isn't he? You know, look, he started the second half on the bench, came on after about 4 or 5 minutes and went forward. Got a quick kick out of the stoppage early in the quarter and got himself into the game. And obviously, again, just reading the play, that experience to read the ball off by foot. And just that experience playing as the forward, trying to give a different look to young Harry Cunningham instead of being the same look up and around the ball.
Very quick, urgent meeting called by the back six there at Sydney. Called them in very, very quickly.
It's probably about not conceding another goal after conceding 2 back-to-back goals.
Swans by 39. Brown's gone into the ruck for North. He wins the tap, but Jack is onto the footy for Sydney. Hand pass worked its way to Hanbury. Back to Jack. Kicks around the corner. Franklin up to take the mark just beyond the arc. Tippett wants it in the square. Franklin is inclined to oblige. Tippett sets himself. He's a behemoth in the goal square, and he runs on, and he's going to be called back. He'll have to kick it for a second time.
That is imposing, the way Tippett went about that. There was a lot of energy and a lot of effort and a lot of players in that drop where the ball came. He firmly stood his ground at the back. No one moved him. He clamped the ball as clean as any mark we've had tonight. I mean, that's an asset when they get tied in the grand final, maybe next week.
In the heat of the moment.
To
it's
deliver,
a luxury, yeah.
Absolute deliver like that. And who delivered it to him? I mean,
it's an incredible luxury, look, to have a forward like Franklin, and when most teams have a forward like that outside 50, look up.
From point blank range, Kurt Tippett is the first to reach the 3-goal mark. He pops it deep into the stand and he resets the margin at 45 points.
And Jared, what was really interesting about that was after Buddy Franklin delivered the ball and Tippett marked it, he pumped his fists, he clapped above his hands, he went in, he high-fived Adam Goods, he went in and high-fived Kurt Tippett. So he's really excited about the way he's playing, the way the team's playing.
Now, I've hit a Paddy Ryder might be heading north. There's going to be a mercy rule here. They can't have another one of those. The league have got to produce a rule that says no more than 5 champions in your front half, right? No more. We're going to actually launch that on the ABC tonight.
Looking for a centre-half back, Sydney. Paddy Ryder would be fantastic rock centre-half back.
He doesn't want to play, he told me, he doesn't want to play centre-back. He wants to play in the ruck.
His best year for Essendon, apart from this year, was at centre-half back. As we go back into the middle, Del Santo gets pushed in the back as he got his handball away, so he'll take the free kick inside the centre square.
How's his game been, Del Santo?
Del Santo coming up for possession number 16. It's a wide one to Jacobs, who on his left just pokes a pass to Swallow, who marks out on the far wing. Swallow looks up. He'll chip it to Ferrito. It hangs in the air a while, but he's able to take the mark. Gives the handball to Harvey. High ball inside the 50. Ted Richards marks in the pack. There was about 6 of them that flew, and in the end, Richards actually took it on his chest. And he'll come the broadcast side with a kick towards Kennedy. Couldn't mark. Good spoil from Grimer. Scooping it up with Zeeble with a handball to McDonald. Back to Grimer inside the 50. Good kick, good mark by Lindsay Thomas on his chest at the 50.
Oh, it's an excellent all-round team effort then to get the ball back on the kick out and now be having a shot at goal. They've done, every now and then they put together a sequence of play which is equally as good as Sydney, but it just doesn't get maintained.
It's not consistently enough, and that's the way their year has been and the season's been, and that's where their finals campaign has been. It's been the exact same in the 2 games previous.
Agreed.
So Lindsay Thomas hasn't scored to this point in the match. This will have to go 50 metres, 45-degree angle at right half forward. Gives himself a bit of an arc and then kicks off the side of the boot, so it won't score. It'll fall a little bit short. Brown got a look at it there for the Kangaroos, but the Swans have kicked it out of bounds on the full, have they? Yes. Watching John Longmire in the box going, what is going on? Mike Pike did that. It's craziness. So the free kick will go to Bastanak, who's very deep in the left forward pocket. He's going to open the angle here and go the snap. Here he goes. He opens it, he snaps it, goes across the face and through for a behind. I love watching John Longmire's reactions in the box. He was horrified at what Mike Pike just did.
I don't know when the flag in 2012, John was happy for probably half a day, and then he was stressing about what was coming next year and getting prepared for it. So you can see he's got a high standards, John.
Cunningham to McGlynn to Jetta on the kick in. He delivers up near half forward. Goodson couldn't take the mark, but they've got plenty running through for it. Parker gets hold of it. Hand pass to Hanbury, feeds it out the side to McGlynn, who kicks to Franklin. He's got the drop on Thompson. And he pushes back and takes the mark.
It's fantastic to watch. It's just too good in a way that they've got so many that are able to actually contribute. And the hands were just incredible from Dan Hanbury. He knew there was something running past, and it was almost like a blindsided handball. He's turned, took the pressure, and Benny McGlynn didn't have to break stride.
Lance Franklin from the top of the goal square. He joins Tippett with 3 goals each. It's the Swans by 50. 22 and a half gone of the third term.
Put him on ice, John. Put him on ice, I think.
Well, I've got a little wager going. I had Tippett for 5, Franklin for 4 and Reid for 3. I'm not sure that Reid's... He's let me down a bit.
3 behind.
He said 2.
3
Yeah,
is that right? 3.
Yeah. He's got 2.
You didn't say whether a goal or behinds, did you?
No, I did, unfortunately.
Ty, would they think about taking Nick Malcheski off, given that he's had the hamstring problems?
It's a huge possibility. Look, I think it's something they're going to have to probably wait quarter time to make the decision, but it's a good call, David. I think it's highly likely, really.
He's off right now.
In the middle, it's actually one down by Tippett, who's in the ruck. And sliding in was Hanbury. Good handball on to Jack, who kicks inside the 50, but straight to Ferrito, who had positioned himself perfectly at centre-half back. Kicks out wide towards Greenwood, who gets front-on contact by Jack. So Greenwood will take the free kick for the Kangaroos on the broadcast wing. So just when it looked like the Kangaroos were starting to make their way back into the contest, Sydney said no, and kicked 2 goals of their own within 90 seconds. Greenwood kicks it to Atley, who'll kick it inside the 50. Not a great kick. It gets to the back, though. Nick Smith first there. Handball to Grundy. He's in the square. He gets harassed by Wells. It stays in the field of play. Petrie's there. He's tackled. He's brought to the ground. And the umpire will throw it up only a matter of metres away from North Melbourne's goal.
It is tossed up. Parker goes third man up. It's thumped through for a behind, but you can't do that. You can't just knock it over the goal front on the full. And so a free kick is going to be paid North Melbourne's way.
These kind of things can cost you a grand final. I'm sure John Longmore will be extremely unhappy with this, and it's a lack of an education point of view that Sydney are not up to date with what's going on with the rules of the game and not understanding the situation.
Who was it?
Well, I think Tippett ended up doing it. Parker flew up as well, but
I thought it was Parker, third man up, who shouldn't be in that situation anyway.
So Brent Harvey from outside the boundary into the field of play, kicks the check side and he bends it all the way across the face of goal and through for a behind. Margins 49.
It's a bit of both of them, wasn't it?
I think Tippett most forcefully put it over.
Why did Harvey get the free kick?
Because Harvey really wanted it. Renshaw kicks to himself and then goes short to Rowan, who kicks out to Tippett, who stretches and marks in front of his eyes at right half back.
He's the most ominous input tonight, isn't he? The other mob, how are we going to handle this play?
Kurt Tippett forward of the wing with the kick. It gets to the back and to Jared McVeigh, who pokes it into the path of Franklin, waits for it to bounce. He wants to get past Thompson, handballs it to himself, picks it up close to the boundary. Oh, he was out. Oh, that's just poor boundary umpiring. Let it go.
Let it go.
He's going to kick one of the goals of the year.
Where's the sense of drama?
Oh, we're all on our feet.
I sat with the boundary coach on the way up. I'll have to speak to him on the way back.
The ball gets thrown in. 30 out from Sydney's goal. One down by Tippett to the front to Kennedy, who gets tackled by Swallow and Del Santo. It'll now be thrown up, and there is an injury.
Sam Reid is hobbling from the field.
For the second or third time, though, he's not looked good. He's had to come off and be treated.
35 from the Sydney goal. They wrestle for it in the stoppage. Parker feeds it out to Hanbury. Hand passes to Kennedy, who throws it onto the boot and snaps a behind. Got away across the face.
Terrible thing to do. He's probably one that they could afford to replace. That's a terrible thing to say, isn't it? I love the way he plays, versatile, back forward and on the ball, but they'll cover him.
Kick in marked by Ferrito. Ferrito's got right short, but he's going longer. And that's going to draw Thompson into the play, but Goods was far better positioned. He snatches the mark and kicks for Franklin, who's on the lead, and he lets it hit him on the chest. And with Thompson not his marksman on that occasion, they just let Franklin off the leash.
He's been particularly convincing tonight.
The cheer squad behind the goals, they're all up saying, kick it to me.
I think all year, Paco, he's just really elevated his game from probably round 3 or 4 where he was playing a bit frustrated with a limited pre-season.
Franklin with a long-range shot. It's hooking out across the face of goal. It straightens late, but not enough. And through for a behind. Franklin has 3 goals, 2. It's the Swans by 51.
Del Santo with the kicking in duties this time for the Kangaroos. He's not really sure. He'll get the hurry up now from the umpire. He goes with the precise kick into the pocket, which is okay. Swallow marks, gets the handball away, and they're off and running. And now Swallow gets it back from Gibson. Kicks towards Benton Brown, who comes out. Couldn't mark, but was first to recover. Handball comes into Gibson, who kicks to Petrie, who marks at centre-half forward. Too far out to score, just outside the 50. Is where Ted Richards stands the mark. So Petrie's just going to pop it up towards full forward. He wants Cunnington, who dives, can't mark. 20 metres out from goal. Oh, Rowan comes up with a footy again for the Swans. He shares it around with Pike and with Grundy, and now Malcheski's precise ball is excellent out to right half back.
It's Parker who took the mark. He's called to play on. It's in no great hurry to do it. He lags it down the line for Goods. So Goods has it over on the far side.
It's ice on the outside part of the right knee of Sam Reid.
It's not a great sign, is it? Kick up to half forward. Tippett tried to pull it in one-handed. Kennedy, inventive, hacked it forward. Gains 35-40 metres and sees it out of play inside the 50.
Jared, as Adam just mentioned, that Sam Reid's got that ice on the outside of his knee, but he's still walking up and down the boundary, although Craig Berg, as we speak, has just taken off his green vest, so he might come on shortly.
Thrown in, the best part of 50 out from the Sydney goal. Had a couple fly up at it. Knocked down the way of Greenwood, though, for North. His kick's going to be intercepted by Rowan. And the crowd can sense Rowan getting better and better with each minute of this match. He's being told to thump it back inside the 50, and he will duly oblige. He keeps it out wide. Tippett with great purpose, striding into the pocket to take the mark.
You're starting to feel Grimer's tried really hard. He's undermanned and no assistance really, because they're all worried about who is going to go through. The third man up and the doubling up is not likely to happen because it go to any of these forwards. Tippett has been a super player tonight.
It is ominous for whoever should face them next week. The form of Franklin and Tippett after the three-quarter time siren. He can't sneak it home. It's across the face and through for a behind. Tippett has 3 goals to precisely what Franklin has. And Sydney well home at three-quarter time. They lead by 52 points. 13-17-95 to North Melbourne at 6-7-43. So the Swans kicked 4 goals 7 in that term to North Melbourne's 2 goals 3. The goal kickers 3 each for Tippett and Franklin, 2 for Parker and Goods, with singles to Jack, McGlynn and Jetta, while for North Melbourne 1 each to Petrie, Goldstein, Greenwood, Harvey and 2 for Ben Brown down the bottom of the page. It's the Sydney Swans by 52 points, three-quarter time of this first preliminary final. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio, News Radio and Grandstand Digital.
The 2014 Fire Awareness Awards are a joint initiative of Victoria's 3 fire agencies, MFB, CFA and DEPI. The Fire Awareness Awards recognise people and organisations who are promoting fire safety in towns, cities and your local area. To find out more about the awards, go to the 774 website. Nominate now. Entries close on the 30th of September. The 2014 Fire Awareness Awards are proudly supported by 774 ABC Melbourne.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
The preliminary finals.
Out now to Jeddah. He'll load it up where the timber is assembled. Reed cleared the way and Franklin outmarked him, if you don't mind. Lance Franklin kicks his second. And he gives the Swans the start to the second half that they would have so craved. They'll want to put this away as quickly as possible.
Franklin picks it up in the field of play, centres it up, and McLean takes the mark, 40 from goal. And McLean likes it from the 50. The little man's got the distance. And Sydney goes further in front. Crashing in hard there was Parker, but it comes up North Melbourne's way with a run of Attlee, who on his left kicks inside the 50, and Harvey comes out and marks it 40 metres from goal, just left of centre. As Brent Harvey comes in, will kick from right on 40. And the contact is good, it's there. So 2 goals in a minute to the Kangaroos.
Back to Jack, kicks around the corner. Franklin up to take the mark just beyond the arc. Tippett wants it in the square. Franklin is inclined to oblige. Tippett sets himself. He's a behemoth in the goal square. From point blank range, Kurt Tippett is the first to reach the 3-goal mark. Parker gets hold of it, hand pass to Hanbury, feeds it out the side to McGlynn, who kicks to Franklin. He's got the drop on Thompson. And he pushes back and takes the mark. Lance Franklin from the top of the goal square. He joins Tippett with 3 goals each.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Local Radio, online and on ABC Grandstand Digital.
It's the Swans by 52 points in the semi-final in the NRL with a minute to play. It's the Roosters 31 to the Cowboys 30. And nobody doing it tougher than Ty Kennelly at the moment. Will his words, will the Roosters over the line right at the death?
1 point to do.
1 point's all you need, David.
It is 1 point. Look,
to be honest, Paco, even if the Roosters lost by 16, Tigers still would have done a better job than you.
I don't think.
Sorry, that was a little bit.
I reckon that's nasty. That's nasty stuff.
Well, you had to go at someone before the game. It's affected their performance.
I reckon the 2 teams who are watching very closely this game in other parts of Australia, called the Hawks and the Power, I reckon they'd be a bit uncomfortable with what they've seen in terms of the performance from a total team called the Swans, and they'll be hoping like heck that North can hack into them in the last quarter. And 1 quarter to go, the season they're saying I've got to survive. You know, the thing that you talked about, this change of mindset. You get in a bit of trouble when you think about it. I can remember going through that thing. I'm only going to survive this and stand up, and I'll be in the side next week. And I got cleaned up by not doing everything at absolutely the intent.
It's generally when you get injured, isn't it?
When you get injured.
It's when you take your eye off the ball and actually don't go at it 100%, kind of mind or protect yourself a small bit. And I don't think they'll do it now. They'll be talking in that huddle, Sydney, about being relentless, about this is our last quarter of football before we play in a grand final. That's the message that John Longmore will be saying. That's the leadership players out there, and McVeigh and Jack and Goods and those types to be saying to the players, let's keep our standard up. North Melbourne's point of view, look, you don't want it to blow out, really, because they deserve better than that for me. They've had a good run into the finals. Let's show some bit of leadership. Let's try and get something back in our terms. Let's try and win the game. Let's really give ourselves some bit of hope and our supporters, because it has been a good final series for North Melbourne, but can they actually step it up and go with the team and make it difficult for them? And make it hang on a second, you're in the grand final, but yes, we're going to make it some bit difficult for you going into that game.
The Roosters won 31-30. The Cowboys have had a try disallowed. Now, the Cowboys have been robbed in each of the last 2 final series, and there's a very rich sense that the same might have happened to them again tonight.
Words of wisdom.
Ty Kennelly inspires the Roosters to avoid a straight set fate.
You have kissed the Blarney Stone.
The Swans by 52 points with a quarter to play. And Sam Reid subbed out of the game. David?
Yes, I was just about to say, Sam Reid is out of the game. He had that little knock to his knee. He looked to be moving not too badly, so let's hope he's okay for the grand final.
It gives Craig Bird a quarter to tune up. He'll be required next week in some guise or other. The bounce called back at the start of this final term.
You mightn't have felt the umpire's grand final selection by that bounce at the stage.
Tossed up. Goldstein wins the tap. They fight for it underfoot. McGlynn hit hard by Zeeble. So a bit of intent about North at the start of this term. It'll be their last in a breakthrough season 2014.
They will smash in this quarter, I tell you.
Yep.
Goldstein flips it down to Cunnington. Kick up to centre half forward. Thomas over the top. Can't take the mark. But he does get onto the footy. He feeds it to Atley, who gets forward, throws it onto the boot and kicks the goal. Just the 4th of his season and the 11th of his career. North with a quick one at the start of the final term. It's back to 46.
I know, Ty, but sometimes their offensive work, their run and handball and sharing is as good as any team in the competition, and they're a joy to watch. It's edgy stuff, as we call the run and gun, a bit like Port Adelaide. They don't do it enough, but when they are up and going and get a bit of time and space, they're very, very good to watch. I hope they get a bit of a sniff here and really, really go for it.
Try and get the balance is the big thing, obviously, is that defensive style of football that they're going to have to work on, and that's an area of the game, obviously, Scotty and the coaching staffs will work all pre-season at, is trying to work on a defensive style of football and get that balance into their football.
Goldstein and Pike in the ruck. Pike wins it down. Taken though by Zeeble, who got tackled, dispossessed, no free kick, and now there's a push out and a secondary free kick going Sydney's way. It's taken by Bird, who gives the handball to Melcheski, who kicks towards centre half forward, meeting it front full chested on the bounce was Tippett, gave it to Goods, who just hits a running ball low towards Franklin, who takes it. He got tackled, got out of handball though to Jack, now to McVeigh. He gets tackled as he snapped towards goal. Zeeble with the spoil for the Kangaroos, picked up by Lindsay Thomas, handball to Del Santo, to Ferrito, back to Del Santo. Del Santo's second handball was knocked down. Sydney come up with a football. McGlynn gets the handball out. Now it's taken by Franklin. Defensive handball to Shaw. Shaw will spread it to the open side towards Rampy. He couldn't mark. Spoil came over the top, but Sydney have still got the football. Hanbury kicks up towards Goods. Couldn't mark. Front and centre's Kennedy. Deep in the pocket. Kicks back towards full forward. It's a low ball. It lands in the square on the bounce, and it's rushed through by Grimer for a behind. Lots going on there in a small passage of play. But 2.5 minutes gone in the final term. Sydney's lead is 47.
8 rush behinds for the Swans. 13-18 is their overall score. They're going to win it back here because Parker crashes in for a mark against Wright.
Just so strong and attack the football. And that's what it's been like throughout the whole night, really.
And Wright actually was in the better position. He just willed himself through the ball.
Parker kicked 2 goals in the second term from wide out, 45 out. This is to the right. And he misses Sydney by 48. So
the Kangaroos will bring it back into play as they go right down the middle with Jacobs kicking it to himself and then kicking to Lindsay Thomas, who marks a defensive 50 in the corridor. Handballs to Ferrito. Ferrito kicks towards centre half forward. Brown there. Grundy with the spoil. It's at the ground level now, and diving in and picking up was Cunnington. Did well, got the handball out. Now it comes towards the 50. Kangaroos with the footy. Swallow left foot kick, pokes it towards full forward. Not a great option, and the Swans will come up with a ball. Terrific work there by Bird. Had some help from Cunningham. In fact, it's Rampy who kicks towards Franklin, who marks. 1-on-1 with Thompson. Franklin marks at 45 from goal.
Well, how good is that? I mean, Thompson was in an equally as good position to make the drop zone and failed to even get there in contest. And Franklin takes, it looks like a terrible easy run. He's read it quicker off the boot and got to the right spot against a very good opponent. He was one of the best intercept marks in the competition.
Franklin for his 4th from the 50. Oh, he loved it as soon as he made contact. And he's got his 4th. And he's kicked more goals than anyone else in the match. Sydney's lead 54. The Swans 14-19, 103. North Melbourne 7-7-49. Tig, the Swans have had 33 scoring shots and 56 inside 50s at the 5-minute mark of the last term.
The most impressive thing for me for Sydney is how much they've used the corridor tonight and how much they've actually kicked the football from the back end of the square to about 30-40 yards out it's been a big change in the mindset of coming through the corridor. Or North Melbourne have just left it so open that Sydney are using it. We're just looking at a bit of footage as well. Heath Grundy could have easily done some serious damage to his leg, and he looks like he's hobbling around at the moment. He's very, very lucky that a player's actually slid on his leg, and they're the moments when you actually break your leg, and he looks a bit sore.
At the bounce, Pike wins the tap, but he fed it straight down to Greenwood. Kicks North up inside the 50. Petrie got clear of Grundy, but it bounced away from him. Spiked forward by Bastanak. Turner trying to get there. Nick Smith works him off it, though. His hand pass was smothered. Petrie gets it back to Bastanak. In the pocket, tried to dribble it at goal. Richards saw it coming, and he's dragged out over the behind line by Turner. It's a conceded score, and the Swans by 53.
Poor decision again by Bastanak. The percentage there was centre the football into the middle where there's players to give him opportunity, 20 out to actually attack the football, and he's had a crack to dribble along the ground.
Swans have already got it out to half back, and Shaw goes very long out towards the wing, and a good juggling attempt mark has been taken by Josh Kennedy, who started so well. He's faded a little bit, but he still had 22 disposals. But it was those first 10 in about 15 minutes to start the game that really set the game up very nicely for the Swans.
Clean that rust off.
Exactly right.
5 weeks of one game, wasn't it?
Kennedy's gone backwards to Smith, who kicks out wide and has just got it in the field of play before it bounces out for a throw-in forward of the wing.
How would you be if your buddy Franklin was? Would you be thinking about Hawthorn next week, or if it's going to be Hawthorn, or where's your head at? He's obviously trying to keep his mind on the game, but that story is just going to be incredible all week. It's all we're going to hear about his buddy, as long as Hawthorn obviously win tomorrow.
Pike wins it down. Greenwood took it and got high contact from Jeddah. So Greenwood will take the free kick. Handballs to Del Santo, who gives the handball to Wright, who feeds it to Ferrito. They're running in a wave, North Melbourne. Ferrito to Attlee. Now they've got it towards the 50. The kick from McDonald to the goal square. Up goes Petrie, and down he comes.
The kid's been young McDonald, hasn't he? I mean, he halfway through the second quarter, he walked between the defensive 50 and the forward 50. I thought, gee, kid, you're done. You can't find anything more. He's actually lifted himself, got over the ground and done some quite terrific things.
Petrie from the square puts it through. It's his second, both coming in the second half. So no heroics from Drew tonight after what's been a big-time final series for him. It's at the 8-minute mark of the final term. The Swans lead by 47 points. North Melbourne with that goal, 8-8-56. But Sydney, 14-19, 103.
It's a harsh comment, Ty, but in reality, they are twice as good. In terms of the way this game's been played, they haven't their conversion 14-19. But given that's 33 and it's 15-15 or something like that, well, you'd say everything's right.
It's for me, it's 1v6, and it clearly is that. And if we were playing a round 22 season game, that's exactly what we're looking at.
Swans by 47. Tippett went into the ruck. The ball will take the Swans' turn as it comes out. McGlynn good enough to Cunningham. Works it up now to Malcheski. Runs through the centre square and kicks it for Goods, who has been held. No free kick. Jeddah just waited while Zeeble went and got the footy. He laid the tackle. Zeeble hand passes straight to Malcheski, who got flattened by Lindsay Thomas. Umpires didn't call down the ground. I must be watching a different game. Thompson took the mark and he hand passed it away to Attlee. Now to Harvey. Kicks into the middle for Wells. He's got working ahead of him right, but he didn't kick it there. Instead he goes for Petrie, who's got a step on Richards. True centre half forward. Drew Petrie. Ben Brown's his target. Seen it coming though, and plucking it out of midair was Dane Rampy.
He's been good, Jared. Very, very good.
Plays like someone that's played 150 games, Ty.
Yeah, and he's got a bit more maturity. Obviously, his age as well. He's a small bit older, but the extreme cool head so he's got, and he's added so much since Alex Johnson has been out. He's been the one that has stepped up into that position, and a poor story again going into the grand final. It was the last grand final that he's played in was Alex Johnson, 2012.
Cunningham's kicked it now for the Swans up to Parker, who's taken another good mark in the back. He now kicks it on to Kennedy. He's going to fall forward. What's Franklin doing down there on his own? He's marked at 15 metres out from goal, straight in front.
Adam, the answer is that Thompson, his opponent, was involved in that mark that Parker took, and he was hurt, and he crawled off the ground. He's in a lot of pain, but that's why Franklin was by himself.
So Lance Franklin, from just 20 metres out straight in front, has driven home his 5th. So another big final from Lance Buddy Franklin. Sydney 15-19, 109. Sydney 8-8, 56. 10 played, final term.
Forward's dream, isn't it? You're 58 inside 50s and you've got another 20 minutes if to go in the game. You know, it doesn't matter who you've got down there. Those numbers, you're going to kick goals. And Josh Drummond was talking about the focus for North Melbourne was trying to limit and stop that ball going in there. Certainly hasn't worked for North Melbourne tonight.
Well, Wells didn't do. Wells should have just run straight through him. Yeah. Absolutely. One didn't and then at the mark. Oh, there's the biggest chance of my life to knock out the bloke. You know, gee, I would have been into that.
53 points of difference in the final term. A free kick in the middle. It goes the way of Parker for some high contact. He gave the hand pass away to Lloyd, who kicks it up to the 50. And out comes Rowan, who's been switched forward.
I like his game, Jared. Gee, he has just given in whatever role he's done tonight. Winning it, carrying it, kicking it.
Gets himself a shot at goal. 45-degree angle out to the right. Looking for the Swans' 16th. Gary Rowan from outside the 50. He set it on a reasonable line. It fades on him late. It's slapped by the defenders. Through for a rush behind. The 9th one of those in the Sydney score. And they move to 15-20 to 8-8.
The Swans, the Kangaroos, just trying to move it again as quickly as they can, although Wright's kick's gone straight over the top of Swallow and out of bounds on the full. So that was a real clanger. And Malcheski will get the free kick for the Swans forward of the wing. So that was promising. They were all trying to move and create. Skill execution just wasn't there. The long kick inside the 50 for the Swans, and the mark's been taken by Parker. Is there a free kick against? No. He was looking around, but Parker has got the ball.
They're talking about the 4 tolls in Sydney. They might have found a 5th one. Parker.
Well, he's again had 20 disposals. He's kicked a couple of goals, and he could have 3 here. He's on the boundary, and he's about 40 metres out from goal in the left forward pocket. So he can either open the angle or go with the drop punt. Looks like he's actually going with the drop punt. He does. Oh, why not? Why not go with the drop punt? Parker has got 3. He missed the All-Australian, but he's going to another grand final. 3 goals and 21 disposals, and possibly the mark of the year as well. Sydney 16-20, 116. North Melbourne 8-8, 56. And we've played 13 minutes in the final term. It's a game high 60 points.
In terms of the game and the elements, the great elements of this great Australian game, we've had it all. I mean, most of it's come via red and white players, but if you came to watch it as a purist and didn't have anything to barrack for, you got a great game.
Back in the middle, Pike flew up, but North wins the clearance. Hand pass from Swallow, gave it away to Goldstein. They almost mucked it up, but Harvey combines with Cunnington. His kick across the centre square should have been intercepted by Jack. It wasn't. Then Jacobs just gave it straight up to Rowan, who bumbles it inside the 50. Franklin had a mind to get it on, but Thompson saw it coming. He cuts it off. He gives it to Swallow, who's grabbed and brought down by Kennedy. It fell the way of Harvey, who kicked it off the ground to Del Santo. Desperate to get the hand pass away. He put it behind Wright. Has to go again. This time he gets it to McDonald. Kick inside the 50. Petrie planted himself, but he couldn't pull the mark in. Riches is onto it in defence for the Swans. Hand pass to McVeigh. Turned his way out of trouble, and they're all on at half forward. Rowan took the mark. Lagged the hand pass to Parker. He'll give it off to McGlynn. Kicks into the pocket for goods. They couldn't help but score once the turnover came.
Men versus boys, just in that instance, just playing with them, just really playing, and they've outnumbered, outworked, and it's hard. North Melbourne have given up for me. It looks like they've just put the cue in the rack.
Adam Goods lines up for his 3rd goal, and he's still going. He celebrates with the Sydney crowd. It could be his final home game. But the way he's playing, you wouldn't put plenty more beyond him. The embrace of teammates for that third goal, and Sydney by 66 points, a quarter of an hour into the final term.
Again, it's just incredible the way that Adam can actually move around and have the luxury to play in the forward line where he's not the key forward. And that's the biggest thing that's going to extend his career going forward, is the fact that he's not going to get the best or second best defender. Will he decide to play on because of that? He'll probably get the third or fourth best defender. So that will make it will help his decision going forward. But I'm sure he's not thinking about that right now, and it's certainly a joy to see him playing so well for a bloke that's done so much for this football club and for the game up in Sydney.
Well, he's had 14 disposals and he's kicked 3 goals and also had 4 marks and 5 inside 50. So that's a perfect third tall
game.
Right. And he can do that almost every week. From the middle, it comes to Kennedy of the Swans. He handballs to McVeigh from a standing start. He kicks towards centre half forward. Tippett crashed the pack, but went in a little high, and he has given away a free kick. Taken by Atley. He spreads it out to Wright, who kicks up towards the wing. Petrie gets to the contest and crashes into Pike. No free kick against Petrie. Turner's in there for the Kangaroos, trying to at least hold the ball up. He does, and the umpire, Troy Pennell, will come in and throw it up at left half forward for the Roos.
And Adam, poor old Scott Thompson, he had a problem with his hip. He came off, had another try. He's come off again, he's very sore.
He does look sore, doesn't he? Bird, the sub who's on the field now, kicks down to Tippett, who slides in and marks really well on his chest because Grimer was right there, but Tippett still took the mark. He's just forward of the wing, Kurt Tippett. As he kicks it inside the 50. Goods is the chance. Goods with the one arm, couldn't take the mark. It gets to the back. Kennedy slides in for the Swans to at least lock it up. And maybe a free kick. There will be a free kick. And it will go to Josh Kennedy. And we talk about Goods, we talk about Franklin and Tippett, but Josh Kennedy will go into the Brownlow medal on Monday night as one of the favourites. And even you look tonight, he's had more disposals than anybody else. 16 contested possessions, 7 clearances, 7 tackles.
And he, of all players, contributed to their great start. He was the most significant player on the ground for the first 25 or 30 minutes.
So he's got the free kick about 25 metres out from goal, but he is in the right forward pocket. As he starts his approach now, his kick is a little left off the boot and it stays left and it goes through for a behind. So Sydney 17-21, 123. North Melbourne 8-56. So North Melbourne have kicked 8 goals. Between Franklin and Tippett and Goods, they've kicked 11.
Del Santo on the kick in. He lays it into Farito. Tucked it under the arm, ran, got confronted, had to kick it away. He gained good territory working it up to Grimer. Hand pass to Swallow. Delivers around the wing. Ben Brown's his target on the lunge. He couldn't take the mark, but he recovers to get the footy. Kicks it against the boundary, hoping for Gibson. He runs into Grundy and the ball gets away out of play.
Ben Brown, how have you seen his performance?
I think early in the game when he was given opportunities he looked okay, but he has very limited opportunities at the moment, and he looks okay when he's deep inside forward and gives him a bit of energy so he does around. No, he hasn't had a whole lot of opportunities, like we say, when the ball has been inside his forward 51 out.
Thomas kicks it up into the pocket for North. Rampier's onto it, Swallow is onto him, almost pulled it clear. They switched roles between ball gatherer and tackler.
And as we know, it's probably one of the hardest positions to play in the game, and for a young man as a key forward and centre half forward, it does take time.
Del Santo, third man up, down to Thomas, out to Cunnington, trying to free up Gibson for the shot. He's wide out on the boundary, so he sets it to the teeth of goal. Petrie and Grundy grapple. Grundy got Petrie high. And in the goal square, Drew Petrie comes up with the free kick. She's been uncanny how many goals have been kicked from the goal square at the left-hand end. Franklin and Tippett and Petrie have all kicked multiple goals, I reckon, from that point. Petrie dobs through his third. As North Melbourne gets one approaching time on of this final term. They trail by 61 points.
And now you're certainly thinking, and you're probably enjoying it as a player out there from a Sydney perspective, knowing, well, okay, we're playing the grand final, let's enjoy the last 10 minutes of the quarter, and really you can relax a small bit as a player. You're still going to go about the process, but you can actually, you know exactly where you're going, you know exactly what's happening. You're playing in the grand final next week, and it doesn't happen too often in the preliminary final with 10 minutes to go in a game, and you can actually relax and enjoy it. Well, Sydney probably could have relaxed the whole quarter and enjoyed it, to tell you the truth, but certainly from here on in they can.
Now Chesky on the bench at the moment. I wonder whether his night's done, as David spoke about before on the boundary. Sydney get the clearance. They work it up towards half forward on the bounce towards Tippett, who knocked it away, but straight into the hands of Wright, who gave the ball to Atley, who centres it up with a short pass, and the Kangaroos can build with Atley getting involved again. He gets knocked down as he kicked it, but it fell on the bounce to Wells, and Atley involved again. Lindsay Thomas, the handball out to Harvey, and Harvey kicks to Zeeble. The ball floated, but Zeeble waited for it, marked it, kicked inside the 50, and Wells came in and took the mark at centre-half forward, 40 from goal.
Again, we've talked about it all night, haven't we? That free-flowing movement, they look great when they are moving freely, but they just don't do it enough for me, and they don't do it enough defensively either.
Daniel Wells, again, so good in the first two finals. Only 14 disposals before this kick at goal tonight. And from 45, he leans back on it. I'm not sure that it's got the distance. No, it has, but it's a behind. It got knocked back into the field of play, but over the line, but it was missing to the right-hand side. Sydney's lead, again, is 60 points at the 21.5-minute mark of the final term.
10 goals neat. McVeigh with a short pass in for Hanbury, who turns onto the left foot and has his kick smothered by Cunnington, who hand passes to Thomas, gives it over the top to Bastanak, and Petrie should be able to kick the goal. He can't. From the point of the goal square with a couple rushing at him, he got right under it and sprayed it off to the right. He's kicked 3 goals, 4. They're down by 59 points.
The crowds come up at 48,029. And been just announced by the loudest PA system I've ever heard. You can hear that from Canberra.
And they'll be happy with the 50. You know, I honestly thought at the start of the week they're probably going to get 40,000 if look, and the weather obviously helps them tonight. It's been a good night, and to get the 50,000, they'll be relatively happy with that.
Grundy has kicked it long, but Goldstein has taken the mark for the Roos. He'll kick it back into the 50. Petrie gets the contest late, couldn't mark it. The ball goes out of play. So what's Sydney's attendance now? What's its capacity?
As the SCGs, is that
roll? There you go.
So the atmosphere will be extremely different. You've got a 48,000 SCG packed to the house. And then coming obviously from the city on a Friday night, the atmosphere will be incredible, lifting off the stadium. So it'll be, but look, it's a good number to come out here and get 50.
They fight for it from the boundary throw in. It's shuffled out towards Parker, who gives the handball to Jack, who handballs over the top to Tippett, has to wait for it, gives the handball to Goods. Goods will kick to an open forward line. Franklin's there again in a wrestle. He gets wrestled out of it and he'll get a free kick. It's gone against Burrito, who just panicked. And fair enough as well. Because all of a sudden, Franklin had the 50 to himself.
He just worried him out, which is right. You know,
but he's gone short to Goods.
Great to see.
What was funny about that was the umpire walked in holding his shirt, knowing what for to go, and Frito's going, yeah, that's exactly what I did.
Yes, if you're ever going to panic one-on-one with Franklin inside the 50, that's probably a good moment.
He was panicking when it left the defensive 50.
And that's a great moment from Buddy as well. You know, just to help a teammate on 350 and
Adam Goods in game number 350 has tugged it to the left. Come on, Adam.
Where's the romance? Come on, Adam.
Buddy just went up and said, that's the last time I'm going to do that.
Exactly right. He's missed it. Sydney 17-22. North Melbourne 9-10 at the 24-minute mark.
Right on the long kick in. Big pack at it. Hanbury underneath. Hand pass to Bird. Spins his way clear. Hand pass to Parker. Gives it off to Rowan. He's going to pump it back inside the 50. It's one for the Flyers. Tippett. Unstoppable.
That's the winning of a flag for me right there. When you're under pressure and the pressure is on you, to have the luxury to just go long to the top of the square. And we see so many teams in the past to win a grand final when they've got one not alone two quality key forwards to be able to take a contested mark deep inside the square.
Tippett kicks his fourth. To go with Franklin's 5 and Goods' 3. It's as emphatic as it could be. 66 points, the Swans lead. I reckon Tippett's 4 goals have come from a combined distance of 35 metres.
Right. Yeah,
He's just marked everything at the top of the square.
But that's what, when you've got forwards up around the ground and creating the isolation that they've been able to create for him one-on-one, he doesn't have to move that far because they've got to worry about the Goods and the Franklin up around the 50. And you can afford to stay at home, and the luxury of knowing when you're under pressure you get the ball, you can kick it long top of the square.
What they've done really well tonight, Tig, is that they're not getting in each other's way. They're never really even going for the same ball at any point.
They spent a lot of time on it. I know since the Fremantle game in that first half, they were very, very poor at it. So it's obviously something and they've had time to work on the last 2 weeks.
They go forward again, and Jacobs and Jetta were involved in a contest which has seen Jetta go down holding his head. Sydney come up with a footy with Lloyd at right half forward. He kicks a high ball. Inside the 50, Goods is lurking, but Ferrito spoils. The trainer is coming out to Jetta, who looks like he just caught one.
I think Adam, he might have just got a poke in the eye or something like that.
He seems okay, yep. He's waved the trainer away. He wants to get back out into the contest. So the ball will be thrown in about 40 metres around from Sydney's goal. Is there more left for the Swans? Pike wins it to the front. Zeeble comes in though for North Melbourne, wins the football, dinks a handball over the top to Bastanak, back to Zeeble. They're going backwards as they spread to the open side and right marks for the Kangaroos. Handballs over the top to the run of Atley, who takes a bounce and keeps running. Atley with a second bounce. Oh, the ball didn't bounce back to him. McGlynn went with a hip and shoulder rather than the tackle, and he bounced off that, did Atley, but Swans have come up with the football anyway.
Grundy to McVeigh, works the hand pass around a Bird, defensively for Rowan. He'll kick across the centre square for Jetta, who might be seeing 2 or 3 footies as it comes towards him, and he can't quite keep it in the field of play. It carried him, and he couldn't grab it before the line. So some weary soldiers work their way across the field for the throw-in on the broadcast side. Sydney by 66 points at the 27-minute mark of the last. Goldstein's given away the free kick to Pike in the grapple. Pike has it on centre wing. He's got Richards to his side to handball to. Richards will set it up near the 50. Hanbury's going to have to jump. Spoil made by Greenwood. Spilt for Ferrito, who hand passed it out of bounds.
A lot of throw-ins in this right forward pocket for the Swans, particularly in this term. 45 metres around from their goal as we cross into 28 minutes in this final quarter. The ball gets hurled in. Third man up, Parker down to Kennedy with the outside of the boot to full forward. Good's got a look at it, couldn't mark, will fight on for it at ground level. Wright came in there first. North Melbourne, plenty of numbers, although Zeeble did have a little bit of a fumble, kept it in play, got tackled, lost it. Kennedy came in, he was tackled over the line, and it will be thrown in again in the right forward pocket. Looks like Wright might have hurt his right wrist as well in that. He's in real trouble as the ball gets thrown in. It's a shallow throw in. Goldstein wins it. It comes out for the Kangaroos to Harvey, who gives a quick handball to Del Santo, who was cornered, so just pokes a kick over the top looking for Petrie. Spoil came from Ted Richards. Rowan goes off the ground. Swallow came in, got a handball out. Del Santo for the Kangaroos involved. He gets a handball to Lindsay Thomas, who kicks down towards Ben Brown. Spoil came from Grundy, picked up by Bird. His defensive handball missed Cunningham. Coming through there was Turner, gave the handball to Petrie, who kicks into a vacant 50. It's tumbling towards goal. It won't quite get there. It's rushed through for a behind by the Swans. And Sydney's lead is 65 at the 29-minute mark.
Jack marks the kick in, cruises through the defensive 50, has a sustained look downfield and then lays it off short. Jetta takes the mark and he calls the heat out of the game. He dab it down the line, but he missed Shaw, so he's put Hanbury into open space quite by accident. Up to the 50, Goods, not quite. Gathers at ground level anyway, hand pass to Parker, dances his way through, then retreats. Works it around with Hanbury. Now to Shaw. He'll kick up to the 50. Didn't quite stick. Good tackle by McGlynn. Rowan swats it clear. Cunningham's onto it. Hand pass to Smith. He'll kick inside the 50 and he waits that ball beautifully. Bird takes the mark. And the sub can take a deep breath and have a late shot at goal. Handshakes in the coach's box. John Longmire congratulating the staff because the full firepower of the Swans is armed and operational. They blast their way into the 2014 Grand Final and Bird finishes it with aplomb. 71-point winners. They'll be something to beat at the G in the big one.
Take down the thunder from the sky. Although the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While the loyal sons are marching onward to victory.
The Sydney Swans 19-22, 136 defeat North Melbourne 9-11-65. The margin grew throughout the night. 21 points at quarter time, 36 at the half, 52 at the final change and 71 at the close. North Melbourne's gallant season, which delivered them to the Final Four, ends right here. The Swans, they'll run favourites next week. The damage quite clear on the score sheet. Lance Franklin kicked 5 goals. Kirk Tippett booted 4. Adam Goods kicked 3, and so too did Luke Parker. And there were singles to Bird, Jack, McGlynn and Jetta. For North Melbourne, Drew Petrie kicked 3. 2 for Ben Brown and 1 each for Atley, Goldstein, Greenwood and Harvey. In front of 48,029, the Swans progressed to the grand final with a 71-point win. Ty Kennelly and David Parkin.
Yeah, look, it was never in doubt really from half-time. Look, they controlled the football early in the game, early in the first half, and that's where they did the work for me. And Josh Kinney was fantastic in setting the standard, setting the tone, as was Benny McGlynn for me early in the game. And it's just the difference between the two is what we said, 1v6. And the depth, and they've just got no deficiency for me, Sydney, throughout the field and every part of the field. They've just got no deficiency. And you look at the team, and for me tonight, the two big winners for Sydney is Gary Rowan and Kurt Tippett. Those two blokes, and they've got Kurt Tippett primed to have an absolute ripping grand final, by the way of being able to control and have that week off when you've got a chronic knee. It just allows you to actually build up and recover a lot quicker, and obviously that's what they've been able to do. And the advantage you've got with having a key forward like that is when the final and the heat comes on, the pressure, you're going to be able to launch that ball long into the top of the square, like we talked about, where he's just standing in the goal square or 10 metres out from it. And it's a huge win, and it's look, North Melbourne extremely disappointed with the gap and the difference.
He looked, in Tippett's case, a very hungry, very determined, very energetic player, and I haven't seen him play like that, and a confidence at Wembley. He just grabbed it and took over it and ripped it out of people's arms. He did it in the air and he did it on the ground. I thought it was a most impressive performance. And look, I'm not sure if there's anybody or anything that needs to be added to this Sydney team at the moment. Maybe some conversion, because in fact you wouldn't want to be playing against the side to kick 19-22. I know it's 41 shots, am I right there? Yep. 41 shots today. It was an enormous number of opportunities they created going to 50 at the goal, but I think they'd be disappointed. That's probably the only element individually. I can't think of a player, and you talked about Rowan coming of age. I think using him off the halfback flank, and that run that he did down through the middle and had two, he could have got another bounce and kicked a goal as well. I haven't seen that confidence and competency in him over a game. I was really pleased about that. Their small brigade, and I reckon one of the significant differences, I reckon contested ball at the finish, let's have a look, contested ball, 123, 129. So it wasn't significant. North Melbourne worked extremely hard inside. But the two things out of that game, whilst they had as much ball in heavy traffic, they weren't good at using it in the same way as Sydney were. And that was probably a reflection of the pressure in heavy traffic, which Sydney does all the time, that North does some of the time. Another,
I agree.
This imbalance of North's
of
play.
Inconsistency that they've had in their play. Look, they had opportunities for me early in the game to stop that composure and actually keep the game tight, and they didn't. They kept trying to play this fast, up-tempo style of football. When Sydney had obviously kicked 2-3 goals, they needed to slow it down, and it's part of the game where the slow play versus the fast play ball movement, which they just seem to be fast play all the time and not understanding the lack of leadership on there to understand, okay, especially early in the game was over for me at half time. Now, if they're able to control it halfway through the first quarter, they're still in the game at quarter time, they're still in the game at half time, and then you start getting a bit of a psychological edge over the opposition, where Sydney should have been away, and they have been away, like the way they were at half time, away and out the door.
They need one, that's North, just a bit of reflection on them. They need one big animal down back. It's a bit like when Crowe disappeared out of the Hawthorn side. You need one big, strong guy.
Adam Goodes lifted up on shoulders and cheered off the Olympic Stadium. Game number 350, and he produced some of his best stuff. It was a little highlights reel from his career. Free running, beautiful goal kicking, inspired stuff. And Adam Goodes, well, he's got a date in a grand final next week. And it's hard not to be thrilled for him for all that he's been through this year as the Australian of the Year, which has never quite been the smooth ride that you might have imagined. His AFL season is going to end with that trip to the day most cherished. 350 games, and still looked like he was doing it easy at 34 years of age. For our news radio audience about to leave us in Sydney, the Swans 19-22-136 defeated North Melbourne 9-11-65. Tomorrow, Hawthorn and Port Adelaide. A thought for Goodsy?
Yeah, look, I think the biggest thing people underestimate with Adam is his versatility that he's had throughout his career, and the ability to he on ball obviously, but he played in the ruck, played centre half back, played in the wing, played half forward, played deep. His versatility for me is what stood out throughout his career, and his ability to take his game from having poor performances to be able to bounce back so quickly. An ultimate professional before the game went truly professional for me. When I first came on the scene in 98, 99, he was doing things that were far ahead of where the game was at that point, which has allowed him to play 350 games.
I hope, because of what he does do and what he does bring to the game and the standard he's still maintained, we saw tonight under pressure, there is no reason why not. I think he'll make up his mind he wants to go out on a high. So if they were to get up next week and he contribute as he did tonight, despite the inclination to want to go on, he might be strong enough to say, I've had a great career, capped by a premiership in my final year. I've contributed well. This might be the smartest time to walk away from the game.
I talked to Adam about 3 months ago, and we had lunch, and we were just talking about, what's he going to do? And he was at the point, well, I think I'm going to go on. My head is good as long as my body's okay. The decision's going to be influenced, obviously, by a grand final victory, I think. What way will he go? Like we talked about, that romance and the romantic story of finishing your career, an incredible career, on a grand final, or going on, where we see so many players do play that extra season and you just go, why didn't I? And that's the last thing you want to see, a star player or a legend of the game to do that. No, Adam's been able to keep playing the game and the standard that he's got again tonight, where he's had limited football, but he's actually he does so much quality with the ball when he has it, even when it's a limited amount of football.
Hasn't played that well this year, has he?
No, he hasn't. And that's, I think, what will come down to the review as a whole. Yeah, look, he might be able to pull out a game, obviously, in the prelim again tonight in the grand final. But as a whole, I don't think he has. And I think he struggled to recover from the injury early in the season, and his form wasn't up to scratch. But does that mean that you come to an agreement with a player where you go, well, let's play as a sub, let's play 10, 12 games? Probably not, with Adams concerned.
No, I think that would be a wrong decision.
Yeah, same.
I think he's one that needs to play, his touch, etc., because we've seen him slow over a period of time. There are some that could play 12 or 15 games and half of those are sub and could be contributing as well. I think that would be an unreasonable ask.
I don't think he'd want to do it anyway.
No,
you're probably holding out a young fella from developing and playing in a game in a position where, what's the point in going and playing 10, 12, whatever it is, home games and playing maybe as a sub-bit player like that. I don't think he would do that either. So, but look, only Adam knows where his head and his body's going to be at and make the decision once the season is finished. But it would be a fairy tale for him to go out and win a premiership and win his third one.
Yeah, and I'm trying to look where North Melbourne gained individually or collectively tonight. Having a real difficulty. I think Swallow had such a difficult start on the back of his Achilles heel. He started to play in this last 6 weeks the kind of inside crashing and very competent football, and he was pretty good tonight. I think he showed as much leadership of a bloke who's had a restricted season. Del Santo, to me, was reasonably effective tonight, but wasn't able to influence the game in the way that I think he should have. Cunnington was good. Greenwood was pretty good. Wright has played well all this season. Zeebel's got to that stage now. We're not sure he's going forward or back. I mean, don't mean in position so much, but in terms of his influence on the game. They'll have to go back and have a real think about where they are and what needs to be added.
It's the true deficiency was shown for me with North Melbourne was their key position defender.
Yes.
Look, it was a question coming into the game how they were going to handle it, but it stood out again tonight. They certainly need a key position defender, and probably a extremely polished midfielder that can do as hard inside as he is outside, and that's probably one area. But they're hard to find and hard to get.
And Wells, who started, I think, in his first 2 games back to indicate he could do that, fell away last week and was a fairly ordinary contributor tonight. And you go into the front half too, Peachy was still, at his age, their most effective forward. He influenced the contest most of all. Brown has the potential with his athleticism to do it. What did he end up having? 8 possessions. And Black, who's been a real disappointment to me, and it might be harsh on the guy because I know he's carried constant injuries. He only had 2 possessions for the night and had to be replaced. You just can't, against quality opposition like this, carry half a dozen players who aren't able to contribute at a maximum level, and that was the difference, wasn't it?
It was, and look, we can't be too harsh, I think, on North Melbourne either, because the pressure they were under to win that first final, they could have easily faltered against Essendon. That's a big stepping stone for that club and those younger players to be able to say, okay, we can handle the pressure and we're able to show what we've got and show our bottle in the end that we can actually get over the line and get the win against Essendon. Look, they'll be content and happy with getting to a preliminary final because it's such a young group. There's certainly areas that they need to work on and there's a couple of players that they need to recruit on. But having a loss like this can scar you. It's a long time before you actually play another game of football.
You mentioned, Tig, about the key position defender issue that they've got. If you think back to the first final, Joe Danaher, Essendon's only forward, kicked 4 goals and almost won them the game. The second week between Hawkins and Walker, they kicked 8 between them in a team that was beaten. And then tonight, 12 goals between Goods, Franklin and Tippett. So it was getting worse as the quality got better, being able to stop those key forwards.
And they don't, at this moment, exist on the North Melbourne list. I'm pretty sure they don't.
No, they don't.
Majak Dor,
no, I mean,
he's a poor man's
the one that
Brown.
Absolutely. The one they had was Delaney, who they gave to St Kilda, and they've gone. I mean, Ferrito found form again this year, but he's obviously coming towards the end.
And medium size,
but he's not quite big enough to be key position. And Scott Thompson tries really hard, but can still get beaten by the big gorillas.
Well, you need one. I mean,
and there's
if
no
you've got
one
a
else.
Hawkins or something like to play against, you don't have an appropriate man. You've got to have one.
Well, Grime is again in that sort of mid-range.
He's not a
quite
solid defender. No, certainly not.
Well, how will they read it?
You can ponder that question in a moment. We'll head down into the Sydney Swans rooms where David Mark is with Luke Parker.
Thanks very much, Jerry. Well, Luke Parker, you're into the grand final. You came on as a sub 2 years ago, so how sweet's this one going to be?
Yeah, it's great to be involved in the whole journey along the season and to finish playing a full game. I think I've matured a little bit and probably I'll take this one in a bit more than I probably did the last one. So, hopefully we can get good recovery and rest up for next week.
Just spent a fair bit of time in the team meeting. What did the coach tell you?
Yeah, I think it was just basically that we stuck to our role, and we know the footy that stands up in finals, and that's all that we needed to do. We didn't want to come out here and take risks and do anything special. We just stuck to the basics, and we knew they were such a hard running team, and basically, we wanted to be the hardest two-way team out there.
I've got to ask you, I mean, it looked very competitive for about the first 10 minutes of the game, and then you just blew it open, and it almost looked easy sitting from the stands. How did it feel?
Yeah, it was always good to get the fast start. I think we always know when we're on. I think, in the first 10 minutes when our pressure's up and our tackles are through the roof. So it was great to see that from the start, and it's always led by blokes like Benny McGlynn, Harry Cunningham shutting down Harvey Knight, and he was outstanding. And look, I don't think it was an easy match in the end. I think they always kept coming. In the third quarter, we probably slowed down a little bit, but the fourth was good to just peg it away a bit.
We just have to ask, what's the view like from Mike Pike's shoulders?
No, I don't know. That was pretty good. I think normally I just crash through the pack, and this one actually got up, so I was pretty happy with it. I think I was watching myself on the replay, trying to have a sneaky look, but yeah.
It was very impressive. Look, we've got Jared Waitley, Adam White, David Parkin and Ty Kennelly upstairs to ask you some questions.
Have you taken a mark like that before, Luke?
I don't think so. I think, that's probably the best one I've taken.
Who gave you permission to do it?
I don't know. I think the main thing is if you take it, you don't get the phone call. So if I went up and it hit me in the face, I would have been on the phone straight away and told to go front and square. But as long as you take it, there's no problem.
Parks, Tyke here, mate. Well done. And I don't know if you actually win the car anymore. Do you win the car? He's got three. 22?
He's got 3 cars for that.
I think it's a bit late for that.
Look, it was a super win. Control the game really early. They came at us. Came at you. I'm still talking to Swans boys.
You're involved.
I'm supposed to be very biased here, Luke. But look, your own role. I think in the 2 years you haven't missed a beat. Honestly, since 2012. And what do you put it down to? You had a lot of senior blocks around you, I suppose. But what can you put it down to the form and the growth that you've had yourself as an individual in the past 2 years?
Yeah, I guess I don't know. You just kind of mature, and you have. I guess as everyone says, you probably have another pre-season. You get a bit more experience. The more games you play, and this year I've probably been able to go through the midfield and probably had a bit more freedom, I guess, to nail the structures, but then go out and play my natural game and just play basic football. And I think that's the main thing. I just tried to go out and play consistent football this year.
What's the difference in the two teams for you, 2012 and tonight or this year?
I think we got so much depth. I think that's the great thing. Like 2012, we got blokes out of the side who should be playing, I guess, on the main stage, and that just shows how much depth our club has. I think we got probably 8 or 9 blokes who are going through the midfield at the moment, so I think that's such a positive for us that we can rotate so many blokes and we're not relying on a few blokes to set the standards.
One of the good things, Luke, is Gary Rowan's confidence and poise at the moment. I mean, just in the last month or so, he looks very much at home, and he can play half back now and through the midfield and even the front half. I mean, his performances must have been so encouraging for him, but for the team as well.
Yeah, tonight it was great to see that confidence come through and him just take the game on. I think it's outstanding when you just see him from the back line and the ball end up deep inside 50 when he runs through a bloke and keeps going. So he's a massive influence for our success, and we're going to really need him for next week to do the same as he did tonight. He just took the game on, and you see how he just opens the game up.
Luke, 2 years ago you won a grand final. You're going back there again with Tippett and Franklin as your new additions. Do you feel you're a better team than you were 2 years ago when you won, or is it too hard to compare?
I think we're probably a different team, but at the same, there was probably that, I guess at the moment, that same feeling around the club that we had in 2012, that we knew it was possible to. We knew we had the depth, we had the structures, the game plan, and I guess we've put that together for 25, 26 weeks now, and we're just really looking forward to the challenge. It's not going to be easy, as no grand final is, so we're going to have to recover well and just come out and play 4 quarters.
And Parks, I'm sure Horse was in there telling you to pump yourselves up and make sure you go out and tell everyone in the media how good you are and how much you're going to win the flag.
That was the last thing he'd say. It was opposite end there. He was like, be humble and just get the job done next week. So,
who would you prefer to play?
I'm not too sure. Look, whoever we play, I think I think will be. We just have to come out and play our natural game and our hardness and two-way running and see what happens.
Yes, you passed that question, didn't tip in there. Well done.
Hey, Luke, where do you watch it? Do you all sit together as a team and watch the other preliminary final tomorrow, or do you all just go home and just watch it on the couch and just not do it as a team?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what we're doing tomorrow. I think we've got a recovery session and then a breakfast, so a good bacon and egg roll, and then I'm not too sure. I think probably we'll get in small groups and watch the game somewhere for sure.
And you said you don't. Do you remember much about 2 years ago, or was it a bit of a blur?
A little bit. I think as a sub, I didn't take it in as much. I guess this year I'll really embrace the whole week and feel a real part of it. I think probably being so young, you don't realise these opportunities don't come around that often. This week I'll take it all in. And look, I've had great memories from the 2012, but that's past and we're moved on to now, and we get another opportunity.
You only got about 10 minutes on the ground last year. Didn't they forget about you and kept you on the sub until about halfway through the last quarter?
Yeah, I was flat. I was jumping up and down and calling blokes to just take the red vest. So
it was a seriously good 15 minutes, though, Parks.
Cheers, mate. But hopefully I can stay away from the vest this year. But we'll just see how it goes.
You probably will be.
What did you make of the All-Australian discussion, Luke? You were pegged as the stiffest man to miss out. How did you take that in?
Oh, I couldn't really care less. I don't think it's that big a deal. I think I've got more important things to worry about at the moment. So we're in a great spot, and if down the track I get an All-Australian, that's great. But look, I wasn't too fazed by it.
You've played some great footy. Yes. I think everybody agrees with that, and you did so again tonight. Well done, and we'll see you next Saturday.
Cheers, thanks, boys.
Well done, Parks.
Luke Parker with us in the Swans room. Sydney 1922, 136 over North Melbourne 9-11, 65.
Jared, can I make the comment about the attractiveness of the footy, and fans have become irritated a bit by a game which is not or hasn't been consistently as attractive as we wanted to. And I think it's 2 years in the grand final that Sydney had 116 tackles, and they were obsessive. And I remember them going across to the Dockers, I think, on the other side. It was just unmerciful. But tonight they had 61, which was half of what they would have had 12 months ago, which means there's been a bit of a change in terms of, because they can attract the ball up forward. You suggested when they're under pressure, don't have to actually kick it as well as you might want to into 50. That's a silly thing to say as a coach, but you can actually go in long and strong, knowing that you've got options on the end that are either going to mark it, and clearly, or it's going to be crumbed off. So there's been a little more offensive and freer, which I like as a spectator to watch.
John Lommar won't be too happy with it, I can guarantee you, going into a grand final. And I think it's a concern that they'll have how easy it was. The coaching staff will be going, how easy was this preliminary final? It'll be a bit of a concern. You've had a week off. It was a relatively easy game for me as far as a physical demanding game. There wasn't a whole lot of stoppages. Like you said, there wasn't a whole lot of tackles. North Melbourne had 50 tackles, and what does Sydney have inside 50? Basically 70 inside 50s. So the game was played totally on their terms, and that could be an issue going forward. Now, it all depends on obviously what happens tomorrow, if they do crash into each other and whatnot, and you are the fresher side. But it will be a bit of a concern how easy it was.
I want to ask you, Tiger, about something that you alerted me to in the middle part of the year, and that was Sydney's key defenders. Because I think the one issue going into a grand final is if it is Hawthorn, and it's Roughhead, Gunston, Hale, and even Segler when he goes forward, will Sydney through Richards and Grundy get a little wobbly?
Yeah, look, I was at the game they played 6-8 weeks ago probably now against Hawthorn down at the MCG, and it was the one area where Hawthorn and Sydney looked very vulnerable, and Hawthorn looked they had it. Every time it went inside 50, Sydney looked very vulnerable, and it was more their medium smalls that were causing the trouble for Sydney, and it looked like, well, And they actually ended up subbing Heath Grundy in that game. It was the first time I think he'd ever been subbed or been taken off the ground, because the concern was the speed and the agility. It is a concern for me going for Sydney. I know Teddy was under pressure again tonight a small bit with Petrie, so how's he going to handle Roughhead deep forward? But look, I think it's the midfield obviously when it comes to grand finals for me, and that's where Sydney has the depth, but it's certainly an issue for them, and any team that are playing them in the grand final will be looking to expose that deficiency that they've got.
Sorry, Parker, but the reason I asked that question is because everyone is going to talk about Franklin and Tippett and Goods and Reid and all that sort of thing during the course of the week, and obviously Hawthorn have still got to play tomorrow. But Hawthorn...
Except the opposition team they're in, they're going to be talking about that deficiency, no doubt about it.
Because Hawthorn's forward line is very good as well. And in that game at the MCG, which I still think was the best game I've seen for 5 years, it was just unbelievable. But both teams scored easily, not just one.
The momentum change in that game was incredible. It was a bit like the 2012 Grand Final where they kept changing the momentum. For me, the difference in that game was Hawthorn's best were the best.
Yes.
They were at their best and they were incredible. Mitchell, Hodge, Lewis were spectacular. Kennedy was off, Parker was off, Jack was off, and McVeigh were off that night, and it wasn't a great game. They still never got over the line. So the upside, I remember coming out of that game, goes, well, things are all right for Sydney, I was thinking at the time. Tippett wasn't great either, so I was thinking, well, okay, they're okay. The upside, there's a lot more upside to the Sydney team.
And if it is Port Adelaide that plays Sydney, Port Adelaide have pushed them twice.
And the forwards that Port Adelaide have, they have 5 players that kicked over 25 goals. So they've probably got functionally probably the best forward line in the competition for me, the way they're actually, the even distribution of goal kickers that they've got throughout the team.
You passed over quickly with a little aside that they'll be the fresher. And finishing number one, there's got to be a real advantage now by finishing number one, which Sydney have by playing on a Friday night. Hawthorn won't finish until late tomorrow. Is that, and you out of the game not so long ago, it's a long while I can think about that, is that a significant factor or minimal?
I think it's a factor that you can actually sit back and watch the game and you can analyse it as a player instead of the coaches almost watching. Often as a player you actually don't get to watch the full game of the opposition that you're playing going into the week, whereas this week they can prepare for it. They'll have everything out of the way tomorrow morning. They'll all meet at the club and Andrew Ireland will come in and say, okay, here's what's happening with the tickets, here's what's happening with the accommodation, here's what's happening with the parade, we'll plan the week out. And then they'll go and watch Hawthorn and Port Adelaide. Hawthorn and Port Adelaide will be hung up that morning on the actual preliminary final. Sydney already have a day ahead in the fact that they've prepared already for the game. They're on to the grand final by now. So it certainly is a benefit. And it probably should be, I think, if you finish on top of the ladder.
Absolutely. There's got to be an advantage of some kind. I'm not sure that either the Hawthorn or Port Adelaide group sitting at home tonight would have enjoyed this game at all.
You probably try your hardest not to think about it. You know, when you're watching it as a player, you'll be thinking, oh, well, whatever, we'll worry about it next week.
Tell the truth, you Irishman. What would you be thinking watching that? Seriously, if you were a Hawthorn...
I can't wait to knock off Sydney, the red-hot favourites in the grand final. And that's what I'd be thinking.
Yeah, I'm the glass half full man. I'm thinking, what in the hell am I going to do as coach? I'll have to go and get Tars to talk to the players before the game.
1 point's all you need.
Tar, you beauty.
71 points, the Swans. All the stats, and then you two put your heads together and come up with some votes.
Sydney 19-22, 136, defeating North Melbourne 9-11-65 in front of a crowd of 48,029. Not that we compare, but down in Sydney for the final between the Roosters and the Cowboys, there was about 18,000. So a big difference. We're probably a bit disappointed with the crowd here, but it's still 30,000 more than what they got for the NRL. Anyway, overall stats, it was Sydney 356 disposals to North Melbourne's 328. Marks were 87-74 Sydney's way. Contested possessions 129 to 124 Sydney's way. Inside 50s, big difference here, 69 to 44. So despite only having an extra 25 odd disposals, the difference in the inside 50s was 25. Clearances 41-34 North Melbourne's way. Tackles 61-50 Sydney's way. Free kicks 18-14 North Melbourne's way. Individually, we'll start with Josh Kennedy for the Swans. He had 27 disposals. He had 4 inside 50s, 17 contested possessions, 8 clearances and 7 tackles. That is a very good game. Luke Parker, talk about a good game, and we just spoke to him before. He had 26 disposals. He had 2 inside 50s, 14 contested possessions, 6 clearances and 3 goals and 8 tackles. Lance Franklin, 23 disposals, 11 marks, 10 contested possessions, and he had just the casual 5 goals, 2. Gary Rowan finished with 23. Kieran Jack, 23. Dan Hanbury, 22. Then down to 20 for Reece Shaw and 19 for Ben McGlynn. Adam Goods, 17 disposals and 3 goals. Kurt Tippett, he had 15 disposals, 9 marks and 4 goals. So between Franklin, Goods and Tippett, they kicked 12 goals between them. For North Melbourne, Ben Cunnington actually had more disposals than any other player. He had 28 disposals made up of 14 kicks and 14 handballs. He also had 14 contested possessions and 7 clearances. Nick Del Santo had 24 disposals, 8 contested possessions and 5 clearances and 4 rebound 50s. Sam Wright, 22. Levi Greenwood, 21 and 12 contested possessions and 6 clearances. So between Cunnington, Del Santo and Greenwood, there's 18 clearances between the three of them. Ferrito had 20, then down to 19 each for Gibson, Atley and Harvey. Andrew Swallow finished with 18. He had more in the second half certainly than the first half. Wells and Zeeble had 15 each. It's worth mentioning Drew Petrie as well. He had 15 disposals, 8 marks and kicked 3 goals for Ben Brown, 2 goals for the Kangaroos. So Sydney went from 21 points up at quarter time to 36 to 52 to 71 at the end. 19-22, 136 to 9-11-65.
How would you have lined them up for votes?
Well, with apologies to Ben Cunnington that you talked about, who was the highest possession player for North, and Gary Rowan, who I thought was exceptional tonight. I apologies to both of those because I couldn't fit them in. I gave 1 vote to Luke Parker, probably on the basis of the mark he took. I think that was just, I'm pleased I came to Sydney just to see that. I gave 2 votes for Kennedy because he was the best player, the most significant player when the game had to be won. And I gave 3 votes, not often to do that, to Lance Franklin. I thought his was the most even and consistent in all elements of the game. Marked it, gave it off, shepherded, tackled and kicked, 5 goals.
3 for Franklin, 2 for Kennedy, 1 for Parker.
So, Jared, Ben McGlynn plays in a grand final that he missed through a hamstring injury 2 years ago, and Reece Shaw. Was he out with a knee injury?
No, not sure he actually
play?
played. I just put it down here. 7 players didn't play in the 2012 grand final for Sydney.
7.
So Franklin, Tippett, Rampy, Rowan, McLean, Lloyd and Cunningham. So it's a big change in a couple of years of football. Obviously the 2 biggest changes in Franklin and Tippett. Now you've lost some experience there, but it's a big change in a football club to have 7 players difference in a grand final 2 years later. And
Parker's a fully fledged player now rather than
a
that 15-minute sub player that he was.
Exactly, and that's the depth I think they've been able to create. Obviously recruiting what they've been able to do and get the players in. That depth, the younger players that came through. Gary Rowan was at the club at the time, is able to come through. Obviously those small, Rampy's another one that came into the club, and they're the players that actually have elevated their game and have forced the retirements, I suppose, in Lewis Roberts-Thompson and Ryan O'Keefe and forced them to retire.
I want to make sure there aren't too many changes in our team. My favourite grand final expert commentator ever was Ty Kennelly in 2012. Will you come back?
I sure will.
To the MCG next Saturday.
Can't wait for it. Really looking
You've got to go through the selection process first, but the fact you're available is a good start.
Ty Kennelly, the first man picked as our grand final coverage next Saturday. Nathan Buckley joins our team for the preliminary final at the MCG tomorrow. He too will be part of the grand final. And that means Mark McClure, he's got his spot. Nobody gets into Mark's chair, or anyone who does doesn't get out alive. So Ty Kennelly to join us next Saturday at the MCG. The Sydney Swans, the first team in the 2014 grand final. Tomorrow at the MCG, it's Hawthorn and Port Adelaide. Who will it be that emerges to face the Swans? From the Olympic Stadium in Sydney, this is how it unfolded tonight. He kicks for Franklin, who rises, can't take the mark. Goods underfoot. He gathers, he opens the angle, he screws it around the corner, and he kicks the goal of a master. Maybe 8 great quarters left, maybe just 8 great moments. Mark that down as one of them. He spreads it out to Jack around the wing, inside the 50. Franklin! Perfectly weighted ball. First Goods, then Tippett. Now Franklin Sydney rolls out the heavy artillery. Tippett brings it to ground. He was trying to bring a crummer into it. He then follows up by laying the tackle, wrenching it clear, spinning out of a tackle, feeding it to Lloyd, who gives it to Jenner, and North won't see it again. Jenner takes a bounce, cruises in and rams it home.
Off the ground by Harvey for the Kangaroos to centre half forward. Zeebel's there. He was tackled. Thomas comes in. Wonderful handball to Goldstein. And Goldstein kicks the goal from 20 out.
Black had to mark. Rowan made the spoil and the steal, and he ran away from Wills. He has a bounce. He feeds it into Goods, who couldn't miss. It's 2 for the old champ.
It is very crowded, so he's going to go long and deep to the top of the square. Oh! That is a massive fly, Luke Parker. They've got all the tall timber in the world down there, and one of the smallest men of all jumped over the top of them. And he can come in and kick his second. Kicks up towards Jack, who takes on the half volley. Goods has got it again, and he's running like a 400-metre runner. Gives the handball to Franklin, who's 60 metres out from goal. Now 55, now onto the chest of Tippett. Adam Goods, Lance Franklin, Kurt Tippett. Wouldn't this just be the exclamation mark on this half if Tippett could kick this goal? 35 out, straight through the middle. And Sydney might just have 1 foot into a grand final. Crashing in hard there was Parker, but it comes up North Melbourne's way with the run of Atley, who on his left kicks inside the 50, and Harvey comes out and marks it 40 metres from goal, just left of centre. As Brent Harvey comes in, will kick from right on 40. And the contact is good, it's there. So 2 goals in a minute to the Kangaroos.
Parker gets hold of it, hand pass to Hanbury, feeds it out the side to McGlynn, who kicks to Franklin. He's got the drop on Thompson. And he pushes back and takes the mark. Lance Franklin from the top of the goal square. He joins Tippett with 3 goals each.
Parker, who's taken another good mark in the back. He now kicks it on to Kennedy. He's going to fall forward. What's Franklin doing down there on his own? He's marked at 15 metres out from goal straight in front. From just 20 metres out straight in front, has driven home his 5th.
Handshakes in the coach's box. John Longmire congratulating the staff, because the full firepower of the Swans is armed and operational. They blast their way into the 2014 Grand Final, and Bird finishes it with a plonk. 71-point winners. They'll be something to beat at the G in the big one.
ABC News, I'm Virginia Small. Good evening. A Chinese court has fined the pharmaceutical firm GlaxoSmithKline nearly $500 million and jailed some of its executives on bribery charges. The BBC's Theo Leggett reports.
It's the largest corporate fine in Chinese history. Following a closed-door trial in the central Chinese city of Changsha, GlaxoSmithKline has been found guilty of operating a massive bribery network across China that garnered the company an estimated $150 million in illegal profits. In May, Chinese police accused the former head of GSK China, Mark Riley, and others of ordering local salespeople to pay doctors and other hospital employees to use the company's products. GlaxoSmithKline released a letter of apology in response to the verdict, admitting the company fully accepts the facts and evidence from the Chinese investigation.
Scotland has voted to stay in the United Kingdom after voters decisively rejected independence. The decision's been welcomed enthusiastically by British Prime Minister David Cameron, as Europe correspondent Philip Williams reports.
He did not want to go down in history as the Prime Minister that lost Scotland. For whatever else he did in his life, that's what he would be remembered for, and probably he would lose his job sooner than later. So big relief for him, big relief for everyone, all the major parties in Westminster. They did not want this to happen. They were seriously worried the effect that would have on Britain's standing, on its economic power, and also just that emotional sense of the breakup of a family. It really did feel like a divorce was on the cards.
French jets have carried out their first strike against Islamic State militants in Iraq. The office of President François Hollande says the planes attacked an IS depot in the northeast. He says there'll be more raids in the coming days. The US has carried out more than 170 airstrikes in Iraq since mid-August. Authorities in Guinea have launched an investigation into the deaths of 9 people who were trying to raise awareness about Ebola. The dead include doctors, officials and journalists. They were attacked by villagers earlier this week who were apparently suspicious of official attempts to combat the disease. 6 people have been arrested. The Federal Treasurer Joe Hockey has told his state and territory counterparts the Commonwealth is still committed to delivering incentive payments to states that privatise assets. The scheme, giving the states $5 billion to spend on infrastructure, is likely to be blocked in the Senate. But at the Treasurers' meeting in Cairns, on the sidelines of the G20 Finance Summit, Mr Hockey told the states the government can work around objections in the Senate to make sure the money flows. The Victorian Treasurer, Michael O'Brien, welcomed the commitment and says the state stands to benefit when it sells the lease for the Port of Melbourne.
We certainly do welcome confirmation of that fund and acknowledge the very important contribution it's going to make to building the infrastructure that not just Victorians but Australians want to see.
A coronial inquest into a house fire which claimed 11 lives has wrapped up in Brisbane. The findings are expected in a month, as Daya Clark reports.
The inquiry into the Slacks Creek blaze 3 years ago heard final submissions today. Counsel assisting Simon Hamlin-Harris said the precise cause of the fire would never be known, but it seemed likely a desk lamp in a downstairs room played a part. The house had 2 smoke alarms, but neither was working. Mr Hamlin-Harris told the coroner he could recommend the tightening of legislation around the installation of domestic fire alarms, with the Queensland Fire and Emergency Service strongly recommending the use of interconnected, hardwired photoelectric alarms. He also said a public awareness campaign around how quickly fires can take hold could help.
A man has been charged with intent to cause serious injury after an assault in Melbourne's inner northeast. A solicitor assisting the Union's Royal Commission suffered serious injuries when she was attacked in a car park at Fitzroy last night. A 41-year-old Fitzroy man has been remanded in custody to appear in Melbourne Magistrates Court tomorrow. In the AFL, Sydney has qualified for the AFL Grand Final after thrashing North Melbourne by 71 points in the preliminary final at the Olympic Stadium. Lance Franklin kicked 5 goals as the Swans won 19-22-136 to 9-11-65. Sydney will now face the winner of Saturday's final between Hawthorn and Port Adelaide at the MCG. And in the NRL, the Roosters